Hello and welcome to the A.W.O.L X Equinox, America's BGA WCQ top cut on this wonderful Sunday, September 7th. My name is Korabi. I am joined by the one, the only Gus the Bus. How you feeling this morning, Gus?
I'm all right, Cole. I'm all right.
Why only all right?
Oh, I was hoping for more, NA players to come in here,
Mm,
represent the NA, but now we got a couple here trickled in and then other candidates as well. I'm excited to see what's the outcome for today's top top cut.
definitely. As we are going to start jumping into some information for you here on the stream, give you a list of the top cut qualified players, maybe look at some graphs. I have one question for everyone there watching. What do you want to see? What are you hyped for? Who are you rooting for? Hero wise, faction wise, personal player wise, let us know in the chat. And now I will go ahead and read the top 32 players. So I apologize for any mispronunciations on the names. You never know how people might pronounce their name, whether
You want me
it's
you want me to back you up with the pronunciation? I just mispronounced. You know what? Never mind. Just go ahead.
all right. So we have Flow LCSC, DQ Agonman, AA Claudius, Warrior R, Freeloader, Luigi Polyakov, All of the Marbles. We always say this name is Psycho244, which always makes it so I get mixed up with Psychos. I wonder if it's Seiko
Nah, I think it's
is
Psycho.
is
I'm pretty
how
sure.
I mean it's Saiko.
Yeah,
Come
aside,
on.
like a
Oh yeah, yeah,
uh,
yeah. Okay. All right, that's fair. That's fair. I just wanted to work around a way to say it differently, but you're right. AMT Vittorio, Amari, Gregau, FUG Idhan, TB Trickster. You know what? I actually don't even know what the DB is for because isn't
it's Dragon Ball. I
really
don't know. No, I don't know. I don't
Um,
know.
because
Oh,
Trickster is on
I
Altered
think
Aces, right?
I have no idea.
It's either that or the Exalts. I think Exalts might be
I
more
think
correct.
Exiles might be correct.
This is stuff
I
I
don't
should know, but it's
stuff I
early
should
in the
not know.
morning. T26, Tirapika 66, Biji Talk, uh, Tautomate, how I would say that, A Tackfire, Dandy, Hizor, ANT, NGAOHNBA4, Nagawanba, that's how I would say that, RN Kierkegaard, Arestark, Arestark, Arstark, Ed Ensor, Schnuffles02, Kim Crazy, and then Crazy Churex, KNP Wittick, Belronce, AQZ Runefolk, Puka Beludo Alterado. I believe that last word's just altered, but
Yeah.
Uh, David Compogne. I know how to say that word, but I feel like I just said it wrong. It's somewhere deep in my brain. But anyways, there is your top 32 player-wise, but let's go ahead and look at some data. Games are starting, by the way. Ooh, all right.
Oh, you know
Maybe
what?
we'll
We
look
can
at late
we can look,
data later.
yeah, we'll look some data later as we go through the games here. We are waiting for the table to be set up though, as we are old in the background. So
Yeah, I don't think our game that we're going to be watching is up yet.
quick, throw the graphics before it's too late.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let
it's too
me
late.
look. Is that the one we're watching?
I thought that you want to watch this one. I thought you want to watch
I don't know the opponent, so I wasn't sure. Oh, I should look at the challenge. What's the
how long?
brackets? So for the
It's
first game, we are going to. Why am I blind?
it should be number 6.
Okay, so Kizor and DB Trickster. All right. I don't see the game. Do you?
I see the game.
Where do you have the game? Ah, got it. Okay. They
I was
just
gonna
didn't
say
put the names.
Simon is spamming us.
He's spamming us.
Well, he's notifying us on each table, not spamming us.
Oh, yeah. Too many messages all around the world. It's still loading the game art. We'll see
Yeah.
how quickly we can do this. You ready? Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, look at this. It's a blank screen. But
Wow.
here is your hero breakdown. I believe this might be the corrected one. This looks like how the information should be as far as I'm aware. Blue in chat can tell you one way or another. Here is your hero breakdown of the top 32. Here is your country breakdown of the top 32. Wow. I see a lot of Americas represented there.
Yeah.
What
It's
about
it's
you,
it's
Gus?
yeah. It's a huge amount.
I
Huge amount.
do like seeing Brazil. I wonder what other countries in Latin America we need to, get on the train and have competing out here.
Yeah, we need to do like a whole training regimen for everybody out here.
Yep. All right. I will reload here and see if we're in the game. Power of Baguette, of course, as well. Hello, Swarky, and
Hello,
everyone else
Swarky.
in the chat. Gnome School, Starshine, Simon in the chat. Look at the bacon. You will see the game in a moment. Don't you worry. It's just whenever
The game has started.
OBS wants
Yeah,
to pop it up. There we go.
there we go.
All right. What is my zoom at? There we go. That should help fix things. And as usual, I swear that BGA changes its setup every couple days.
Don't mind him. He's going crazy. He has no idea what he's talking about.
All right, you start casting the game, Gus, while I fix this timer that is
All
somehow
right.
off.
So we got the infamous physical training, the notorious PT being used probably on day 1 that we missed, most likely on the Buddha since Kizor was on the first player of day 1, followed by the Orders Attorney, most likely doing a double, not double, man, a trade advance here from the left and right. Trickster on Siggy, Kizor on Kojo. Looks like we have a interesting match going on here with the classic dynamic top decks here. So if you see which comes on top, I think I talked to Rinku yesterday during the cast. I believe he said Kojo is slightly more favored against Siggy. So, and based on my personal experience of using Kojo against Siggy, I think that also is true. So we'll see how this match turns out for Trickster. Let's I think my game froze for a second.
Yeah, there.
And
I
there we go.
think
There we go.
Trickster's just deciding some time.
Yeah, there we go.
Deciding some time. Yeah,
It's like
that's a way to put it. Um,
we got the little baby crier.
all right, getting some things enabled here. Da, 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 da. Ba, 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 ba. Why is that not working right? Okay.
Got the orders attorney in play here.
Oh
Trying to secure
man.
a double.
Round. All right, Gus, you're on.
I'm on it. Don't you worry. You can do whatever you need in the background. There was a question how many fans on top 32. I don't have the data on me.
Yep. I'm very sad that Altered is a dead game where we have a tournament with 700 people that started competing now with the top 32. First place winning a trip to Paris. It's a pretty okay prize, all things considered, especially being able to join from the comfort of your home. What are you doing if you win a trip to Paris, Gus?
I don't know, but I'll tell you right now, I'll probably be spamming physical training on my characters like Kizor is. Just trying to secure an advancement on day 2 here. That's a good segue, right?
Absolutely good segue. Also for Blue and Simon, if you have that timer link, which is right there, actually, now I have it. I'm getting that set up. First time setting things up, it's going to be a lot of little clicks I have to do, but from then, further rounds should be easier and easier. For me actually casting for a moment, things while, Kojo may have a perceived advantage in this matchup, things are neck and neck.
That's
We
true.
see that famous Isunboshi in the reserve for Kojo,
Oh yeah.
but in the reserve for Siggy here, we have a Ortis Crier and a Bumblebeat. Very,
Bumblebee,
very good cards.
bumblebee.
Bumblebee. And, both of those can be played out right now, but if oh, man. Yeah, this is a crazy combo if
Yeah.
you think about it.
Yeah. There's a free power up for these 2 little guys in the back.
Yep, free boosts.
But we do see the classic combo of the mess most likely being played here, and they also got the Haven bashing in play at the moment.
I'm
So
I'm not reading that comment out loud, but I'll let all of you read the chat.
there are some things we are not allowed to say that you guys are possibly allowed to say. So guys have fun with that. I will stick on the casting side, looking at the lovely Buddha engulfed in flames, and them playing the Isun Bushi, getting boosted by the Haven Bastion. Most likely might play the mess this turn if it doesn't get sabotaged. We'll see.
Don't worry about this, timer that's popping up. I'm gonna make it look somewhat better as fast as I can. Like I said, the
We
first
got
time that I have to do this, it'll be a little annoying, but then from there, it'll be easier. So go ahead, Gus, tell us what we're seeing.
Trickster just played an Orders Trooper blocking the advancement on the Hero Expedition for Kizor. Kizor only has 2 mana left, while Trickster does have 3, possibility playing the Bumble Beat, or the Crier. Whichever move they choose to do will probably be correct either way. Unless Kizzer does not play the mess this day and decides to throw in another character to secure an advancement here. Otherwise, Kizzer will go most likely 0-1 for a trade here.
Yeah. Now that I'm actually able to look back at the game screen, what what is Trickster doing?
He's doing this what Siggy does. Looks like Kizor does throw in the Haven Saren Guards securing the companion expedition with that solo forest.
Yeah.
It's
But
a mighty toughness here.
what I'm asking here is, why is everything played from hand? Is it trying to specifically boost up this Bumble beat to
Yeah,
where
I believe these guys got well, they're already boosted up after playing the Crier from the I think thanks to the Orders recruit token. Even that boost, the Bumblebee was played though. Now it's a 3-3-3 anchor staying there for the next day.
and just dump the trooper and the new crier or what? or just the trooper? I can think.
I would assume either. I think I would. I'm not sure what I would dump. I'm not a Siggy player. If based on my lack of knowledge, I will throw away the crier.
Yeah.
Hey, there we go.
It does cost more.
It does cost more. It costs you more. It does cost. I don't have anything to really back that up. I thought I had something smart to say, but I do not. We do get a trade off between the two guys here, so we are now in day 4 trying to decide what to throw into mana. Pretty much slightly equal in resources. Trickster, it will be down 1 card from hand here, but these guys are notorious of playing low cost cards. So we probably expect to see a couple cards being played here. Good afternoon, Alex, Jorda.
Is
Even
that
though
ad or that in the chat?
it's morning for us here in the states or Canada or the other parts of the Americas, I think. Well, technically, not all parts of America. My bad. I shouldn't say all.
What did everyone have for breakfast? What are you snacking on or drinking, watching the cast here? I'll reiterate a question I asked earlier. What are you rooting for, whether it be specific heroes, specific players, specific countries? Let us know. It looks like Gnome School is rooting for Kizor right here, Kim, Psycho, sorry, Freeloader, and Runefolk. So very, very good cheers in the chat here. This game though is still, perceivably neck and neck.
Yeah. I mean, Trickster could have an order spy to sabotage that mess. That mess would be a big issue for Trickster if it does not get removed. I mean, there's also an option to use license withdrawal if they have it in hand. I mean, there's so many possibilities, but they decided to play the crier instead.
I had a chocolate chip muffin, so muffin squad up here. Yeah, it
I
was very interesting play for me watching Trickster basically just sacrifice one of the criers to make it, well, depends on how you look at it. Played from hand the trooper and the crier to boost up the bumblebee, knowing that he was going to throw away one of them, which ended up being the crier. One of the things that a lot of players will watch out for is not overloading the reserve, but Trickster used it to his advantage in that turn. So, little interesting sequence there.
Yeah, we got a Kodaba unique that most likely can get removed by this mana eruption, but I will read it as soon as possible. Add does if you control 4 more characters, draw 2 cards. When another no.
It's gone.
No, it doesn't matter anymore. But I'll still read it anyways. When another non-token character joins your expedition, create a orders token in your hero expedition, and then from hand, create a token in your companion expedition. This thing is a lengthy card.
That's a pretty nutty Kokoba.
Yeah.
Swarky, can you take a screenshot of this and can you ask Francois what the heck?
Yeah, what the heck is going on, man?
Or maybe more so ask Charles, since Charles is, the Ortis fanboy. Deck lists are not posted. We can try to show you some of them here and there, but the games go quick, the matchups go quick, so we don't want to miss the action. But we do have scenes ready to show off some stats and deck lists and so on.
Yeah. I'm sure someone in our background, the producers in the back will set things up for us for to show a deck list.
Yep. I can, while Gus looks at this next part, I can bring up Trickster's deck list and give you a longer look on the stream for that Kokoba.
We
Give me
do
one
have
second.
a Pathfinder being played from the reserve, gaining that boost, especially since it is the Kizor is playing in the solo water type here or ocean type per se. So Skip to Silva was used on the little token here, drawing two, getting more resources for Trickster to play here. That rare man eruption was played last day, so Kisor is a little bit down on mana compared to Trickster. So we'll see how that will affect the long run here. Mess was played eventually here. I'm surprised it has not been sabotaged yet, but maybe he just never showed up. We do have another crier. This is probably the third crier. It is definitely the third crier. It is definitely the third crier being played.
Yep.
We got
Apologies for switching things around. If anyone wants to donate me a third monitor and a, monitor stand E where I can go. But
oh,
the
do get
Kokoba,
the license withdrawal here.
are you telling me that you're withdrawing my right to a third monitor?
Yes, I withdrawed your license to get a third monitor.
The Kokoba is up on the screen, though, and if we have a moment, we'll go over both of these deck lists after this game.
Yeah, it looks like they used license withdrawal to get rid of the Pathfinder and then play the Orders Trooper um, from reserve to gain that trade of expeditions here. You guys are still neck to neck, one by one here. The MS is online at the moment, only needing 3 counters to activate to resupply. Does Trickster have anything in hand to get rid of the mess, or is the mess gonna make a mess? See that what I did there? See what I did there, Cole?
I did, I did. Should I boo you or what?
You should applaud me. I'll take it. It was very low, but I'll take it.
All right. I'm getting feedback from all over. Simon says he thinks the name is pronounced Kaiser. Since or Kaiser, my bad, Kaiser.
Yeah, that's why I said Kaiser. What was that? What have I been saying the entire time?
I don't freaking know,
I don't
man.
know.
We got so much to look at. I will say I don't believe we watched this player at all yesterday. At least not when I was able to see. Did
I
you watch
don't
any?
think so. I yesterday was a big fog for me.
Yeah.
So I don't remember.
All right. While they are looking for actions here, just checking, making sure we're not missing anything. All right.
Guard being played in Hero Expedition, trying to block the advancement of Trickster here. So he is on forest only, which is unfortunate for him.
Yep. Hello, Yakumo in the chat. I'm pretty sure we said your name wrong the entire last
Yep.
event.
Yep.
So if you want to confirm, is it Giacomo or Yak? Wait, okay, I cannot pronounce things this morning. Anyways, welcome, welcome.
We
Let
got to
me
see more
just.
training pushing off this area, but he will draw a card, which is a risk that Trickster guess wanted to take here.
I'm awake.
You're awake. You got this, man. Don't worry. I had orange juice and bacon, egg, and cheese, minus the
Yeah.
bacon. I don't
We
know.
with all the calculations and preparing the top cut and making some changes to stream, we were on the PC a little later than we would have imagined last night. I personally did not do any of the math or calculations because I'm not smart enough for that. Uh, but I did try to help out where I could. And then after that, I still wanted to do stuff with my partner. So we went and got stuff for a little charcuterie board and then watched a horror movie. So
Well, besides another horror movie, there is another horror card here for Trickster. Bravo's Tracer. I gain fleeting from anywhere. From anywhere, you may put a card from your hand reserve. If you do, target character it gains 2 boost, and then from anywhere, draw a card. Dang, what is this card? It just from anywhere, from anywhere, from anywhere.
yep. Also, this card is from the Kojo player, not Trickster. So
Oh, oh, you're
uh
right. That is not
Kaiser
Trickster.
has it here. I don't love to destroy names. I just try too hard to pronounce them correctly instead of just winging it.
Yeah, I
I
mean
feel
that's
like I'm decent at pronouncing most things, but man, altered players all over the world and just, unique names. It's hard. It's hard.
we do see teamwork training trying to bounce back something out of here. I think Trickster wanted to take the double advancement and ended this day here, but unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be possible. So we have another day here. Someone's going to win this game here. Trickster is down on resources a little bit. What are you thinking? What are you thinking here, Cole?
Let's take a look here.
Question
Um,
now is Keyzor turn.
don't bring that up, Elio. Don't bring that up. Is this card considered triple arrow if it gains fleeting? I would still say yes because it's in Bravos and there are a lot of things that remove fleeting. So I say yes. It also worked really well this turn. What I was gonna say about the current moment is we do see the Isunboshi, but it will not benefit Kaiser at all this turn.
I
Um,
mean, it still
ex-
can. I mean, the support. Don't forget about the support ability.
that's where I was getting, Gus,
My
man. Come
bad. I'm
on, come
sorry.
on.
I jumped the gun a little bit.
Except for but
Never mind.
plays it out.
It is a
Get the
one mana
boost.
after you. So
Yeah, get the boosts. A little bit of a block there against this. However, this is a Buddha turn. And Kojo does have one more mana and two landmarks.
we do see
Mm,
the Orca dog out, but
not super helpful here, but it is good stats.
it is good stats, especially with the bashing out here.
I will say
But
that I pay attention to a lot of languages and I like to watch a lot of foreign films. So sometimes I'm good at identifying and picking up on different things.
yeah, we got Kaiser here trying to do a little soul play here, throwing another Isenbushi, another one mana, seeing what Trister can do here. I'm not sure how this is gonna go down. Any it could go down any way possible. We do see another one mana after you going on, just a bunch of slow plays being shown here.
Update coming from the other sides of the bracket. It looks like all of the marbles is up 1-0. So the marbles
Sure.
fans, yeah, it is very good to play the Isunboshi when you have the Bastion. So it is a very good card there. I would say the benefit to it also having a quick action is the fact that if you don't have enough mana to play everything you want, it is still a second, back burner ability that's very good.
Yeah, or you could also use it to with the occult as a double exhaust option. Actually,
Yeah.
if you don't have the Haven bashing out, of course. Or triple if they have triple, whatever the scenario may be. These cards are a little bit flexible, right?
Yep. 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 Yep.
Then we're just waiting for Kizor here to decide what to do. I mean, this could potentially go straight to an arena tiebreaker here.
Yeah. Yeah, it could. You never know what
Never know.
is left in hand for either player. I kind of like when we, have to speculate and determine what might be played for the players. I know some people like to see what cards are in hand, so they can kind of judge, what options there are. I think it's also kind of fun to not be able to see the cards in hand sometimes, especially for these BGA events where we don't have X-ray vision.
Says you, buddy.
Oh, all right. Tell me what the next card Siggy's gonna play.
Orders Trooper.
Have we not already seen 3? Let's see. We
No, we
haven't.
only
We
oh,
haven't.
there you
Alright,
go.
let's see, let's see.
I don't know. It could be anything. I don't think it's gonna be Orders Trooper. It would be really funny if it was. I was gonna say Teamwork Training too, but I didn't
Teamwork
want
Training would have been a good guess.
it would have been a good guess too. Eyeing up the expedition on the right here. Advancing on the left. This is a tough one. Um, it has to be another character in hand here for Trickster. I can't see. I mean, they could have another license withdrawal potentially.
Yeah, a license withdrawal would go pretty far here. How many, teamworks are we down? All teamworks are gone. Um, so I think really the hard part here for, Kaiser is, there is no water, and I think that is still unfortunate for them because not only is the Isunboshi more weighted in water, but so is the Clue if it's one of your best options to play that out. Of
Yeah,
course, still going to get boosts, but would be a little better if one of the ways you could win was with the stat it's a little more weighted in.
yeah. I think they just. Guess we just gotta wait to see what Kizor plays. I mean, could be anything. I mean, interesting. We have not seen any tiny gins at all yet, or any mighty gins. So it could be a potential worried about time. We do see a unique Haven Warrior coming in for Kizor. From reserve, you control two more boosted character. You may return a target character target character or permanent with hand cost 4 or less to his owner's hand. And then from anywhere, you may return target character or permanent with hand cost 5 or less back to his hand. So we got like a potential double bounce if it was played from reserve, but this time it was only played from hand, only bouncing one card. I did call the license withdrawal out, so probably knocking out the Isun Bushi on the right expedition, most likely, and just going for a tiebreak. A tiebreaker man's here.
Yeah. As for a Sandman, I'm actually not sure that Trickster plays it. Looking at how the deck is built, I would think maybe Sandman is a little too high cost. I'd have to think back to yesterday, though. I know we saw a little bit of Trickster. Can't remember if there's a Sandman or not. Uh, but yeah, it was the license withdrawal. While they go ahead and set up for the next day, I will try to hop over to the deck list super quick.
Yeah.
And let's see here. Hop, let's see. We got Trickster. All right. There are Sandmans. So it could have been a Sandman there.
It does look good for Kizor here because does that was really just based on stats alone and stats only. We know Bravo's are able to boost and also hit bodies, not hit bodies, have heavy bodies to play. So it is going to be a interesting situation for Trickster to come out of this spot. But I mean, anything's possible. They could play Sandman for last to hit the biggest character. We'll see what Trickster can really do here. It does have the Aegis Templar, so that would be pretty good to have, but if he does play the Aegis Templar again, then most likely the Sandman in hand ain't going to be used here.
Yep. And while we're seeing some resolutions here, we didn't have a chance to fully read the Haven Warrior with it also up on the screen for you. So here it is now. If you control two or more boosted characters, you may return target character or permanent. Uh, it's going to boost itself, which is going to activate it. I said with it also on the screen. Come on, man. I got to hover it.
It's all right, buddy. Yeah, I'm just teasing you.
And then you also may return target character or permanent with hand cost 5 or less to its owner's hand. Dang, that
Oh
is
yeah,
woo.
That is a card. That is a card. And oh, just a double slap right there. The rare mana eruption going 1-0 for Kaiser here. So I guess we'll go to game two here. I believe it is best out of three, correct, Cole?
Yes, it will be best of 3. You look in the bottom right of your screen, you will also see the updates here. I'll give you an example, and then we'll switch over to our other screen here. So like this, doop, doop, and then this is the actual score right here. Bada boom. Shout out to Blue who put together those parts of the overlay. Very cool, very fancy, very good. All right. So looks like we have a 1-0 in favor of Kaiser at the moment.
Yep.
Also brings them up to over 500 elo. So
Yeesh.
the players are going to set up the next round. So now, while they're doing that, we actually can look further at the deck lists. Good luck,
Yeah.
grocery shopping, rare cuisine, kind of hot and
Yeah.
painful. True facts. All right, deck lists. You should have links to be able to pull them up on your side, Gus, if you want to.
Yeah, I saw it in the thingy somewhere, and I got it. I got it.
Well,
Perfect.
yeah.
Thank you, Simon, for all the hard work you do. Love you here.
Looking at on the stream here, seeing Trickster's deck, um, pretty straightforward to me. I would think the most interesting tech here is the one Ortis Accountant. There are 2 rare Sandmans. I actually kinda like rare Sandman with its flexibility. If, you're not gonna win the certain day no matter what, you can sleep something and give it boosts. It can sleep itself and give it boosts. I've been toying around with it in Ghoulrang. Gorang a lot of the time not wanting to get ahead on certain expeditions. Maybe you put out a Sandman, put it to sleep, give it boosts, let them take the move, and then you have a stronger next turn. So anything you want to see in game two from this deck list on Trickster side, Gus?
I mean, I see some combinations he can do. Does have the one of Rallying Call, just to maybe potentially do like a Sandman Rallying Call combo if they wish to do so. It's sad that that Kodama that was played earlier that had a bunch of words on it was defeated. If that card was not Mana Eruption, I think Trickster might have won that game because that card was able to help him draw a lot of cards that you do draw two based on the fact of you control four more characters at dusk. So and he does have more Kadabas and more draw potential here. I don't think he was able to utilize his uniques as much as he wanted to. Because it looks like his uniques are all draw base.
Yeah.
No spamming of tokens besides that one Kodama.
Yep. I really enjoy the one-off rallying call. I think this is one of the smartest pieces of tech that anyone can put in any Ortis deck. Um, if you're not using it to counter your opponent sleeping your units, you can use it on your own to wake them back up and kind of be a surprise. But a 1 mana counter to being slept is just so good in my mind. I actually don't see. I may be blind.
You are blind. I do see it.
I I do you know what Kaiser's deck list is
Yeah.
under?
Yeah, it's under Kaiser. Did we just add you at it? Here, I'll give it to you. Here, I got you, buddy. I got you. You know me. I got your back.
Yeah, it's just not built into the overlay. So it might be because they have a mismatched name, and I don't know.
Ah,
I don't know what that is, but let's see. What do you? I'll work on making sure that we can get game two loaded up here on the stream. What do you see in Kaiser's deck list that you want to point
I
out?
think I you know what? If I remember correctly, I think we did see Kaiser for a little bit because I do recall see a Kojo player playing red. And we do see two reds in this deck, which is a very interesting card to have in Kojo. I mean, he does have boosting opportunities with Skater, that unique, I believe. Yeah, the unique Bravo's Tracer that we saw earlier that can target character that gains 2 boost. His other uniques doesn't really boost anything besides the Blade Dancer that does gain a boost when you have another character join your position. So I mean, there is potential to draw that boost here. We do see the Alkaline of Milk with the Hunger in the deck, so a potential combination for that one. Otherwise, everything seems pretty standard as a Kojo deck, similar to how the Siggy deck was pretty standard. There's a couple of key differences to most. There's is the reds in there. A clue. I know some people play it, some people don't. So otherwise, that's it's just pretty standard as is.
Well, looks like they're already running away with the game here. So I'll go ahead and just jump in. And now that things are switched, I have to switch this around. Let me switch that around. Da, 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 da. All right. Now we are in the thing here. I believe that's all the stuff. Swiss, top 32. Da, 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 da. All right. Update on all of the marbles. I will check. Right now, though, looking at this game, Trickster is off to a lead. Until maybe, well, no, still will be in the lead most likely, depending on what comes out here. Interesting. Okay, the Isunboshi.
The Isenboshi. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't have the game up. I'm trying to find it.
Oh yeah, sorry. What I did because I wasn't finding it in the Discord is I just went and found the player, but I got you. Um, that was quicker than waiting for them to post it. I
That
think
is fair.
I think they might have forgotten to post it.
It's okay.
Um,
All we know is Kaiser is 1-0 at the moment. That's all we need to know about.
yep. No further update on all of the marbles yet, but last we had an update. He was 1-0 going into game two.
Yes, I'm not sure the brackets command is up yet. Let me just double check real quick. I think I tried it last time, but it wasn't. Nothing showed up.
Give me 1 second, and I can post it for you, and then throw it on my second monitor, so that when I look at it, you won't see it on stream. All right. Yeah, I was gonna say you maybe messed it up by
Oh,
by adding an S.
plural. The core is not more than one brackets. Why would it be brackets? That's what I'm saying, Blue. What am I doing over here?
But in this game, we're kind of having a very different game too, where Sigismar is taking an early lead rather quickly. But
Yeah.
as I was just about to say, this Kojo having a clue a lot earlier than what it seemed last game might make some big differences. Although still 3 cards in hand from Trickster.
So plenty of cards. Yeah, with that Ishin Bushi is going to be an issue for Trickster though, since Trickster is on solo water, and it looks like they might just buff up that Ishinbushi with the Haven and the Milk.
There's anything I know about Isunbushis, they love milk.
They do love milk. I mean, think about it. If you read the flavor text for Isumbushi, it literally says small stature, big heart, immense adventure, drink Arcolono's milk.
Is that what it is?
Of course, I definitely did not add the last part whatsoever. I think Tristan is trying to decide what to do here because he knows he's most likely going to get blocked in the ocean expedition here. But going for the gate here, going to probably sabotage the milk, so the milk can just disappear. Got all dranked up by this Smoothie.
But the milk did its job, so not too much of a loss here from Kaiser. And then once again, gonna be very overloaded reserve here for Trickster.
Yeah, I'm assuming he most likely just gonna just dump the oh, actually 2 cards. I forgot that I didn't see 2
Yep,
cards. I only
yep.
saw 1. That is gonna be a slight issue.
Maybe based on the expeditions, dump the Legat and
Yeah,
one of the
well,
attorneys.
that's what I would assume, but they're probably thinking like, do I keep the attorneys just a potential draw in case I fall back? It looks like that's
Double
was the case.
attorney.
Yeah.
All right.
Just a heads up for all the Ysmir love boys like me. Runefolk has fallen down, so Runefolk will be not going anywhere near the top cut after after top 32 is done. Rest in peace, Runefolk. But we do see the other turn being played for a Trickster here. Trickster did had a good advancement earlier, but after that last day, it looks like he definitely lost the advantage here. But Kaiser is very dry on resources here. We'll see what they can do from their hand. We do see that unique Haven Warrior again that can bounce a character or permanent with a hand cost 5 or less back to the hand. But looks like they decided to bounce the or not the orders, turning the orders token here.
Yeah, that Haven Warrior is strong. Further updates from other sides of the bracket. Looks like all of the marbles 2-0 against Kim Crazy. And then Freeloader against Wittick. Looks like Freeloader took it to 0. That's a hiccup.
Then we just wait for Trickster to see what they're gonna do with that beefy warrior. If they had license withdrawal, it will be potentially useless at this point because none of these characters are boosted, but they could use it to remove the Haven bashing if they wish to do so. I mean, there's so many opportunities what it could do here. We still have not seen any uniques being played by Trickster.
All right, as we're getting here, waiting for decisions to be made, it is myself and Gus that you're seeing on the top 32 of the top cut day 2 of the A.W.O.L X Equinox
We do get
America's
a 1-for-1.
BGA
You know,
WCQ.
we do get 1-for-1. We do see that orders account that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and
And
it's
it yeah,
gonna get a free little counter there
yeah,
from
let me count
Siggy.
that. Yeah, they went 1-for-1, holding hands, moving the expedition along the heroes while blocking on the companion expedition. So Trickster was able to draw one more card. Hopefully, it helps Trickster here because Trickster could potentially lose this day. I can't imagine that he won't based on the amount of removal he has in his deck, but we will see. Kaiser decides not to throw anything to mana. Most likely, maybe trying to aim for this day to end here. He will Trickster will do. Will destroy something, not destroy, throw something into mana, or just just smile. But it looks like he decided to throw something to mana here. It is going to be rough because it is a Buddha turn here, so that that little Buddha token is going to be difficult to deal with a little bit.
Yeah, do we have any? Yeah, we do have sabotage from Trickster. That would obviously, of
Yeah.
course, be the best option.
Did they use the Order Spy on day one, I believe? Or not day one, day two. We do have the Demon Guard in play here. Boosted up, fleeting, hopefully for drawing more cards here. Ooh, we do see the Jack Frost exhausting the Haven Warrior. But not to be able to double bounce cards back to Trickster's hand here.
Yep, that is second best to sabotage.
And since it's gonna be Trickster's turn next day, or be first player next day, he will most likely utilize that Jack Frost again, disabling the Heavy Warrior so it doesn't double bounce here. We do see the little fire rabbit coming in. Is it gonna boost the character, or oh, never mind, decided not to boost anything.
Yep.
Sorry guys, I got DM this for a second there.
So Colton in the chat is calling for Trickster trying to do a 1-for-1 here and then a 2-0 the next day.
That would
Might
be optimal.
Yeah, might be possible here with this Ortis accountant.
Yeah.
Although not using it now to sleep the Serengar is a little risky. I have not been able to see.
Ooh,
Oh,
dual grit.
that answers that. I was gonna say I have not been able to fully look at Kaiser's deck yet, so I'm not sure if there's sabotage. But if there was, instead of a duel of grit, that accountant could have been removed from the board.
Yeah. It could be potential to do a double advancement here this day if they choose to sleep the Haven Serengar, which probably be optimal if they did see to reduce Kaiser's ability to draw. But the problem with that is they would have a what's the word I'm looking for? They would have a character on board here that would be beefy. Decides to play the Aegis Templar and then do the Orders of Triangle while sleeping the Hammer Guard. So I guess Picture is letting Kaiser to draw a card instead of having an extra body on board here.
Yep. And you do have to spend the boost to sleep, but very, very good turn there for Trickster. Now taking the lead in this match.
Yeah.
Also going to become first player, which is really notable because of this Haven Warrior kind of sitting in reserve. If Trickster has an option to take that out of the picture, very, very good denial of a very good unique on Kaiser's side.
Yeah. I think the issue at the moment is, does he have any Jack Frost or Order Spy to stop the Haven Warrior? That Haven Warrior can double bounce cards from the expedition back to the hand here. Well, Heavy Warrior also requires 2 more boosted characters, which is gonna be possible with Haven Bastion in the play at the moment. So we'll see what Trickster can do and how Trickster will respond in this situation here. Ooh, he does play the bouncer, stopping the Aegis Templar coming in, wrecking the whole area. Ooh, we do see that Baba Yaga unique that I did mention earlier. If you control a character or character, yep, reverse Baba Yaga unique from anywhere. If you control a token, draw a card. And from hand, if you could target one character, gains a sleep. If you do, you may have a gain 2 boost. Not boosting the Haven Bouncer, probably ideal. Picture does need to. Oh, there's the sabotage.
Yeah.
I think we're going for game 3 right there.
Yep, I was just about to say it's that classic, leaving something that strong in your reserve, especially against a Sigismar is very, very risky. I
Yeah,
definitely see why Kaiser did it because of how this Haven Warrior works. Getting the boost on the rabbit would allow it to come online, as we say, and be able to do that double removal. Unfortunately, instead of just using it for the single removal, it did mean that the spy took it out of business.
yeah. And Kaiser just lost his 500 elo. No.
Now they're back down 499 versus 496.
Someone's come out here with 500. It ain't gonna be me. But that was a very good game by Trickster here, clutching in for a 1-1. So we are gonna go to game 3 here. Winner takes all. Whoever wins this, go straight to top 16. I'm not sure who you guys are rooting for. I'm rooting for Trickster. Granted, he is playing Siggy, and I do want to bomb a little bit, but I gotta root for the Americas here, only because it is in America's BGA. We are gonna be waiting for game 3 to be set up here. So, what do you guys think about that game, Cole? What do you think about that game?
Uh, do I should put on my caster hat and not my personal hat, right?
I don't even know what you look. Oh, you don't even have the hat on.
Uh, well, I mean, if people know me, they know I am not a fan of Vortis. So it was a very interesting match, though. Seemed like Trickster was on the back foot for the first half and then just came away running. In my eyes, there were some really risky plays from both sides. It looks like the risky plays paid off more for Trickster than they did for Kaiser. So, very, very good game. Um, I am getting us into game 3 here. Do you need me to send you the link, Gus?
Absolutely, sir.
I I almost sent it to someone else.
I mean, they could have watched you, I guess. So they should be watching the stream and supporting the channel, guys. Make sure you subscribe, like, slap that notification button, spread the word.
Yeah, what about you? You play a lot of Bravos, right?
I play a decent amount of Bravos, especially during set 2. I was playing more Bravos than Yasmir at that time. I was doing more like a fleeting Bravos deck. They released the Icebound Tundra stuff and marks and such like that. But I would say as much as I like Bravos, I still have to root for Trickster here.
Why? Just because it's
It's
Siggy or
because it's NA, man. It's not because
Oh,
it's
okay,
Iggy.
okay,
I'm
I
rooting
get
for
it.
the player. I'm not rooting for Ortis. If Ortis end up winning and because of Trickster, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that is fair. These BGA qualifiers are open to anyone, but I think a lot of us would enjoy seeing a player from the region that it's centered around to qualify. So for this event, we're looking for Brazil, Canada, or USA.
Yeah,
Um,
USA. Okay. I was actually gonna rip my shirt off, but I actually do like
Uh, we're we're into the game now. I think we only have USA and Brazil left in here for the top 32. I would go check, but we have the game open here
yeah.
and we have a 1-1 game count here. Things are tied up. Going into this, the players have ran through the first day 1 for 1. We see a physical training here in the reserve for Kaiser. Nothing in reserve, nothing in the expedition, and nothing in discard.
Yeah.
Did
I'm not
this
sure
Siggy
how.
move from only a recruit?
I think so.
Yeah. Yes,
I mean,
good
yeah.
point, Elio, to bring up. There is a Spanish cast and a French cast. All of those links should be somewhere on social media and or in the Discord. If you can, what I was suggesting yesterday is one, if you prefer listening in a certain language, of course, have that stream up unmuted, and then maybe keep the other two up just muted so you can kind of flip back and forth, track all the games, and support all the casters. Super happy we were able to help get a Spanish stream up, especially for this event, and a French one as well, with Caleb being busy with work, but the Altered Aces team has you covered.
They do, buddy. We have so many demographics currently covered. The stream here, so it's good to have some representation. Hopefully, in the future, we'll get some other people's, maybe some German, maybe some Russian. I'm not sure any Russia players play this game, but I don't know. But we do see a Baba Yaga unique again, and this is the card that does let you draw a card if you control a token, and you could put a character to sleep. If you do, you may gain into boost. And I'm assuming Trickster is not gonna give the 2 boosts to Trickster to the Tiny Jin. So
Uh,
I mean Kaiser could play a potential PT here. This is probably gonna be a very long one, though they do probably need to consider on time here. What are they on time right now, Cole?
we are at 14 minutes and 58 seconds.
So it's kind of closing a little bit on time here. Um, you guys do play fast, so I don't think they'll run out of time. But I definitely think the time should be slightly considered once the 10-minute has been hit.
Yeah,
Going
I'm
for
sure
mana eruption. Interesting.
Simon is giving updates on time. Blah, got the shivers for a second. Updates on time in the Discord. Putting to sleep the Tiny Jin is a very fun little tech. It wasn't boosted, but now it'll take a little longer for it to get boosted.
Yeah, and Kaiser decided to play the rare mana eruption, throwing away the Baba Yaga, potentially letting Trix not draw another day here. Uh, Unfortunate for Trickster, but I know he has two other cards that will let him draw like crazy. So, but I think Trickster is going on the attack here. Right now, he's two. two up compared to Kaiser here. I'm also getting the chills here. I don't know why it's getting cold.
Yeah. Um, it is a Buddha turn. There is a physical training in reserve, which is a very good card. However, it is 3 mana, and Buddha is a very easily removable um, character. It is a character, token character to be specific,
Fair, true, true.
with a 0 cost, which makes it a lot easier. But putting it on the, yes, Tiny Jin, I'm guessing is also very smart because even if it gets removed, it'll still go to mana, and then you draw that card from the physical training. It'll be very sad if it gets slept again, though.
Yeah, I mean it's potential. I mean, we do know Trickster is running Sandman, but it would be very odd thing to do. But I could also see potentially being used just to stop Kaiser just getting his mana back. We do see that Kodaba unique coming in, and this was the one with the big words. At dusk, if you control 4 or more characters, draw 2 cards. When another non-token character joins your expedition, create a token in your hero expedition, and then from hand you create a token in your companion expedition. So this unique will definitely gonna get draw 2 cards. This is what I was saying earlier. Like, even though he did lose his Baba Yaga to draw, I know he has 2 more uniques to help him draw 2 cards at a time here. And this is definitely a strong character to play at this time. Now that Kaiser is down a removal, playing that removal early, getting rid of that Baba Yaga, which was a probably considered fair play at that point in time, but now it is a disadvantage for Kaiser here. So Kaiser is losing a lot of momentum at this point. Not just a lot of momentum, but also gaining a little bit out resource as well. So it's going to be a difficult situation here.
Yeah, this is a very good position for Trickster to be in. Not only does he have a ton of cards, resources, like you said, but also up to, in this kind of situation, all Trickster needs to do if he wants to play it very smart and safe is just get one move each day, and we'll be able to win this thing. And if this Kokoba comes back around, once again, if you did not catch it from the couple times we've put it on screen, it draws 2 cards at dusk if you control 4 or more characters. But Gus, four is a lot, right?
Four,
Yeah,
a
four.
lot for Siggy.
Well, there's
Yes, it is.
this.
It is a lot.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot. But then
It is a lot,
what does
but
the next line of this card say?
well, it says right here when another non-token character joins your expedition, you create a token in your hero expedition. So, and we all know that Trickster has a lot of low cost cards here. So having a Kodoba here as a 4 cost isn't going to be an issue triggering the draw 2 conditions. I had to play right away, which is probably the best calls not to get sabotaged. I mean, it could potentially be used with dual grit if they had the Occult in hand, but that would also be a cost for Kaiser here if they choose to do so. I guess we'll see what Kaisers do to respond in the situation. It is looking a little bit rough for Kaiser. There's no landmarks being played at the moment. Already down 1 mana. Well, technically not down 1 mana because they did get it back for the tiny Jin.
Yeah, that is another good point that I don't believe we've said out loud. There is no landmark set up for Kojo yet, and we're here on day 4. Very unfortunate. Ooh, this is a very good card to come out right now, though.
Yeah.
But it puts it back in hand.
Yeah, it doesn't really remove the situation hand, but it just kind of delays it. So not a bad thing, but it's not a great thing.
Yeah, I think right now it's a pretty good option. So seemingly there's a chance that there's a double move here for Kojo, which would be very huge for evening things back up in the game. Trickster, of course, will still have more resources. Kojo, as we've mentioned, doesn't have any of those landmarks out. But if there is a 2-0 in the cards here for Kojo, that's exactly what they want.
Well, I think you're missing a thing here. The Kojo player is stuck on mountain, and they only have one mountain.
I'm just saying, if there's a chance.
Is there a chance? I think the chance is I mean, the Fire Rabbit could have been a chance, I guess, if you want to be like that.
Yep.
That's also fair. Fire Rabbit
Yep.
could do the trick.
I was thinking a fire rabbit, or worst case, as we've mentioned before on this Isumboshi, if you need to use the quick action and play something, but man, double foundry mechanics gonna make it very hard.
Yeah.
The the fire rabbit will still help a lot here, but it will no longer result in a 2-0.
Yeah, it's interesting these founding mechanics are being played too because they're not really it's not being used for its intended purpose as a cost reduction for permanence, but he's just used as a cheap one-off. Then, but looks like it's Kaiser just advancing just one time here. A lot of cards being sacrificed use here. The Haven Warrior is targetable for sabotage or exhaust. That is something to be mindful of, especially since Trickster had been drawing a lot of cards here. Granted, he's only one card ahead against Kaiser here, but we'll see if Trickster got anything to respond to the Haven Warrior like last time.
Fire rabbit, only hope. That's what I chant at night when I brush my teeth. Fire rabbit, only hope.
How
Fire
often
rabbit,
do you
only hope.
play Bravos, sir?
Not very. I
Not very?
do really like Basira,
Yeah.
but she had a hard time for a while. Definitely not right now, but I have been just slamming my head against a brick wall trying to find a way for Muna to work that isn't Anchor Uniques or Festival, because I won't play Festival and I don't have Anchor Uniques.
Well, so hopefully, as we know, the next set is coming out in the next couple weeks here. So, and we still have a lot of cards that are to be spoiled. If you guys have not checked the spoil channel in the Altered Discord, I would when you do so, if you want to look at the new cards coming out, if you choose not to do so, that's perfectly fine as well. But we do see the lovely Frog Prince out in play here. Strong stats with the forest here, trying to advance on the companion expedition here. We finally get a mess in play, which might be a couple days late here for Kaiser, but I guess late is better than never at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. In the game of Altered, late could mean you just spent 2 mana for something that is not going to benefit you. However, the way that I usually see things like this is if it's like the only play I have, then I'm not going to lose right away on this turn, right?
Right.
So getting it out isn't the worst. And there's still 4 mana left here for Kaiser. We do have another Foundry mechanic for Trickster. Not really anything you can combo this Haven Warrior with because you
Yeah.
have nothing with boosts. So that's got to stay.
I
So
mean,
I guess,
they can still bounce it off with the secondary effect, so they won't
yeah.
be able to do this double bounce. But you also got to remember he has that Kodaba in hand. And that Kodama could also summon a token. That'll be 4 characters right there.
Yep.
So that Kodama will most likely be played this day here. I think Kaiser is just trying to figure out where to throw in his last card here. Oh, we do get the Orca Dog coming in, most likely securing the companion expedition here.
Yeah, which means that Trickster can do exactly what he wants to do, though, on the hero side.
Yeah, and and that unique could probably pop in anytime here.
Yep, we are at a 3-minute warning in the round, which means we may go to some end of round procedures, which will be very interesting for us on stream. We'll kind of like throw our hands up, let Simon do the judge thing. He'll check the games that are still going, and then we'll, see how that works. But it could be very interesting here.
Yeah, we still have a couple games that have not been done yet. In top 32, we got you know what? I won't bother saying it because we gotta focus on this game. Ooh, the teamwork training pushing out most likely the Orca Dog out of here. I think Trickster didn't realize there is time being called soon, but most likely going for the aggressive approach of like, let me just keep advancing here because after this day, I will be able to at least advance one more time and win the game here.
Yeah.
Kaiser is low on resources here. He has to actually throw out one card out of the way here. He has the mess active for the next day here, but it won't be. He does not have a Buddha turn as well, and he essentially has to stop both sides here. And it's gonna be. I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be very difficult for Kaiser here. I don't see a great probability of them winning here, but anything can happen in the game of altered, especially when uniques are considered in play here. So we'll stay here tuned and find out what goes on in this day here. It'll be the last day, or we still have another day after this.
Yep. Kojo does have a good amount of mana to do some work here. Isunboshi, while not poised to help Kojo, is perfect for blocking Trickster on the hero side. Also, what's up, Batusai? Nice to
Well,
see
Batusan.
you. Simmerg and Muna. 15 to 17 players is also great. I'm assuming for a tumult. So super, super happy on that. Three Stew and Simmerg sounds very interesting in Muna. Gus recently made me make a Simmerg deck, so I picked up a unique. It's a pretty decent unique, but Muna it didn't work too well for me. But maybe this Tuesday I'll make something else weird, and we'll see how it goes.
The problem is you didn't buy more Sigmar Genie. You gotta get a whole set. You
I
only
gotta
bought
get
one,
three.
and then I rolled my eyes. So I didn't make you do anything. But anyways, back to the game in hand here. Time is almost being called, but I don't think Kaiser does not. I don't think Kaiser has the game license withdrawal. Was just played knocking out the Orchid Dog Clerk. Kaiser did just call GG in the game here. I with the last thing in hand, the last Orchid Dog was just played here, and I believe that is game there.
Yep.
So Trickster has won and advances to top 32.
Yep.
Good
Oh,
game,
and the
Kaiser
Sandman at the
Sandman.
end.
We did
Oh
mention my
boy.
Sandman a couple times, and
Yep.
there it is.
Yep. Yep.
Not securing for double advancement, justice for style points there. Good
Stunt,
game, Kaiser. Good game, Trickster.
stunting on him. All right. Congrats to Trickster joining all of the marbles as I believe our only two Americans in the tournament.
Yep.
Um, they
I
are
mean,
both advancing to the
proud.
next round. Yeah, salutes off to our fellow
Guns
countrymen.
blazing. Fireworks going off.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah, Simmerg is a very beautiful card. one thing that I say a lot on the podcast and on casts from time to time is if you are looking for uniques that are not super expensive, always look at cards that are not played very much in like rare or common, Simurgh being one of those. You can find some pretty cool stuff. I have some really cool Eros uniques. I have some cool Simurgh now. There's some very interesting cards you can find out there, especially for the ones that start really high mana. I think I talked about this yesterday, or maybe I talked about it at locals. The hunger, however, never goes below 8 mana, which is very interesting and a very good thing to know. The only way you can be hungered for 8 mana is with Mana Flare. What was one of the other things I learned the other day? Oh, Man in the Maze never has from anywhere. It's always from hand, which is womp womp sad, but cool. Just a
Yeah.
little info for you there. Trickster moves on, and we are soon here going to start rotating our cast. I'll be moving to the director chair. We're gonna have Geo and Runefolk come in for the top 16. And then we have some other casters coming throughout the day. Gus will be back a little later unless he disappears on us
I will.
to go. Did you forget that you have later too?
Of course I didn't. Let me double confirm or deny what you said.
I
That is
put
real or
together
not.
the schedule. Of course I know.
I do have because I thought I was gonna swap with somebody else.
You were potentially gonna stay on longer now, but since
No, 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 no. I'm talking about for the top four.
oh, okay, okay.
Wasn't it gonna
Nope.
be for I don't want to spoil anything, but I thought it was gonna be was the other guy. If they don't
Oh,
oh
there's a possibility if Freeloader wants to, can jump in.
right now
Um,
they're playing, they did advance to top 16, so
yep. But if Gus decides to abandon us to go play Phasmophobia or something, Blue and I are both ready to rotate in. So no worries. We do have a little bit of a buffer time here. Maybe they might start
yeah.
jumping into the next games. But what do you want to say about that game before we rotate off, Gus?
It was I would say it was a very good display of Siggy versus Kojo power right there. It was unfortunate that game 3 was more of a dominating for Trickster. Not unfortunate in terms like, oh, Trickster sucks or anything like that, or this sucks. But I'm saying unfortunate that the game did not go well for Kaiser. They didn't have the landmarks set up. The removal of license withdrawal is very powerful. It's it was a good game overall.
Well said. Well said. I think for now, um, we'll actually just jump to a quick be right back since we're switching both seats. And then we will be joined here by the Damnic dynamic duo of Geo and Runefolk. So give me a minute to get them into their seats, switch over to director, and we will be right back after a word from not any sponsors. But if you
Monster Ultra.
subscribe and we hit 1,000 subscribers, maybe
Yeah,
there will be some next time.
yeah,
So,
maybe. See.
all right, thank you, Gus, and we will be right back.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Wait, shoot, we're on air. Great.
Wait, are we?
Welcome to the A.W.O.L, guys, and welcome to the tournament for qualifier finales. And I'm here accompanied by this gorgeous human being who is Monsieur.
Runefolk, hello. Straight from the top cut here to the cast. I let my opponent run it down. Not quite the mid lane, but with the tumult. Played Nunu. Wanted to find Willump with Nunu. So yeah, I just let Clay find his companion and let him run it down.
Oh, great. Yeah, you're being noble like that. Awesome, man. No, I'm just kidding, of course. And next game, do we have updates on who we're seeing, basically?
Oh, I'm not too sure yet. So for me, I always love watching German players since there are quite a few this time around. And I checked before, and I think there are as many German players as Italian players, and I think usually the Italian player base is a bit bigger. So I'm super proud to see 5 Germans, I think, in Top Cut here. So
brava. Moving up.
I think Psycho is still in. So I would watch anyone that's a Psycho, Kim Crazy, or I think Schnuffles. They could still all be in. I'm not sure.
All those high number of players, dang man. And who's your favorite out of them? Who do you enjoy watching, and what deck do you think that
it has to be Psycho. Of those people, it has to be Psycho since I do watch Psycho games quite often on Wednesdays. There's a different tournament, and we do have a little crew between me, Freeloader, and Psycho, and also some others that are watching the streams. But yeah,
high rollers over here. Look at that. Hopefully that some of that talent rubs through the freaking screen, and I can get up to 300 again. Oh.
yeah.
But yeah. What have you been surprised of so far in this tournament? Don't mind me asking.
Surprised about? Probably there's Muna in the top cut. That's maybe the most surprising thing. But I saw the uniques that Karapika was playing, and they are in fact quite nice.
I've made too much fun of Muna. Like those hippies are coming up strong now. Yeah, I got festival by Moon in the tournament qualifier. That felt really demasculating. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun, and for me, definitely it has to be the Aphanis effect. Yeah, how that thing just plummeted after the whole nerfing of him.
I'm super surprised. So I think I'm confirmed the faction champion for Ysmir, and I got super lucky since there are 2 other Ysmir players that are 7 and 2 and just didn't make top cut, and one of them is Lindaway that was on the resupply small step list, and one of them is Aphanas. It was Haven from Altered Aces and had like these crazy 1/1 cost spindles still, and got top cut, but I think missed out by 2-3 spots maybe. And that's unfortunate, but lucky for me, of course.
Yeah, of course. Well, it looks like it looks like it's favorite faction for you, if you don't mind me asking, of course.
Favorite faction? Oh,
just as we time.
I don't really have. I don't really have a favorite faction. It's not Muna, as Ako was chanting in the background. I usually focus more on heroes. For example, I do like Varu and Ordus, but I don't like Ordus in general because it's more dominated by Sigismar. And probably in general, maybe just Bravos because I do like Basira a lot and Kojo's fine. So yeah.
Yeah, Basira's my favorite by far. The big bicep mommy is the best.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh yeah. What graphs do we do? So I'll show you. We can look at graphs. What graphs do we have?
Yeah. Please show us.
Okay, so with a hero breakdown, I'm not quite seeing it yet. It's a bit delayed for me, but okay, yeah. Now I can see.
Here. Yeah.
What's the deck overview?
Just a little bit of technical difficulties from the truck, ladies and gentlemen. Be right back. There we go.
Oh, a beautiful graph here. And we do have a bunch of... So the most represented hero is Basira and Sigismar. That's interesting. Both on 7 heroes.
Yes.
1 Venka, yeah. And of course, 1 Akasha there. One Ysmir player snuck in into the top card. I wonder who that was.
Ooh, Wonder Who.
But I'm
What
kind
are
of
we getting over
surprised.
here?
It's how surprising is it to see most represented faction to be Bravos? I mean, all of their factions, all of their heroes are quite strong.
I'm very happy. Like the only one that was on catch up was Astadi, and this next boosters just really helped him out. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
And I think there recently was the faction tournament that was where every faction had 3. So factions played against each other. They had to play best of 3s, and each hero had to win. And I think that was won by Bravos in the finals again.
Of course, you know, people with good taste going, you know, places where they're supposed to go, man.
I think they were up against Axiom in the finals and just clapped them 3-0. So yeah, Bravos just too strong.
Strong faction. And still, even with comparing it to what Afanis had, right? Like Basira only gets that one time to get that one boost, so it has to be very well spent. I always put him like the Nerf Sigmar of Bravos, because you have that one, but you can put it wherever. It's for sure. You just have to activate it and put it wherever. It's a little bit more trickier, but yeah, it can happen. And it's not another body. That's how I see it, but it's still points on the board. Yeah.
Yeah, but Sega's hero ability probably still just the strongest in the game. Just getting that body consistently is quite strong.
Don't give people idea. If you're new here, kids, no, stay away. If somebody offers you a Sigmar deck, just
This era's strongest hero. You get that boost every day, and you can decide where it goes. So yeah.
But and compare that to what Afanis had. That huge, like that's like the Basira on steroids. Imagine every time you boost something.
Absolutely.
So I think the only nerf that could actually happen is like every second boost you can actually activate it. That would be kind of wanting it to bring up, but no. Instead, I think it was smarter for them to bring Afanis down.
Yeah, but buffing things is a nice consideration, but I think the game designers are not quite up for that yet. But it's I like the idea of buffing cards, but I don't think that we'll see that anytime soon.
No, not yet. Oh, just give us the freaking steroids, man.
Oh,
give it to us.
And looking at the faction breakdown once again, I'm really surprised to see 4 fans making it to top cut. I think I haven't actually checked recent results too much, but for me, Fen was always a deck that I considered quite strong, but didn't really get the representation. And now
we are on the same boat. We are on the same boat. I don't know how is it that if so fluent in a Fen deck, and especially with all the support abilities that it has, you're getting 2 cards when I'm getting 1. That is, even if you don't know, like at this point, this is me saying it, like if you're that high level of a player, you know what cards are coming up. You know what you discarded in mana. You know what's going away. It flows so well, but it just comes to show that the nerf from an Afanis and the picking up of other champions and heroes with their cards, just like the recent one was with Asadi, has helped level the game out a lot. Yeah, where Fen isn't that dangerous as it was when Trial by Frost came out. That's how I see it.
Oh, and the graph just now changed for us, and we see a graph about the kind of the play distribution where they're from, and of course, most represented is France with 14 players, but then Germany and Italy both with 5 players each, and that is super cool to see for me.
Awesome. We got Brazil up in there.
Yeah.
Who's representing from Brazil? I don't remember.
I don't know the name. I have heard.
Can we get that from the truck? Can we get that info from the truck? Thank you. Acting all pro.
I know that it was 31st player, but I'm not sure. I don't remember the name.
Well, we got all the marbles in Trickster in USA. We know that.
Oh, I haven't checked on all of the marbles games. Oh, maybe I've heard that they went 2-0. I'm not sure. I need to check that.
Hopefully, look better.
Okay. So we are now gonna watch the Psycho. I think 244 it is, and that is super exciting to me. So
nice.
Oh, I don't even think I have Psycho on my friend list, so that he might needs to be added. Okay.
Okay.
And yeah, so I'm not sure who Psycho's up against, but just alone seeing Psycho is a
Just
fantastic feeling.
let's just pray for the soul that's going
Yeah,
up against Psycho.
Just the NUC squad. I love to see them.
Yeah. So, and what is Psycho playing again?
He's
Playing,
on Messless Kojo. So Psycho for a lot of people, of course, known to be the mess hater. And yeah, whenever mess is mentioned anywhere, you can expect Psycho to be there. So yeah, he's just you can rage bait Psycho so well by just saying mess. It's fantastic.
Mess. Okay.
Yeah.
Just nice little detail if I ever face him, which probably will never
Absolutely.
happen. A tidbit there of lore.
I now need to
Now,
find.
do you, local wise, have you been showing up to locals? And how many locals are showing up at your place over there? A bunch, huh?
So I'm not really playing a lot of locals. There are some stores near me, but they don't really have a lot of players anymore. So there's one bigger store that is like hour and a half drive from me. That is when it has bigger events, there are like 10. There were times where we had 25 players there, but that number sadly dropped as well. So yeah, I'm also not attending too many at the moment.
No, it's just me and another guy where I'm at. So hopefully the game picks up some steam again. Yeah. That's my interaction. That's why I thank BGA. Yep.
And I do think the table has already been created for the game we are about to spectate.
Yes, it
but
has.
the go hasn't been given yet, so we still have to wait. But the table is at least already up, so we can hop in there as soon as we get the go from Simon, I believe.
So Alphonse and a Giachamin. Nice.
So Psycho, now I also know the opponent of Psycho, that is at Ensor, and that is a Fen player, and has also some good cards.
Oh, look at this question. Locar is asking, what are your thoughts about the player in Top Cut, both on Spanish Qualifier and BGA Qualifier simultaneously with the same deck? Wow. If he takes it, well, I guess he has 2 spots. I mean, he's playing twice. Like, why not? Why not let him take it? Dude, he's winning it. If they let him participate, are you going to, like, just give it to the, like, other person underneath? Like, if it's top. No, right? He gets, right? How would that work? That's an interesting question. Yeah, how would that work? With same deck too? Yeah.
Yeah, how does that work? And the table has now started, I think. So
oh,
I'll go ahead and join that one. And
good luck. Good luck to both of you guys, but we are rooting for Psycho. I'm being biased right now. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I write in Discord, he says. All right, cool.
I got a private question about the poster in my background that says "Wir wollen überleben," and it's for anyone else, of course, interesting. It means we want to survive, and it's from a German activist group.
Oh, we want to survive. Oh, that's intriguing. Yeah. And
the
game is
we
at on the game? Yeah.
We do have that Fen against Kojo. And of course, no bias here for Psycho playing on Kojo.
Yep, unfortunately doesn't get that day one, advantage. But, the advantage of going seconds was never that bad.
I heard you are a big Bravos player. How do you feel against
I am Bravos, brother. Anybody asks you about I am what Bravos what it is. But I definitely like Kojo a lot more when I feel just want to play. Yeah, I'll play Kojo, but definitely if I feel like I want to be serious, it's Basira.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. That's what I go for. And Asadi is just too new for me, and I haven't put together something that isn't what everybody else is playing with Asadi. So yeah, I let the people that actually know how to make that deck flow, let it flow. I'll be Basira.
Nice,
And
nice.
we finally got the discard of mana.
Yeah.
Yep.
So hopefully game will start soon, and probably the game plan for these players each is, for Fen it is just start cycling magical training, and
Oh, you called it. Yeah.
Kojo wants to get rid of card advantage for Fen. I think that's probably how Psycho wants to play this. And now a day one sabotage into this magical training would be fantastic.
Yep. Get it away.
But you don't always get that. And of course, taking your time, thinking about your plays, not rushing into anything. That's probably also a smart call. I absolutely did not do that today. I let my opponent rush.
You just rushed in? Yeah. I did that in my in the tournament as well. Like, yeah, just didn't think about it. And you called it Le Sabotage.
But that's
Alright,
unfortunately
Mr.
not. Unfortunately, that is weak into the Incaster, since that is just sabotage when leaving the expedition. And yeah.
Yes.
Actually, now who
Oh
goes
no.
first? Who gets to decide first? I think the active player, and that should be...
Yeah, the Ouroboros Inxer should activate, right?
Yeah, the Incaster should activate first, since
Yeah.
the Fen is the active player when passing the day. And that should allow them to activate first, if I'm correct on that. Oh, so I've learned, I think, from Rinku recently. I myself always thought the player going first gets to decide these things, but I think it's actually the active player.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and we do see
it would have
that
made sense a player that went first, you know, if they're the same,
Yeah.
that one activates first.
And therefore we do see that return of the magical training. Unfortunately for Psycho, but yeah, that's the interaction.
It's got
and yeah,
special ability to get a boost off of that.
Watch Wolf or Rinku in chat is confirming it should be active player, and yeah. Oh, finds even more cycling here for it, and so that is a fantastic start for them. But of course, Bravos can still now with Buddha get hopefully some advantage.
Yeah, now is the time, right, before they start ramping up on resources to
Yeah.
at least get one push of double. Yeah, because it'll be much more difficult down the line when Fen's got just resources to spare.
I actually haven't checked the lists myself yet of the players, so I
does Psycho not use the mess?
No, there should not be any mess in the deck, and he flames other coaches that do play mess.
Or
so yeah,
or in the game. So Psycho thinks so. Like, there should exist no mess. Get it out. It just made the Kojo decks a mess.
Also, mess in this matchup probably wouldn't even be the best card anyway, since there's a Requiem available to Fen. So you are kind of inclined to not play permanent, since they are just 2 mana removal for the Fen. So you don't really get a big advantage out of it.
Through that, and now comes the aloe vera for the extra resupply next turn.
Yeah.
For a 1-for-1, just tied up, but more resources on the Fen side.
Unfortunately, that Aloe is on the best expedition it could be on. It's just both players stuck on water now, and that Aloe being anchored there, looking super, super strong.
Doing what it's supposed to do, right? Yeah. Given the, like I said, most important stat there.
Yeah.
Let's see if Psycho can keep up.
I'm not sure what's... I'm really not sure how Kojo into Fen go, especially these Kojo lists. I haven't played that hero in so long. And also, Joyride from coming out here from Edenso, I haven't seen that card as well in... Oh, I think I haven't seen that card at all in Fen so far. So super interesting to see this here.
Magical training played. See what Psycho comes up with.
Yeah, I can also check Psycho's list real quick. There are any spicy cards in there that I usually don't expect.
What a messy situation. Says Agent Potato.
Yeah.
Oh, and
good one.
People's favorite card, the Bravos Pathfinder.
The sweet thing about Psycho's list is all his uniques are bouncers that do sabotage when leaving the expedition. So I think they are
Okay.
specifically meant against traced, so you can just
Yeah, it'll work up against it then.
prolong the
Works.
hero activation for traced. But into Fen, especially with this incast interaction, it's feeling quite a bit worse.
It gets annoying. But
Yeah.
in comes the snowman.
Yeah.
Yep, just keeping it
Big
keeping it
stats.
simple. Low cost, big stats. Seeing if they can take it, and they're blocked.
Yeah.
Unless there's a
But
fire
still
rabbit or a
wanna
tiny Jin.
Yeah, also Isenboshi here, but that is very expensive for Cycle already.
And gonna have to get rid of 2 from reserve. There it is.
Yeah, good call. There's the tiny Jin. And I
Oh,
do really love that snowman. It is such a nice card.
it's such a good, yeah.
Just basically being a better tracer. It has 1 stat less, but it's not fleeting.
It's a great card.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got a deck revolved around uniques. Yeah, I like it so much. And it's also in a Kojo deck.
Nice. But this turn finally gets rampant some sort of advantage here for
What do
Cycle
you get rid of?
in the upcoming turn. Oh,
Ooh,
doesn't
the
even
tiny.
keep the tiny Jin.
Yes, I would have
That
thought so,
is
but who knows what he has in hand? I would have gotten
Yeah.
rid of the Bravos Tracer, but I do not have 452 of ELL, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Psycho knows what he's doing.
I would imagine this is still a very uncomfortable spot for Kojo. You don't have a mana advantage, you don't have permanence, and you are just down on cards. It's looking rough already, but maybe Psycho can prove me wrong once again and show that he's just a very good Kojo player, if not one of the best, of course. And yeah.
He's up there, right? He's in top 100 of Kojo players. Look at that. Of all of us in the world, he's up there. But let's see. Well, there we go. Now things can start changing.
Finally, a Requiem target for Ed Answer.
Exactly.
But doesn't go for it yet,
gone.
so maybe doesn't have it. And now the Haven does get a lot of value.
What do you play next?
It's so tough to make calls into the Sven list. For me, it always feels like when you know you're playing against a deck that just slow plays a lot, you just want to put out stats so your opponent just can't easily 1-0 you. You want to threaten both expeditions so your opponent can decide which one to take. But that also feels very bad to play sometimes, because your opponent might just have enough to double advance you then if you don't put out all of your stats. But if you put out all of your stats, you just end up getting a 1-for-1 anyway, and that feels losing as well.
Yeah, because all those resources just get used up.
Yeah.
There we go. Bravos Tracer doing her thing, just putting heavy stats up there. Let's see what Ed brings in. I don't know how to pronounce that. Ed Nurse or yeah, no.
So I believe Ed Answer, that's how I pronounce it myself, is also a player that has been playing for quite a while. And I do remember back in season 1 that I played a lot of, I think at that point it was Fen against Nevenka mirror matches, and I was on Fen. And he had one very, very good unique, and I think he still has that one. It is an Anansi that just discards target character or permanent without any condition. And that is a super, super sweet card.
Yeah. Just be gone with you. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is a 5 cost, but it is super, super sweet.
I mean,
just no condition, discard anything.
Yeah, get out of here.
Yeah.
Okay, stats. Is it like a 3-0-2? Is it?
Let me check. I think usually they are quite weak. It's a 5-2, so it has one big forest spiking stat, but the other ones aren't the best. Yeah,
that's not
it's
bad
okay.
for what. Yeah, it's better than a kaboom or something like that. Yeah, you have to sacrifice something.
Yeah.
The other one, yeah, the 3 cost, but you still have to sacrifice something.
And also, it being a female, it returns a card, so two great effects on the body. You love to see it. And now, once again, Aloy coming down and sticks around for the next turn. Yeah.
Whoop. Good call. Not having to get rid of any of the resources except one. Being able to replay that one card.
Yeah, and especially just
That
getting
is
the
on
magical
point.
loop online on day one, and even being so comfortable to not even keep your magical cycling with the resupplied sleight of hand on day two. This fan has to feel so comfortable.
I mean, I would.
Yeah.
Dang it, I don't even play that faction. I would. Having that in hand.
7 cards
It's the
to
options.
2 cards in hand. And
make that. Look at that. Look at, oh, that's just disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh, dang it.
8 cards
Well, there's
more
always,
available in total for the fan over the Kojo. Yeah, it is.
oh, great. And gets
It
to
is
play
looking
something for
rough.
free.
Gets even more cards. Doesn't have enough already.
You got this, Psycho. Woo.
Yeah, we believe in you, Psycho. You got this. There's just hunger
Crazy
everything
things
also
with
from
that.
the hand away.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
fine. Just play Loki and hunger on the same card. It's fine. Maybe at
It'll
Enzo
work.
just Loki's himself. That works as well. Maybe playing nice.
One after the other. Just,
Yeah.
oof. Why not play what he has in reserve for the big numbers? I guess he'd be giving it up for. Well, there it is. Even staring guard.
Yeah,
Hitting it where
that's
it matters.
decent.
Oh, there it is.
And there it is. The discard. Picks up a magical training and says goodbye to the Sarenga.
No
Not
draw
even
of a
gets the
card.
draw.
Still got two to play around with.
Yeah.
So 1 for 1. Or do
1
you
for
try
1 is
to?
possible.
I don't think you want to try and combat that other side, right? Ooh,
Yeah.
okay.
That other side is lost, but Hero looks takeable for Kojo.
Insane. The amount of resources that Edznor has. And another unique. This dude, roll a die on a 4+, draw a card on a 3 on 1 to 3 resupply. From hand, put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, up to 1 target character gains a sleep. You may have it gain 2 boosts. Ain't that smart?
Yeah, but that actually gets the sleep onto the Flamel and gets an anchor ability into the reserve to anchor the Aloy, but actually with that gives over a block to the Kojo that would therefore
Yeah,
get
get
an
double advance.
expedition lead. But I think that doesn't even really help out the situation for the Kojo.
No, I think it just blocks, right? Yeah.
It blocks, but
Yeah.
the fan is really fine just going down 1 expedition, being up
Yep.
so many cards. It's
exactly.
It feels impossible to play.
I don't think next turn, even if some player does a double advance, there's going to be very little to no resources for Kojo, and they won't have the boot on in the turn after this next turn.
Yeah, there might be one out for Psycho that is just getting 2 hungers in a row. Just discard everything, say, well, hopefully you don't have a Twinkle Twinkle in hand, so we can trade expeditions. And even this play here just leaves open Martingale discards to play another Martingale from hand. So,
Nice.
But no, gets the 1-0 lead here. But yeah, it's hunger, or you're so starved on resources that I feel like you just lose.
Look at that, they're going to get a lot more. What's the first game, right? They're testing the waters.
You don't quite need to look out for the Bravos Loki. You just need to look out for the Fen Loki, because it is definitely in the deck and has I think 2 arrows to resupply and the usual Loki effect. So Psycho doesn't play hunger, does he? I do believe he's not. That would be an out here.
He doesn't play. Okay, that's unfortunate. Ooh, I bet you wish you had those vest resupplies right now. And
yeah,
yeah, right.
Would imagine so.
What a way to just out resources your opponent.
Yeah. There's the Requiem
Oh,
finally,
great.
but I think that's not even necessary. Gets a header as well to re-anchor the Yalo for no reason, and yeah. Well, there's of course a reason, but it just feels like insult to injury at this point.
Exactly. I think we're watching just the train wreck if there's not a, like a something that'll wipe out everything down there. But we got something that'll at least cripple a little bit.
So,
but anything that gets exhausted, I think they have that. What's that card? The 1/1 cost card. We'll just switch it out.
The sleight of hand. Yeah.
Yes, the sleight of hand.
Yeah, that's especially good onto a Requiem since you always want to cycle Requiems. Yeah, I don't really see any way this is. So I do see maybe one more 1-for-1 trade, but as soon as the fan is pressured to threaten the Kojo as well, I think they have all the resources. We haven't seen any Twinkle Twinkles yet. And yes, also a Sleep Unique in the reserve that could be returned by Slider fans. So yeah. And should have the resources for an upcoming day.
I think they would have had to take both sides. Only need 4. They have 5 mana. But, they know what they have in hand. They just decided to overkill the other side that they have.
Yeah.
Yep. Just making sure that they win next round. Ooh. Heavy numbers right there.
Header is
Fire Rabbit. Fire Rabbit could have done it. Or
yeah.
Ooh. Tips are touching. Oh no. And I guess they don't mind getting rid of resources.
Yeah. The sabotage feels like it doesn't matter. There are 5 cards on reserve. You just take one option away from your opponent that they don't have available, but they still need to discard one. So, yeah.
Well, you need to get rid of the Lyra Contortionist, right? Because that way they need to get rid of something else. If it stays, they have to get rid of.
Yeah.
Yeah,
True.
3.
True. Yeah.
What?
But
okay.
Requiem...
I am not at 300 of that score, so ignore what I said. They know what they're doing.
I'm actually surprised about the Trickster being discarded here. That means there's probably no looping possible here for Adensor. Since that card
right?
probably lock up
would
the
draw
game.
a card, yeah.
Yeah.
Give you everything, yep. But just, I guess, believing that the resources that they have right now is more than enough.
Yeah,
also knowing that they like a no Buddha in play.
Yeah, also if there's a Twinkle Twinkle, I think that's just not beatable.
It's difficult.
Yeah.
Impossible, Psycho, but difficult. And at 7, look at that. That's just
Fan is doing magical things once again.
Oh, of course they are. Look at all those resources.
It's super cool to see a magical fan work, but very unfortunate. It feels very
unfortunate
painful to play
up against
sometimes.
who? Yeah. And
there's the pass, yeah.
There's the pass. GG's up in the air. And thank you for that.
Now reset mental, go into the next game and hopefully get a real sabotage for magic training on day 1. Or just pray your opponent it all. So.
All right. So that's the first one for Edsnor. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. And I guess for the next one, they send us the link, or do we just stay in there?
I'm also not quite sure who's going first then. And they might need to restart games until the specific players first. So that might take some attempts. I and my game 2 got it on the second attempt that I chose that I'm going first, and on the second game, the first time, my opponent was first, so we had to redo the lobby once again, and yeah.
Okay.
But it's still cool that you have can decide who's going first and who's not. Even though it's
very
a bit
nice.
difficult on BGA, but it's still possible.
Very nice. BGA is doing what they can. Like,
Gus
yeah.
now wants to know what happened to me. Well, so my opponent played Nunu, and Rulamp was somewhere lost in the tumult, and speed ran to Rulamp, and I had unfortunately no chance to stop him with easy talks. There were some weird teamwork trainings in play that just destroyed my easy talks, and unfortunately, Nunu found Rulamp.
Looks like it.
I can also say I just let them run it down, so it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, go with that. That's and still no sign of life from the game coming up. What are you expecting more for Skybound Odyssey, Rune? Talk to me. What are you excited for?
I am very excited about Moyo. That is a cool looking hero that doesn't seem to support hostage style ESM decks at all. And there's also one spell that got revealed, I think today, that is Sakuraru's Fury. That is a pseudo easy talk on a 2/2 body when you're playing Moyo. And I absolutely love that card already. It is looking fantastic, and I'm looking forward to play more hostage.
That got released today? Oh. Yes. Where at? I'm not seeing it on the main page.
It's a 5-mana fleeting card that just puts the target expedition down one behind one. So it's the Sakuraru effect on a spell, and
with no stats.
Yeah, with no stats. But when you're playing Moyo, you get a 2/2 whenever you play a 4-cost spell or higher. So it is a super sweet card that I already.
Yeah, it broke Sakura. Yeah, broke Sakura down like that to where you get at least for 5, you're going to get with that hero 2 stats on there, the 2/2 instead of the 4/4/4. And then you can just put more Sakurabas in there and just have fun with it. Yeah, and everybody stay back. You will not reach each other.
Yes.
Yeah.
You won't.
That we're going to see so long games versus Asadi's, man. Oh, I can see it now. But for me, it's definitely the Leviathan thing. Yeah.
Oh,
for the Lyra faction. Finally, I want Gigantic in the Lyra faction, and I really think with that 0 in there, it makes a Quat or a Coot or what is her name? The Lyra faction champion. I forget. It's Navenka and Ben and the other one.
Aurak.
Aurak. I always pronounce it Coot or something else. I make it up because I can't spell. But Aurak, yeah. I really like the whole gimmick of Aurak, like the whole 0 and you get to spend. But right now, there's just no cards that I feel that makes it strong. As we've seen, the numbers for Aurak in tournaments have been very low. So, yeah, if people that are smarter than me can't make that thing work, like, no, I'm not going to break my brain cells on it. Yeah, I only have 2 of them. Rubbing them together that hard is really going to make me like slower at my job. Shoot. But and this really makes it feel like it's going to be easier. This card that comes in. Yeah, it's there's a name for it right now. I'm really excited for that one.
I also don't know the name, but I know what card you're referencing. And actually, Lyra already had a gigantic character, but it was a whale, an 8 cost, and I really like that card. And it's sadly not the most playable, but I really like the card.
We're getting Carrara, yeah, that was a good one. But we're getting an update from the band.
Okay. Yeah.
Am I lagging out?
There currently. Yeah.
Oh,
there currently seems to be an issue with game 2 being set up. There currently seems to be an issue with game 2, and for me the game is loading. I'm not sure if they have problems with making the correct player first player. So we should get it up soon, hopefully. So Gio's back and uses the headphones the intended way. And now I'm talking to myself, I feel like. Perfect. And we are still waiting for... Oh, now the game has an unexpected error and it's on for me. Cole can maybe let me know if there's still issues or... Okay. No issues. So players have set up correctly, it seems. So we should see the game shortly. And yeah, switching over scenes now.
My back?
And yeah. Sort of, yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, yeah.
Now, is the game on? No, right? We're still on.
No, game has loaded. So, and we once again see day one Haven Bouncer by Psycho that sabotages when leaving the expedition. And this time has Duda to go alongside it, so hopefully gets a lead into an Incaster play. And of course hopes that the opponent this time doesn't find
it's not
magic
loading on my end.
into... Oh.
Sorry. Yeah, it keeps telling me to view the game replay of last game. I'm not sure if I clicked the right one.
Oh, and this time has the Incaster again, and that can sneak through to get a single advance here for White Ensor side, and with that Martingale even gets a 1-1. Pretty
I'm gonna
sweet.
figure this out. Be right back.
Yeah, sure. Oh, how does the interaction now work if the bouncer sabotages the Incaster? Does that still go through? But actually, no. Fen gets to decide first because they were active pair once again. Yeah. So Incaster says goodbye, will be sabotaged by the bouncer. And yeah. And fortunately, this time around, the Fen did not find a magical training that they could loop off the start of the game. And we of course are not biased once again and hope that Fen will not find the magical training, since that is one of the biggest win conditions probably for this deck. But of course has tools with Aloy and Nancy's to just get through the game anyway. But of course really wants to play with magical trainings. Yeah, okay. So we do see the Joyride here once again, and it seems like GWAS still has connection issues, so I will try to do the cast here myself as best as possible. Doing solo casts is always a bit challenging for me, since I do not know what to talk about the entire time, but it's fine. And we do see that Haven Bouncer once again wants to sabotage anything coming out from Fen's side. And just these when leading sabotages are so nice. Of course, Incasters might be one of the harder things for this deck. But yeah, just...
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Thank you.
Getting that sabotage.
Finally, back up. Thank you for carrying it.
Nice.
You're the best, Rune.
Yeah.
And we're seeing another tie and in resources as well, starting off, fairly even. Yeah.
And
so,
this
I
time...
do blimp out from time to time. Yeah, sorry about that, people.
It's fine.
The tornadoes in my area.
Oh.
But yeah, this time with a very little, just those two more, maybe being able to do that double advance this time, which is desperately needed now that the resources are even.
Yeah, and I feel like this turn, Ensor needs Incaster again to get a 1-for-1. It's actually Magping or something like that does it as well. Doesn't have
just
anything.
The pass.
So big 2-0 here for the Kojo side, and now it's looking good for them.
Very much needed.
Fen on only 2 cards, and being down 2 expeditions, that's not the spot you want to be on. And Buddha coming up again gets to exhaust the card on reserve immediately, so Fen only has 3 cards from hand available to them and might need to overload the reserve, but
maybe didn't want to lose something from hand. Maybe that's why.
Yeah,
They wanted to make
maybe.
sure that they can play the card twice or something, or actually benefit from an effect. That's what I'm
Yeah,
guessing, right?
maybe. Maybe just
And we
wants
get
to protect the magic trainings, but also if there's any 2 costs to 2, you still get a 1/1, and I think that's just worth it to get Sabotage, but probably just didn't have that.
well, yeah, you're right. Lightly. See what
But Hado's saying
little
Joyride
Psycho.
feels good to play in Fen. Okay, maybe we need more people to test that card out, but I myself haven't seen that a whole lot recently so far. But yeah, that card, it worked out great in Afana, so why not in Fen?
Why not, right?
Yeah.
That's a 2/2/2 coming out with the Buddha, and coming out in reserve, they got the Hathor.
A
Hathor, I
big
mean,
scary cat.
good stats
And
for. If it was from hand, but gets the ability to return something.
how important is naming decks to you?
Naming decks?
Yeah. I know
Uh,
that Freeloader, one of my teammates, really likes having funny deck names, and I do remember one of his Kojo deck names is Cats and Dogs, because Buddha, of course, being a cheetah, is a type of cat, and dogs because I'm not sure, is it abbreviation, but you can DOG is short for dog, for Duel of Grit, and that's of course dog. So yeah,
okay. Oh, look at that.
it's cats and dogs.
Nice play on words. But no, I rarely do because I don't have that many decks. I just have, well, I just named the Vizira deck, this deck, this deck. Yeah, and
This
then
year on
when
this
I
year
mix
too,
them
but
up, just the
nice.
the Visira weak deck. I call it, yeah, 'cause I rarely, or the fun
Nice.
one, yeah, because the fun ones are the one I'd lose with.
Nice,
And
yeah.
in comes that unique
Ooh,
Ouroboros Trickster, rolling the highest, you draw on the card.
gets a
And are they
draw.
going to put something from hand to put something to sleep?
That's a
I
good
don't doubt
question,
it.
but that would be yeah, seems to be doing it.
Oh,
Gets an alloy
it
into
happened.
reserve and sleeps itself. Just
Mm-hmm.
that's
Now,
actually a play. Just says, well, I'm setting up for the next turn. I have that alloy to take 1/1, and you can't really do anything.
just
So yeah,
secure a side.
yeah, very
Actually,
respectable play from
if
Qualifier.
Psycho doesn't want to waste resources, that Oliveira is going to go in there and just
Yeah,
take one side. So if he wants to save resources, Psycho could just pass right here.
absolutely. Or maybe just get a Haven in play. That would
Yeah,
probably
exactly.
just be the best for setting up, and you don't waste that 2 mana. But if they
Or a
don't have
mess,
anything,
right? No, I'm just kidding, of course.
yeah, sure. Mess would also work great here. Maybe also a dog, a Duel of Grit. Get rid of that.
Oh, that one's fun too.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's
Now it
also
has
just
to
setting
go.
up a card draw for the next turn.
It has to go to the other side. Yep.
Yeah. But that
Good. Oh,
also just
that's a
having
really
to
long
play.
time. What? Go check yourself, Cole. Continue.
Also just having to play an alloy without being able to anchor it for at answer can't feel too
Yeah,
great.
that kind of stings. That kind of
So
stings. I was going to say that, but you
Kojo
needed to take a side,
seems
right?
to be doing it. Yeah. Kojo
Looks like they
seems
could
to
have
be
thrown
doing
the
it.
Hawthorne
It's
there.
looking great for Psycho so far, but these resupplies, these last two, they kind of looked good for fun.
There's some
Gets an additional
decent
Anansi here
stats
now.
right
That's a
there.
4/4. And the Sarenga isn't looking great.
Being able to anchor something. Anchor that 4/4/4. Why not? Why don't ya? Yeah. Bring it.
And how do you play here from Psycho's side? Probably need
Well, you're going to throw
like
the Haven, right? That's what
yeah,
I would.
Haven
Well,
actually
oh, no,
works
no,
quite
no.
well.
Sorry, but it wouldn't advance on any side. So you're not pushing. You're basically throwing for a block.
But
But
still
still, you
gets
need those two Oceanique on the bottom. Yeah. on the hero side, so no.
Oh, gets another bouncer in play.
Looking for the pass on that side, huh?
Maybe wants to get a single advance here with maybe the likes of a what's it?
This man.
Pathfinder.
Some interesting news. Thanks you for sharing. And yeah, it goes in with a Sandman. And now comes the tie.
Actually, with a duel of grid, still just a 1-0 for Fen.
What do you do here? Do you play the Haven Saren card just to get the card?
At this point, I'd probably think so. If you don't have anything else, because that card is stuck for the next turn as well, and isn't even blocking, so you probably just want a better card than the Serengar.
Yeah, you're right. Not blocking, not doing anything spectacular next turn. Gonna be in the exact same situation.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Probably next turn, companion side should be quite locked up for the Kojo, since that's that turn starting with 5 stats in the needed terrain. So yeah, that's at least something, but also just overloading one expedition at the start of turn, probably not always what you want to do.
And still the option to anchor something, right?
Yeah.
Instead of getting rid of 3 cards, you just get rid of 2. And please, can you play? This man. Please.
Nope, the mess.
Hurry it up. Right, well, next turn they're gonna get to play 2 of those bad boys up there being boosted. But again, heavy stats and where they don't count.
Yeah.
Ugh, not even for blocking. Dead.
Anchors and Lancy, so actually test the companion side, which I think is probably good for Psycho. Because he's then up on both expeditions, so is up on the companion side, and Enzo has to fight both expeditions. Well, there's the Haven in play.
Yeah, that's gonna be annoying for the Fred. See how he pulls it off.
But also just Trickster plus Hathor, that unique Trickster that still resupplies or draws based on the die roll and then gets to sleep anything with a put a card from hand to reserve condition. Just bouncing that card over and over again also seems so good. It seems like this fan list also with Esmeralda and Sandman is seemingly built a bit more to play cards from hand over from reserve.
Up to the hand.
Some more Bravos enjoyers or Psycho enjoyers here in chat with Gus. We need to cheer more. Psycho needs to take this.
Dog. Man, yes. Look at that. Page at 10s over potatoes. What? Come on, Psycho, I believe in you, says Mr. Gus. Yeah, we all do.
Yeah.
He's a Bravos player. He's got class. Yeah.
He's also a German player, so yeah, that's more important.
There you go. Double. Yeah, that's double class.
Yeah.
So tying him up on that side.
And actually, unfortunately, the round before, Psycho defeated another German player, so we had team battles or country battles going on here.
And here comes the draw the card, more resources.
Always gets the high roll.
Yep.
Why should you ever resupply? And with that draw, you basically get a free card that you can put into your reserve.
Yes.
So extra good if you get the draw. And once again, puts the Aloe there.
Oh, I got somebody knocking on the door. Be right back.
Okay, yeah. Just sleeps that bouncer once again. No sabotage for Cycle. And needs to find a way to beat this Anansi, otherwise the A.W.O.L is taking a 2-0. And that should be quite painful. And yeah, the Snowman does threaten both expeditions, so with the A.W.O.L, Dancer can only go 1-for-1, which is fine which is really okay for both of these players. I'm not quite sure who is actually favored, but that Sandman does change that dynamic a lot. And now Psycho starts next day with 2 slept characters, but Fen gets the double advance and only needs 1 more advance to win the game. And all of these sleeps for these Sandmans are working out here for Dancer. Just puts the characters into an optimal expeditions and gets the advance. And yeah, 2 up now while being 2 expeditions down on day 1 or day 2. So great comeback here from Dancer.
That was an amazing comeback. Oh, I'm totally just flabbergasted because of the comeback and not because I bumped my injured elbow.
Oh.
Ouch. But more resources for Psycho on this turn. That's a rare right now. See how
That's
it comes
the
up
only hope he has.
Yep. And he's got stuff on the board still.
He basically has 2 Buddhas that have when leaving effects. So if there's a Twinkle Twinkle, you're still very sad for Psycho. But if there's not, there's chances.
Pull it off. Nice to see that Snowman down there. It's going to put heavy stuff.
Yeah. Especially with the Haven, that is so many stats.
I apologize for the dogs.
Oh, you have multiple? Nice.
Yeah, I have 3 Belgium Illinois.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, they're fun dogs.
I just have 1 Labrador. She loves to eat.
Oh, they always do, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and now it has to choose an action. What you doing? You play that in Nancy. Put 4/4/4 up there for 2. Do
Seems
that.
reasonable.
Yep.
Seems reasonable. And yeah, just
for 2 taking the advantage. You think he'll respond with his Snowman on that side?
maybe, yeah, but goes with the Pathfinder first. That is a bit better in this so it's the Snowman is basically is as good, but the Snowman is better on the other expeditions. So you really want to
interrupt the forest. Yeah,
you want to be more flexible with the Snowman if possible.
Word. Now, are you playing the aloe vera? Paying the 4? Or what are you paying from hand, Monsieur Ed? Oh, am I really feeling this?
That's a good question. I think there's also still we haven't seen the Loki from Edensor side. That could soon be coming down if they get even lower on cards and then can just reset their own hand. And actually, Loki in low resource games for Fen do seem quite nice since you get that hand reset that you sometimes can really struggle on, and now gets the mana option for the A.W.O.L. So that's that's quite good here for Psycho, I'd say.
Surviving this round?
Yeah. And also still gets a sabotage. Still gets a sabotage from the bouncer.
Oh, okay. No, wants to fight for it. They can spend their resources.
Yeah, makes sense.
Snowman.
Makes sense. That card would have otherwise been sabotaged, so you just force your opponent to
yep, you're right.
As well. But I think that Snowman alone is just getting the double advance back for the Kojo, and then it's Buddha turn.
So there's a possibility for Psycho up here.
Yeah. Can do the re-comeback. First, Dancer came back, did a comeback in the game, and now it's on Psycho.
This is a good matchup. This is why you're here, folks. You're not here to see Rune, this beautiful face. No, you're here to see these pros play like this. Look at that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, dang, this is top tier top tier. This is back and forth. You know, I think I have the game. No, you have the game. I have it. Like, oh, so well. Bravo, bravo, gentlemen.
And of course, I'm still super curious to see who in the end gets to win this one. There are, after this, I believe, 3 rounds left, so still a lot of games to go through for either of these players if they manage to win. But yeah, it's definitely very exciting to see these players play.
It's good matchups. Good matchup. Definitely no scrubs. Just climb through. Oh, we just got some great news for the Bars and Stripes team. All the Marbles games 1-1. He's still in it. So yeah, not been eliminated yet. That's good news so far. Yeah. Thank you for the update, Truck. I'm just gonna keep saying Truck because it sounds more pro.
Of course, yeah. Very understandable. And surprisingly,
out goes the Buddha.
Surprisingly, even though Ensor spent so many cards, is kind of even on cards. They're just down 1 card in reserve, but other than that, has the same amount of cards in hand, so kind of fine for them.
Oh yeah, definitely the advantage on Psycho's side. Yeah. Only downside is that 9 versus 8 mana. Little bit more wiggle room to play with.
Gnome Shoe asking if I've seen the new hostage card from the new set. Yes, I have it, and I do already love it. it's looking great. Oh, and there's the Loki now. 6 mana.
There it is.
Oh, just discarding the hand, not the reserve. So synergizes with Fan as well, since you want to build up a big reserve, and then you don't even discard yourself, and get an extra resupply on this Loki. So super sweet.
It's still a Requiem in play. So meaning anything that comes out, they can just jump, right?
Yeah.
It's 4 or less. Yeah.
Still needs to play anything here from Psycho side. Probably does not want to play the bouncer, since you do really want for potential tiebreaker to have as many characters in the reserve to get the Haven boost from.
Do that. You drop something from hand. Then again, you'd want it to activate its ability, right? Right at dust, you know, for just in case you go into overtime, you get to sabotage something.
Oh, now goes for the win here for Psycho side. That is exciting.
Yep, definitely.
Has the Tracer, and now it's a difficult decision.
What do? Do you play that Requiem? Do you get rid of it?
Playing Requiem is losing, so you have to play from hand here.
Yeah. Oof.
And just
says
GG did not draw anything.
Play it. Good stuff. Now from here, how do I get to the next game? I'm just at the screen where it shows the results.
You.
Oh, yeah. I think they sent it to me. Yeah. People are awesome.
Yeah.
Just click on. Oh, okay. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, click on the player, then refresh until there's a table, and then just join the table.
Take you to their profile. Then it'll tell me that they're playing. When they're playing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Makes sense. See, you too can overcome smooth brain syndrome with the help of your friends.
And they remade the first game because a wrong player was first. Yeah. So we are now in the stage of resetting games until Cycle's going first.
All right. Oh no.
And this time it seems that the correct player's first, so we can join the table.
Yay! I didn't have a boomer moment. Yay! Nope. First up, yep, you're right. Psycho getting the first to go. Those beautiful 2/2/2. Yeah, I'm okay, Psycho. Why? He's asking. Okay, yeah, why?
Yeah, and
okay, man.
Now we again hope for no magical trainings for the fan, of course, since we are still not biased at all.
No, not at all. No.
Yeah, no bias here. No bias.
Beckenbauer, Manchester United, even though that's not from over there, but something like that. Croissants. Yes, European stuff.
What?
I'm just showing how ignorant. I'm just showing how ignorant I am.
Yeah. Great. Great. Oh, freeloaders 1-1. I just heard, so that it's not through yet, but I'm hopeful. I'm not sure what he is up against, but yeah, freeloader. I'm rooting for you.
We all are. Go for it.
Yeah.
Go start. Like, dang, man. Ed's like, hurry up. Who knows what the other chanting up in there? It's like, okay, I did chat. I already in Discord. Okay, thanks. Go start.
Psycho
okay.
does like to take his time and think about
Hey,
the plays.
that's
Definitely
why he's
not
up there,
me.
right?
Yeah, maybe. And
And
finally, no Incaster start for Fen. That's a good news.
very good sign. Starting off strong.
Yeah.
Ooh, I always like to see those two get played together. That's always a nice feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm never sure if you are already 2-0ing if you still play the other card, but it seems like you do. Other Kojo players are just better than me on Kojo, which is very understandable since I don't play that hero a ton. But yeah, Sarengar plus TinyJin do feel very amazing together.
Yeah, it's you pop them off so deliciously. I used to have in my first deck 2 rares and a common because I needed the rare slot for something else. Whenever I could in the first stage, just advance with in a Kojo deck with both sides with the tiny gins. It felt disgusting. I felt so great. I just
Absolutely.
You tried to stop me on Earth. No, you're not going to stop me on the mountain, buddy.
I recently played my Tumult Championship with Kojo, and of course the AQZ Rinku Ferry that we have, and I did not have three rare common tiny gens. I only had one, so I just played other one cost rares instead, and it was very sad that I just don't have tiny gens.
Oh, it's a very sought after card, right? In physical,
yeah.
Can't complain.
By now, I finally did order my cards, so I also have the rares that I'm missing from my decks and can soon just play any events with the decks I have. But so far, yeah, I couldn't do that. But now finally, that's possible.
Yeah, the print on demand really helps out. I'm enjoying the heck out of it. Yeah. And now the Haven Sarengar is placed in play.
Yeah, looking like a good start here for Psycho. Just
Very
gets the
good.
pass already. It doesn't even need to tiny gen here. Could do that, of course. I'm not sure how worth that is though.
And give him more mana and doesn't have to discard next draw. That's how I would do it. Like but beginning, let's see if that'll play out. I just use it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, this still gets the ramp. Still has the resources from the Sarengar, so might as well just go ahead and get more. What would you describe a mana lead at? It's not quite resource, but it's still a sort of lead. It's just mana lead, right?
That's how I see it. If I couldn't, I just see it as an extra draw because I'm not going to discard them next turn. That's how I see it.
Yeah,
I'm really not like into it. Yeah. It just gives me that option at least.
Also, Gus asking if I did not play hostage deck on a Tumult, and no, I think those are unfortunately in person not working out quite well, and I do want to win my Tumults and not get timed out by my opponent.
Oh, I see. You don't want to see the disappointment in your opponent's eyes when they realize they can't go home to their loved ones and families because of what you're doing to them, right, Runfolk?
Absolutely, yeah. Admitting to the haters, yeah. I can't play my deck in person. Yeah, unfortunate.
Like, oh God, it's like I don't get to play that often. You're going to sit here and play with me. You're going to like it. Yeah, there you go. Where with pride, room folk. And yep, out comes the Buddha, and Let's see if Ed's gonna have the resources, of course.
Yeah.
They have the resource advantage.
Also, hey, I
Ooh,
think I can by now with certainty say that I'm the best hostage player there is currently in Altered. I have 2 6-0 records on 39 cards with hostage decks, and I think I'm the first one to make top cards on a VCQ, so WCQ. Yeah.
so you're the one that gave inspiration to all this hooligan shenanigery or something like. Okay,
Absolutely, yeah. Sure.
yeah,
I didn't copy somewhere else for my list. No.
no.
I'm the one who started this.
You're the person that just made it famous. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and we
And out
do.
comes the unique.
Is
Yeah.
this now a 2-0? And it is.
It very well could be. Yeah.
The Tiny
I
Gent
don't
was
see
just
it
a
now.
bait for the fan to play that Aloe, but Psycho now
Mhm.
discarding 1 card from reserve.
It looks very good for Psycho.
Yeah.
Looking very good. What do you get rid of here? I'd get rid of this. Ooh, I'd get rid of the Snowman just because I want more mana. I always want more mana.
You could also get rid of the Bouncer, since I don't think that card. The games before, Adenso has shown that the Bouncer might not get as much value, so you might as well just get rid of that card, since it's also the highest cost. But no,
Ugh,
Psycho
I guess they
decides
heard me.
against the Tiny Gen.
Psycho's like, nope. If Gio's gonna keep that one, let's get rid of this.
Yeah,
And keeping, yeah, what in my opinion are still 2 pretty strong cards. You can never go wrong keeping
absolutely. Yeah.
that Snowman heavy stats.
It's quite funny to me that the upgraded Snowman did get that exhausted resupply, since I believe I've never seen anyone. I've very rarely seen anyone use that support ability, since the card itself is just so good.
Of the the exhaust resupply, yeah. Now, why do
Yeah,
you want something else from your reserve?
absolutely.
Unless
That card is
yeah,
just oversaid.
just that little option that you get, unless you have a card that's just no, not even that you need exhausted cards in your reserve, but that's such a niche thing, right?
And I think that's
Yeah,
only Axiom currently that
Axiom. So or
maybe
maybe
also
some,
maybe also the Yzmir, but
yeah, but not
Bravos
that
doesn't
much.
really synergize with
Yeah,
exhausts.
just there to give it that little option. But again, like you said, and putting heavy numbers on the companion side.
Oh,
Mm,
Gus also saying I now have to
yeah,
fight a hostage battle against Dirks, the Varu player that got top cuts in the EU World Qualifier. But unfortunately, I would absolutely farm that player, because he's not actually playing hostage, and I am.
that's
Unfortunate
fun.
matchup. Yeah.
Oh, slow playing with Martingale, trying to just
Yeah.
interrupt the numbers
Also,
on.
there's not only Kojo has that dog in him, but also also Fan.
Oh, Fen? Yeah, Fen has hostage deck, right?
No, Fan has Duel of Grid as well.
Oh, do oh okay. I thought a hostage
No,
a hostage.
there's unfortunately nothing that currently no way for Fan to
You would
hostage.
know. You
Yeah.
would know.
I mean, there are ways for Azadi, and I also know Tasia, but or for Azadi and Muna in general, not only Tasia. Anyone can do it.
Hey man,
You just need a
you're the
defender character and infinite boosts. Then you have it.
okay. Let me write this down. Okay, so I don't kick it out of my door. What to not do?
Yeah. Great. Oh,
Oh
and
shoot,
there's
it's
the
worked out
twinkle
for you
twinkle
so
coming
well.
out.
Ooh, let twinkle twinkle. Yeah, coming out and putting those heavy numbers useless for today, but we'll be there tomorrow. Guessing they're
The
not that upset about
problem,
that.
the problem here with this twinkle twinkle can be discarded again to just play Duel
Make
of Grid
another twinkle
for
twinkle.
Fan.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yep. You're also right. Oof.
So if Psycho now plays the bouncer to threaten one of the expeditions, the most likely, currently from what we see, the Twinkle Twinkle will be discarded to play Duel of Grid, so that is a 2-0 for
Risking it.
Edenso, but at least no reserve left for to play up against.
And still in the lead by
Yeah.
by 1. They're still in the lead by 1. And with stats on the companion side, heavy stats with a 4-5-5 next turn.
Yeah.
Just need to
So
concentrate on one side, basically. Yeah.
good setup, but again, down on cards, and that might just be the biggest problem. No mess
For now.
might bite Psycho here.
Playing with what the Lord above's given him. He's not reaching for
Yeah.
more.
Yeah. Doesn't need the resupply.
It's such a great card to work with Kojo and Buddha, right? Like you get that free one every turn.
Yeah.
Or every other turn, I mean. Yeah.
And I can't believe that Psycho will mana here. Just being okay, proving me wrong once again. Male here as well for Edenso, so can just put a bunch of cards into reserve and draw a lot.
Never wrong. Never bad, and
That's
that's
the
a
second
heavy
time that we
card.
see. That's the second time we see a Tomoe being resupplied of the Haven, right?
Yep. And that, like, I like to see that. That's such a
Yeah.
cool card.
Yeah.
Look at how fierce she looks. Look at that artwork. Look at that. Just nobody's got better cards than Bravos.
Oh,
In comes the
setting
our
up
voice Inkcaster.
setting up a potential Armail here to draw a bunch, but is that what Fen can afford here to do? And
Ooh,
of
here's
course,
another one.
another Sabotager. That's the second one, okay. But these are so annoying
that
actually
one.
to face.
It's not happening in the moment. Like it's not into it. You have to keep it in the back of your mind, like, oh, something's gonna leave.
Yeah.
If I don't get rid of this, something's gonna leave. The numbers on that side. Oop, oop, oop.
Gets to draw too. We
Oops,
do also
10-minute
get those
warning.
10-minute warning here from Simon. So I do believe if timeout is hit that we do play one more day, and then if that's not desired, one more we play the day out, and then one more that's with arena rules. I'm not sure.
Oof. Requiem.
Requiem is quite good.
Atonement.
Doesn't
Is
quite
it
get a
sent
lead
to
yet
reserve?
here for. Doesn't quite yet get a lead for Edenso, but is up 3 cards in hand, so that is quite nice.
What do you get rid of? The Requiem?
The
Or
Requiem.
the big number boy? Yeah, right?
A 5-mana
You don't-
5/5 isn't too scary, I think.
No, because it'll leave me just with 3 mana left to mess around with, basically.
Yeah. And then you can't answer the
That other
Kojo.
one.
And this time you don't mana. Yeah, thanks. Okay. I was like, if you manas once again, that is
Oh,
crazy.
come on. Yeah, that's really loving what you got in hand then.
And now in the crucial turn, and the maybe one of the last turn, maybe the last turn, Fen finds magical training to slow play. Hopefully see all the plays from the Kojo side to answer to. And that could spell trouble here for Psycho.
Do you go wide or do you just concentrate on one side?
That's also a good question. You probably will expect to face a Nancy's here that's already up to a 6/6/6 in one of these expeditions, and you kind of want to try to beat one of them, but at the same time you see there's a Contortionist that is also relevant amount of stats, and you kind of want to you probably want to set up so you went into Contortionist plus a Nancy, but of course, yeah, the mana count here is quite tricky for them, so they need 2 Anansis for the best amount of sets, I believe.
Now, whatever they're gonna play, I don't see him. Game plan the
No cost
Wow.
reduction. But if there's no sleight of hand into cost reduction, I think this is such a good.
what?
Okay.
Ooh,
Has
What's going
double
on?
removal in hand here? Or what is this? That's a draw for turn for turn.
Interesting
I go.
strategy, Rune. Let's see if it works out for him.
That must have been a very bad hand. Very bad
Yeah.
draw from Psycho. I believe that's just another removal here. Otherwise, there's no reason to remove your own Haven. That's
Yeah.
so unfortunate. Gets the discard of the
Oh, that's it.
Consumptionist
That's
and
it.
yeah,
That's game.
passes.
Oh, how unfortunate.
Yeah, has 2 characters
There
left
it
in
is.
hand. So Psycho, unfortunately, eliminated here.
Unfortunately.
And Enzo going into top 8, right? That is
True that.
right.
True that.
Oh, now I need to get updates on Freeloader and maybe also apparently also all of the marbles, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see where they're at.
Mm.
No, we have devastating news. All of the marbles has been eliminated, unfortunately.
And I think Freeloader has also been eliminated since I do see him on the stream meeting team. So we might get a Freeloader cast soon. And I'm very sad to see that he
Oh, crud.
probably then also got eliminated.
Too bad, so sad. Remember, guys, to subscribe, like the stream, and all that good stuff. If you're watching us on YouTube, thank you for sticking around for us. Thank you for watching all these incredible players play. And yeah, let us know what you're thinking in the comment section and in the chat. Thank you for that. And yeah, it looks like we're gonna get somebody else, or think so, or are we going to go to another game? I don't think so. Oh, nice. You want to close it out, Rim? You want to start off?
Yeah, so that's it for us for now. We're gonna go into a short break, and then at some point there's two others will appear here on stream that will take the cast over, and yeah, was great to play and now to cast here as well, and yeah, I'm excited for the
How
last
lucky you.
3 rounds. So yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Same here. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And like I said, some even more beautiful people than us will be joining us right now. So thanks for sticking around and appreciate your time. Yeah. Tell everybody about Altered. Thanks, Rune. Appreciate you, man. Very lovely streaming with you.
Yeah, was great.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Altered World Championship qualifier for the BGA Americas. I am joined currently by ElGio. We'll get Chile in here shortly once they decide to show up. ElGio, how have you been feeling about the top cut thus far?
Oh man, it's been really exciting. I feel like there's been a lot of good games. I'm a little disappointed that America is knocked out, but I think there's lots of great storylines going into the top eight. I think by my count, we have 3 Fens, 3 Basira, and 2 Siggy going into the top eight. And so there's a lot of interesting matchups to be played between those to see.
Yeah, definitely. Like you mentioned, at this point, we've seen both the players involved with the U.S. out, and we also have the Brazilian player out as well. I believe in the earlier rounds. So no one from the Americas at the moment, but still a lot of good players left to take a look at. As soon as we get a setup here on who we're going to take a look as far as overall games, we will go to it. In the meantime, I'm going to take a look at some other stuff here. As far as the top cut itself, uh, what were your biggest surprises as far as heroes that you did see?
Yeah, I was kind of expecting actually to see a Ghoul Ring break through this time, and I think one almost did, but didn't quite make it to the cut. Of course, Runefolk on Akesha was surprising for a lot of people, but I think it's been a long time coming. Unfortunately, probably one of the worst matchup that they could have gotten in that first round. But that Hostage Akesha in many of the matchups is just a really scary deck.
Indeed. All right, we're going to take a look one more time here to see if we got things sorted for the decision on where everyone is going. Real quick. Spectating. Timers, 1 minute timer, top eight starting now. Let me pull that timer up. And then we'll just put in our link. There. Apologies, everyone. We'll get this sorted 1 minute as I try to pull this up. Do you have a preference on
We
what
have
you want to take a look at, Elio?
let's do one of the Fen matches. I would be down for Fen versus Basir, which is a Ganman or Stark, or Bijita Ed Sensitive. I think we just watched Ed, so maybe we jump to another Fen player here. The top eight matches are pretty diverse. There's only one mirror match here, so there's no telling what the top four is going to look like. On my side, I'm always excited to see new heroes winning these WCQs. So seeing Fen pull away here would be exciting for me. But I think that there's a lot that could happen here. That'd be great. People are sometimes sad to see Siggy succeeding. They want to keep Siggy down. But Siggy's, despite being fairly consistent, we haven't seen putting up the very top numbers lately. I think they did take down the Chilean WCQ, but that's the last thing for a good while.
Yeah, so top eight wise, I haven't seen anyone as far as preference on the other side of things picking anything. So we'll just go by our choice here. And you mentioned who in particular? I'm sorry, I was trying to take a look here.
A gunman R Stark. I
Okay, we gotta take a look at that one there. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna pull that one up then of Agamemnon and R Stark. And we will go live here shortly. And we are good. So I'm going to transition over. And we are live for the Finn versus Basira here. At the moment, it does look like it is the advantage to our Stark on the Basira at the moment.
Yeah, we're jumping into the middle of the game here. You see the two Havens out for the Basir, which is always a great position to be in as a red player. Gives a lot of perpetual value, and with Basira, that basically makes it very easy for you to keep those triggers coming and make sure that you're getting value out of your hero. Uh, the Fen player has used one of their uniques. You can see in their discard there was a unique Flamel that would return spells to hand, but they are at least starting the board starting the round with a aloe vera on board. So having that additional power and that additional resupply that's going to be coming in to give them some options is one of the first things that they're going to want in order to be able to come back into this game that they're currently behind one position on the board for. How are you feeling about this matchup?
I mean, I think the biggest thing that I'm noticing is with the lead that the Basira has, as well as the Havens on board, they're looking in a fairly good spot, as well as the potential here, obviously, to play the Sarengar, at least on the hero side. And I feel like most times the Basira is happy just to go 1 for 1 as they're playing all of this, but we'll have to see what they're going to decide on mana here, because it does look like they're still waiting on a mana decision. And obviously we don't have to worry about that for the Finn player. But for the Basira player, they'll be down to 3 cards in hand. They should be able to play plenty with 7 mana, I would have to think. But there will be more resources based off of the double resupply, as you mentioned, because of the aloe vera out on the board, and hitting that resupply into the Requiem would be big as far as overall removal. Will cost a little bit extra since it is from reserve, but not a bad spot to hit something. Or if they even want to bring something like Twinkle Twinkle out on the board, I feel like been a big card for these Finn players or Lyra in general, to stop effects that leave the expedition, especially when it comes to Bravos in particular, and just get advances when you wouldn't normally be able to, or when you feel like you have to go 1 for 1.
Yeah. You call it the Sarangar in the reserve there for the Fen player. It feels a little bit awkward right now where they don't have the the board, the regions lining up in a great spot for them to be able to block or advance with that, especially with the Basir players, Sarangar coming in as a 5/3/3. This is also approaching the position of the Fen player where you're no longer trying to get the card advantage from your magical trainings and Sarangars, and you're trying to start getting these big Anansi effects, which they do just come in with this unique Tanuki, which is exactly what you want to be seeing at this position to try to even out the board and make the big power plays that Fen is capable of.
Yeah, so the Tanuki is a 3 from hand, 3 from reserve, 2/3/0 in stats when I go to the reserve from the expedition zone. Sabotage and the arrow is you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, I gain boosts for each card in each player's reserve. It's always been interesting as far as the sabotage effects. We've seen it a lot in the Bravo side of things, but the decision of going with arrows or whatever unique you have of arrow effects, or of when I leave the expedition zone. This one in particular is when I go to the reserve rather than just when I leave. But I've always been a bigger fan of the when I leaves opposed to some of the other effects that you've seen from Sabotage. So this one has like a half effect for that, but not quite. But it still would have something similar to it at the moment.
Yeah, I think especially with Traced being a big player meta, being able to do it at the end of turn where you're not putting counters on Traced can be quite valuable. And I do think their ability to put a card from their hand into reserve and in this position, putting that discount effect from the Will o' the Wisp, was really strong because they are a little bit choked on 6 mana versus their opponent, and being able to get a couple extra plays or one extra play by getting a discount again may be just what they need in order to stay in and even out this game, especially with them having plenty of power now on the hero side.
Yeah, one of the storylines it feels like throughout this tournament is the prevalence of Basira in relation to what you're talking about, how Traced has increased in play, it seems like, as far as the meta is concerned. Based off of that, I feel like we've seen obviously a lot more Basira as well. I don't think we ended up taking a look at the full breakdown as far as the entries for Bravos, but when we looked through groups 1 through 3, Basira was actually dead even with Kojo as far as representation. So it really shows what everyone is looking at least in my mind, to some extent, of trying to take down those trace when you're playing a hero like Basira. and even to the point of being equivalent to Kojo's as far as representation, which I feel like a lot of, at least in the Bravos area, feel like Kojo is still better than Basira, but seeing Basira almost used as something like a tech hero towards the meta is quite interesting, I think.
Yeah, I think Kojo is very much a kind of neutral hero that doesn't have many bad matchups and doesn't have many amazing matchups. It has a lot of 50-50 matchups. And there's a couple of tools that Basira is particularly well positioned to play, namely Auklet and to a lesser extent Hunger seems to fit nicely into it. And both of those are, with the current meta, potentially great cards.
Yeah. Potentially great cards
We,
being talked about. Saptawinde, making it big there for the Finn player. I've seen a lot of fun cards out of Finn players this tournament between the Saptawindes, the Duel of Grits, and a variety of other things, just as far as not having a uniform deck build for a lot of them and just pulling out these cards that you can try to expect, but you just can't always play around type of thing, and they just have extreme value when they line up correctly, and I've seen a few of the deck lists for the Finn players, and there's a lot of 1-ofs, 2-ofs, and a variety of cards with really large deck lists for different cards available to them to try to hit every type of scenario, and it's, been fun to take a look at, and reminds me of the older days of Finn back in season 1 where they had a little bit more dominance because they were the quote unquote counter to Waru before Navenka got popular in season 2, it seems like.
yeah, absolutely. I love the diversity of build that we see from Fan. We have 4 different Fen players, but I do not expect any of them to be on the same exact configuration. The Duende is one of my favorite cards, especially from the newest set. And how it actually plays into Basira here, which there's a lot of in the top 8 and a lot of in the meta, is nice because you can obviously steal boost from your opponent's units, which is a great play. And if you don't have that available, you can still always take things like moving from your Anansi effects to your anchored aloe veras. So it's a flexible card that draws cards, and in this matchup shines
In
especially.
Indeed, it does, and based off of that last day and that SAPTA window you play, we do see the Finn player in Agumon taking the lead on the Tumult, only needing 2 more advances to take this game, and now has a clear resource advantage, especially with that magical training play and doing what you can expect from Finn players and just playing as many of the small cards as possible in order to get the last play of the game. But they will have to deal with that outlet being able to hit
Yeah,
2 cards.
yeah, that Auklet's real awkward here, leaving them only magical training and the Requiem, neither of which have targets. You don't really want to be spending 3 mana just to remove a Haven from position, and that means you're going to be playing from hand, which will have you overflowing more. So as the Fen player, I think you're really hoping maybe you have some Anansi effects here to at least fight and take a lane, because you're going to be losing some resources here at the end of turn. If they do have that, though, it could be a very scary position for the Basira player, unless they themselves have some removal. But Auklet has got to be one of the best things that you can start out with for Basira from this position.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only downside would be is if they had another sleight of hand available to them in some capacity or another card that could return something from reserve. It feels like I've seen, this matchup in, I think, the Swiss rounds, where even when they had some type of interactable from the Basira side, whether it be Sabotage or the ability to exhaust, they still held on to it in some sense, because they had low mana, and they weren't sure if they were actually able to affect the board without getting hit with a sleight of hand or something that just basically invalidates whatever they did as far as interacting with the reserve, but at the moment, it seems like it is a good play and it making things a little bit awkward for the Finn as they do put out the Inkcaster at the moment and will both have 4 mana for each player. Um, a little bit less as far as plays available to them, it seems like, for the Basira at the moment, since they did use the hero ability to get the additional boost in order to exhaust. They could still throw out what they have in reserve as far as the Spirit Wielder. That would get a good amount of boosts between the Havens and having the existing boost on the Auklet. But instead, they're going to throw out the favorite common card these days, it seems like, for Bravos between the East and Boshi, that is able to give those 2 water stats that can be an occasional weakness for Bravos, but with the Outclit and the East and Boshi, not so much these days. So we'll have to see how the Finn can make things work despite having 2 cards exhausted in reserve.
Yeah, that Spirit Wielder from reserve is really quite scary though, as it's representing just on board 2 mana for 5 power with 2 boost from the Haven and 2 boost from itself, which you're kind of in a tough spot as the Fen player. You do see the tricks or the Inkcaster in the Auklet lane, which starts to chip away at the total there, but they're probably trying to figure out how they don't get double advanced to this turn.
Right.
Now,
So yeah, good.
yeah, there is the Requiem still in reserve. So if the Basira player doesn't have a 1-drop in hand, like another Isun or a Skater, then maybe the Fen player can stall out a little bit and plan on Requieming the Spirit Welder from reserve.
We'll have to see how they do play this out. They are taking their time to make a decision. Important thing for everyone that doesn't already know that in the chat, these are best of threes. They will go 75 minutes. And then once we reach time, we will go to the traditional tiebreaker rules as stated in the tournament guidelines. So that is something where these players don't have the good old fashioned BGA rules at the moment. You will see timers on the board, but that's more so just to keep in mind things for tournament organization and checking slow play and that kind of stuff. So we will see that Twinkle Twinkle that was mentioned before as an option for Finn players and Lyra players as a whole to take care of certain cards on the Bravo side of things, and they will hit the Oclit with it, who will not. I mean, normally when you get the Oclit out as a turn 2 player, you're feeling pretty good because you can immediately use it from reserve into your following turn. But at the moment, that won't be the situation. It will require the Finn to deal with it on the following day once the sleep goes away, assuming that they don't have another
Though,
Twinkle Twinkle.
though now with them playing the Spirit Welder in the opposite lane, it does allow the Fen player to say, I don't think you have another Isumboshi. I'll actually just sleep the Isumboshi. We'll trade lanes, and you can start off with an unbeatable lane for me in one of these, but I'll just fight over the hero lane next round.
Yeah. And realistically, we'll have a
Eh,
lot more resources available to them with no Haven ability to be able to be utilized for the Basira, right?
Right, and the other bonus that you get here is that Auklet isn't going to reserve.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a little bit tougher for them to exhaust a lot of things. Of course, any sort of like Chiron effect they can, or anything getting boosted will let them put Basira onto that Auklet, which they may need to do just to handle this Tanuki, which is going to be a big power threat coming from the Fen.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. I wouldn't be surprised here to see the Basira not mana on the following day, just have more cards available to them, especially when having to deal with Finn and their abilities to play cards at a reduced cost, as well as just play small things. For example, like that acapella training that just came into a reserve that is going to essentially act as an after you. But sure enough, we see a second Auklet come out here, going to be able to hit 2 cards, I assume, based off the activation of the Basira's ability, and prevent the use of the Inkcaster for cost reduction and choice between the After You of the acapella training or the Tanuki, and they are gonna go with the 1 cost acapella training. What do you think about that choice?
Well, I think that the Fen player returned the sleight of hand at the end of the last turn, and
Okay.
as the Basira player, you're probably expecting them to return the Tanuki if they can with that sleight of hand. So I wonder if they're saying, okay, either force you to play the Tanuki from reserve and get maybe a little bit less size out of it, uh, and your other things are exhausted. But there's not a lot of great choices because the Fen player made that wise move of returning the slight. Gives them some flexibility that indeed the Basira player, our Stark, passes, says you've got this, and Fen takes game 1.
GG's both players after getting hit with another Twinkle Twinkle. Aristark fine with just giving that game up and going on to the next game. Beauty of best of three is you do always still have an option to take it. I believe in these prior rounds we had who did Agamemnon end up playing? Agamemnon took down Tackfire, and Aristark was able to beat all of the marbles in the round of the top 16. So interesting as far as the players that they did beat, and respectively, it looks like both of these players are the second seed for Agamemnon and 23rd seed actually for Aristark. So, player that made it through X and one, and another that was at X and two, I believe. Let's see here, and
Yeah,
then
it's interesting to see this Fen player in such a strong seed position. Again, we haven't seen Fen win a WCQ yet, and maybe this is the champion to do it. There's a lot of players vying for that in this top 8, but Gonman is up 1-0.
we'll wait a second here to see if they're able to get their correct order between first and second player, and then we'll go ahead and join in game two. Anything in particular that you think that the Basira player and Aristark needs to do differently based off of the game that we did see in order to take game two back and send us to game three?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they do need to just not necessarily play anything differently. We did miss the beginning of that game, but getting early advantage is important because once the Fen player has all their mana available to them to be able to be playing multiple big Anansis and sleeping everything, and they have all the resources in hand, it becomes very tough to take lanes. And so the ability to push while you can so that you can try to trade one for one to close out the game is critical. Taking advantage of those magical training turns where they're spending mana just drawing cards and not actually putting much power on the board.
Indeed. So we're still taking a look here at the game. I believe we're getting into the game here shortly. Both players will be loading up momentarily, and we'll take a look at game two between Aristark and Agamemnon. We have a few players taking a look at the game themselves from a spectating perspective as we wait to see this one load up, assuming that everyone is in the right game one, game two order, and everyone's choosing their decks in mana. A lot of folks waiting in here. Want to thank everyone that has been joining the chat and the stream thus far. We have been watching the altered WCQ here, and yeah, we're going to get a reset here to decide first and second. But the altered WCQ here, America's BGA online qualifier. A lot of good games to have seen thus far. Am surprised to see the Finn doing so well, like you had mentioned earlier, and going so far. And would be pretty cool to see one take the whole tournament. I think a lot of the times we've seen in these events where a hero comes up and gets a victory where we don't expect it. We had Giacomo able to do it for the recent qualifier from EU, piloting Basira, but also piloting it with only two uniques. Don't have anything quite as salacious as that this time around, but in the meantime, we'll see who can make it all the way to the end here as we wait for the next game. We'll go to there to see if they are able to get what they need for first.
So one of the interesting things we saw that game was Auckland's coming down for potential haymaker plays, but the Fen player just kind of dancing around them like nothing had happened to them. The other tool available to them in this matchup that Kojo usually doesn't have is Hunger. How do you feel about Hunger in the Basira Fen matchup?
It's interesting because I feel like there's different ways that you can play Basira too, to the point of if you decide not to use the hunger at all, especially with how we saw Giacomo's success recently on the EU BGA qualifier. We've seen a higher prevalence of rares in the form of things like physical training rather than other areas that is making the idea of using certain cards that are in the rare version, like the hunger or even some permanents in the area of the Kellen Cylinder or the Haven not be used type of thing when it comes to certain decks. But when it comes, I'm a big Hunger fan as a whole. I do like the get out of jail free card basically uh, to win a game. But I do understand certain players that have the preference to just not even have to get to that point, right? And play an aggro perspective to just win the game, especially since we've seen the prevalence of a Faunus go away. It seems like a lot of Basira players have been happier to play that type of gameplay. And we'll go ahead and go straight to the gameplay right now.
Yes, we have just started. Looks like the players traded 1-for-1 for lanes in that first turn. And the Fen player does flip a aloe vera into their reserve, which, if not countered with an and we are countered with an Octopus, which is, I think, exactly when you want to see that in this matchup. Being able to do it early where they're not able to do a lot of tricky things with sleight of hand and other things to just get value around it. This lets you put pressure on the board and their resources. But the Fen player, once again, just says, it's fine. I have an Ink Caster. We'll trade 1-for-1 lanes. And I actually lose no value. I'm not overflowing. I have exactly what I need.
Yeah, the more and more I watch this matchup, I feel like maybe the same way we saw the increase of usage from Basira to play against decks like Traced, we may be seeing the increase of usage of Finn to play against decks like Basira almost. Because yeah, you can get hit by the Auklet and get cards exhausted, but chances are you may already have one or two other cards that aren't getting hit, right? And you can find a way to work around it and make things work for you as a whole and utilize those extra resources that Bravos doesn't always have. Granted, we do see a lot of uniques in Bravos these days that are focused around card draw, for example, when it comes to the drawclits and everything like that. But at the same time, with Finn, it feels like they are finding better ways to play against Basira in particular. And I mean, we've seen Agumon do quite well through the Swiss and now in the top cut against a field that had a lot of Basiras in it. I think the only other hero that had more when I last looked at it was Sigismar potentially. So maybe that's the secret. We may be getting into another area of a big three of just rock, paper, scissors, and one beats the other type of thing. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because Fen is a hero that, on paper, is another hero like Traced that utilizes its reserve a lot. And you would think maybe because of that, that Auklet and this kind of reserve tampering is going to be a big hindrance for a hero like that. But we're really seeing a kind of masterclass display of how it turns its reserves into power no matter what you try to do to interfere with it. And now with this Amale coming out, the Basira player is not going to be able to stop the card advantage for Fen for the rest of the game. With 6 cards in hand as a Fen player, you're happy as a clam.
Yeah, I think the first time I ever saw an Amale be used quite efficiently was in a Finn deck back in season 1, season 2, I think, area, and that was from All of the Marbles. It was a card that I was not expecting the entire time. I thought I was gonna have to deal with 3 to 4 cards in the reserve, and then all of a sudden he's like, "Alright, I'll just take this one side, we can go 1 for 1, and I'll take 4 cards to draw based off of that," right? And boy, did it work. But yeah, fun card to see in Findex. I don't know if we see it consistently anymore, but is definitely a card that can be utilized for what everyone likes as far as draw is concerned, and especially with what I think we've seen less of the Loki based decks that make card draw kind of not useful anymore, especially with Afanis being gone, that other heroes are able to get away with it a little bit more. But we do have the Basira able to utilize their hero ability and the Talarian Skater to go over the top of that Amale and get the lead on the Tumult. But we'll have to deal with those extra cards that you mentioned coming from the Amale.
Yeah, as the Basira player, you're currently technically up on board 3-2, but you haven't gotten any mana ramp, so your ability to play out more things isn't quite there yet. And you're quickly approaching the point of the game where the Fen player is going to be able to play everything that they want. So these next few turns are going to be really critical for trying to push this board advantage as the Basira player.
Definitely.
We see
And
a unique come out.
yeah,
Go
we do
ahead.
have a unique out. You can go ahead and read that one off. I'm gonna quickly jump off, and Chile's gonna jump in for me, and then we'll continue from there. But go ahead.
Yeah. So we got a 3/3 cost Flamel with 4/2/4 stats. At dusk, it returns a spell from the reserve to the hand, but it also has a support ability to anchor something. So depending on what ends up coming out for the Fen player, this can do a lot of different things. It can return magical training or sleepy times, twinkle twinkles, but it can also just turn a big Anansi effect into a true turn threat by anchoring it. The Seer player having the first turn here is maybe a little bit awkward for them as they're forced to play a 3-cost skater from their reserve, leaving them with not a lot of mana to play around with, which when you don't have the ability to trade initiative, makes it easier for the opponent to kind of counterplay. Interestingly, we do see the Fen player, return the Fen to hand, which gives them a little bit more flexibility. Hey, Chili, nice to have you join us. How
Hello,
you doing?
hello. Not bad, not bad. I apologize for being a little bit late on this, but I've been enjoying the commentary that's happening here. I'm excited for Fen. I honestly am. For me, it is the deck that has been underperforming in terms of its representation and conversion, but it is also one of the strongest decks that has not seen much gameplay, and I've seen them do really well. I love the Amali use. The use of Amali is fantastic, and look at it now. Sap Duende taking those out into an anchored
Oh
character.
my
Beautiful.
god.
Absolutely beautiful in terms of what is out there right now. Getting that anchor and taking the side as well. Fantastic work by Aganman. Now, Aganman is a well-known player, but not the most well-known player in Fen. Have you seen Aganman play any other character, or has he always been with Fen?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I've only seen them play Fen, but I know that I just know that they're a strong player.
They're a fantastic player, and when you have a player using Amali, you know that they understand the card conversion rate because the longer the game goes, Fen's ability actually becomes a hindrance because if they don't have enough cards in hand, they are very susceptible to losing purely because there's just nothing in their hand. They only get they don't get a choice. They only get one card in hand. Whereas every other player will have the chance to select whether or not they want to stop manaing. And even right now, looking
Absolutely.
at Basira, you know, while a Clute is there available to them, I'll say exhausting anything against a Fen is very difficult because they have so many options to bring cards back into hand, to put more cards into the reserve, and that reserve is so fluid.
It's still the
It's also
the,
yeah.
the
So
Basira player is kind of put into an awkward position where Fen player presents a Hather and says, "I'm gonna be able to return something in my hand unless you exhaust me." Which means, as the Basira player, you're either spending 4 mana and losing all of your initiative, or you're letting the Fen player just dance all around you and do whatever they want.
Mhm. But in saying that, it's still a very close match. Both players have a lot of cards in hand. This is not something you traditionally see with Basira, is to have 5 cards in hand, and they will have the option of getting another one through physical training if it is what they end up playing.
Yeah. Now, you were talking about
Thanks. And one thing of note, it's quite useful to know that Argunman has actually top 16 in the other BGA tournament as well, with Fen as well. So he is very well versed in this character, but historically has also balanced using, I believe, one of the characters from Axiom. Was it Traced? I think so.
sounds like it was traced.
Hmm.
And you were talking earlier about Fen is known as a strong hero, but we haven't seen it like really dominate. Do you think that players are starting to really figure out ins and outs to really master the hero? Or do you think the meta is starting to shape in a way that allows these Fen experts to really show off their chops?
I actually think Fen is a hero that takes a while to actually get right. And they are reactive to the rest of the meta. So, and I'll also say the same thing is happening in Muna. And we saw that in the Canadian qualifiers last week, in that people are starting to be able to understand how people play against those two decks that have been seen as probably less optimal this season. and finding the right counters to be able to progress and get the wins. It is, for me, Fen is the most complex of all the decks that is out there, and second, maybe equal to, or maybe second to Lindaway. And I know
No
you
doubt.
play
And it's
Lindaway, ElGio.
I play a little bit of everything. Fen is actually my favorite hero to play, though. I really like how you can have all these different configurations. And even though you're not making the mana decision at the start of the turn, it's amazing how much complexity emerges from all the options that you do have. It's a very interesting hero that in some ways is kind of playing face up with a lot of your cards in reserve available for your opponent to know what's there. You're returning things, they know what's in your hand, and yet still it's so complicated, not just to play with, but to play against. You're trying to calculate everything in your head that can be coming out of the fen that you know is there, and it feels impossible.
Yeah, absolutely. And look what we see in front of us. A Clute is going to basically exhaust 2 cards, unless they've already yet used their ability. So while exhausting those cards, it doesn't really mean anything. Fen can bring some of those cards back to hand pretty easily. They can also play out the Anansi if they want to. Now, of course, the Amali is not able to be played as they don't have enough resources available to them and no discount available with those cards they've got. But very, very difficult. It is very difficult to play against because they can play so late and they have
Yeah,
access to so much after you as well.
yeah. Now I liked that they didn't bite at the first opportunity to use the Auklet and tap down some of the cards in reserve, instead waiting. But it's interesting to me that they played an Auklet from hand rather than playing the one from reserve. Do you see reasons why they may have done that?
Yeah, so basically what I would see them doing is next turn, they'll be able to double a Clute and basically stop all 4, potentially 4 cards that are gonna be in reserve. I think they're just trying to find a way to make those cards in reserve become useless. But you never know. You never know. Right now, it is going to be 1-1. They are still going to be 1 track behind for Basira, but Basira's been able to get it done. They have been really strong. A lot of people talking about Kojo and forgetting about Basira. A lot of people talking about um, oh, I forgot the other hero name in Bravos right now for a second.
Dadi.
Atzadi with Ramp, but Basira has been consistently getting top grades and winning these major tournaments, not just the week in week out tournaments.
Absolutely. I think at a certain point, at first Basira took down a big WCQ and we were saying, maybe this is just the perfect meta call. Well, the meta has kind of shifted here and there, and Basira continues to show up. And I'm starting to wonder myself, is Basira just a great, solid red hero?
I think all 3 heroes in Bravos, it's the only faction that has 3 really strong playable heroes. And I don't know if you just saw what happened there. The sleight of hand being fantastic to bring the Hatter in and anchor that Aloe Vera one more time for tomorrow. Really, really, really strong.
Yeah,
I'm
I think the
assuming that's
Basira
what they're
player,
gonna
you
use.
hate to see that.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
because you're hoping that you're able to tap them down a bunch next turn and start to pull back into this game, making use of that double Auklet that you're talking about. But now them starting with something on board that you're basically going to have to answer with Mana Eruption if you're going to want to answer, or you could Hunger. But if you do that, then the opponent has a million cards in hand. You're feeling a
very
little bit grim with that.
Yeah, but look at that. Great use of Fire Rabbit to really
Wow.
stop the Hatter from being played, but the Anansi's able to come out and get a progression. That single stat
Wow.
in Forest, fantastic work. Being able to find that little chink in the armor and get it done. And now we're seeing Fen be probably at its deadliest as he gets closer to the end, and Basira having to try to cover one side and not being able to progress both. As I said, I do believe they're going to keep both the Klutes as a way of trying to control the board. But once again, Ben may have things that can get things out of their the exhausted stuff away from their reserve into hand.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward as the Basira player. I think that in some ways they were hoping that they would be able to use that Fire Rabbit to put on a counter to the Tiny Jin to get a little bit of
Agreed.
extra mana, not have to discard it. And they made a great, amazing play tapping down that anchor so that they're not being double powered here. But now they're looking at, if I keep 2 Auklets, I've got a bit of an awkward sequence this turn, but and one will be able to tap down both the Anansi and Sleight of Hand that we're seeing. So they're taking some time here to think what might they be drawing this turn that they're going to want to have to save room for, and they
Oh,
get rid of both
keeping both
Oglets.
Akluts. Okay, choosing a very different. You know what? They are the pilot. They know this deck much better than we do. But I would have kept those from the way that I play. But interesting for him, they're really so. Aristark, sorry, is trying to find a way of ramping, and they have not been able to ramp yet. So, is that Tiny Jin going to help them? But boy, they need to make sure that if they can get it so that there's no progressions, it'd be fantastic. Though I think that will be very difficult with an Anansi
Yeah,
ready to be played.
Yeah, I think what part of what that says to me is that they're maybe digging for something specific, and so they want this physical training in order to be able to draw into that while also putting power on the board. And the tiny Jin is going to maybe be essential for them to be able to have
Mm.
plays in the subsequent turns where they have the mana to do lots of big things. But it's an interesting position for them, and certainly they're saying as well that the initiative cost of playing a 4-drop from the start of the turn is too risky when I'm 2 away from losing.
Yeah, very risky. But what it is a fantastic actually gameplay here. And now we did have this is game 2. Game 1, I believe, went to Aganman already. Is that correct?
Yes, that is right.
So with Aganman taking that win, Basira, our Aristark, can't really take any risk, and we're seeing a unique come out, a unique Haven Bouncer, which will be useful to potentially get rid of the Tanuki. You may pay 1 if you do Sabotage, and when it's played from, that's only when it's played from reserve, so there is no benefit when played from hand. That's a little rough.
Yeah. Yeah, real a little awkward as you're seeing those 2 Anansi effects on the other side. I think you're kind of hoping at this point the Fen player can't fill up their reserve with too many cards from hand, things like Magical Training or Twinkle Twinkle. That way they can't grow these Anansis to be a scary size. But and they do open up without having put more cards into reserve with this Tanuki.
Oh, geez, that's crazy. 785 plus 5 counter.
That,
Oh, my word. And potential anchor. Jeez.
the anchor effect in the reserve with that. Just a haymaker of a play and so threatening. And the Basir player, they're not playing an Octa. They don't have anything to show that they have to be able to answer it immediately. Which, as the Fen player, you're starting to feel pretty good. Is this what I have been dreaming of? Am I going to be making it to the next round?
That's right. Make it to the semifinals. Top 4. And a
Wow.
second unique coming out, a Flamel 3/3 for 4/2/4. At dusk, you may return a spell from your reserve to your hand. So we'll probably be seeing Sleight of Hand come back up again. It may not even be necessary, though, that we may not have an extra day in us. Wow,
Yeah.
it's a tough break, but you can see the power, the potential of the power from a Fen player that really knows how to navigate the difficulty whenever you use Lyra of cards with 0, potential not being able to have enough cards in hand. They've navigated this masterfully.
Yeah, they're really showing the flexibility. Again, with so many outlets, so much exhaust hate coming from the other side, and the
Mhm.
player just doesn't care. It's really showing the flexibility of the hero.
Now, there's a question of whether they've got another Clute in hand as the potential last thing, but I don't know what you would go for. All 3 cards available to Aganman can be useful and will allow more than likely the double progression. But we'll see.
Yeah. They are lower on mana, so the sleight of hand, unless they have another anchor card in hand, may make things the sleight of hand is less useful from this position. So
Mhm.
if they did have an Anklet, I think that they'd be able to potentially threaten that hero lane and at least go to the next round. But the fact that they're not slamming it, and here we see the physical training, makes me think it's unlikely they have it. But they actually
Mm.
physical training on the Haven Bouncer. So what
Okay.
I think they're trying to do is put 2 different lanes
Oh.
into
Oh my
Wow.
word. As you know what? A lot of people have been saying they'd love to find ways of getting Saptu and it doesn't give you the value, but boy, Agunman has found value today. My
Yeah, how's that
word.
value?
Jeez Louise. It is game. And Aristarch is saying in chat, your deck is really awesome. Congratulations and well done and good luck in the semifinals. So
You
that's
love to see the good
fantastic.
sportsmanship.
Yeah.
What a match.
Wow. It's insane. So that is a 2-0. Once this last card gets completed for the end of it. Well done for them. So if Fen is your favorite player, how does the game state that you saw now differ to the way that you traditionally play?
Well, I'm usually not in these top cuts for one. uh, uh, but there's a lot of different ways to play Fen, and I enjoy all of them. The things that I've actually been enjoying lately, which I've been trying to make work, is playing the rare stage, which lets you actually get infinite value out of this Sapped One Day. Maybe not infinite, but you can repeatedly play it as it is a song. Uh, Maybe not as powerful as what Agan has put together, but just like the people that you were talking about, I love fitting in Sapped One Day, and stage is a great way to do it.
Yeah, so Sapped is a fantastic card with the draw, and it does have draw in Lyra as well, right?
It has drawn Lyra as well, and that rare effect doesn't. The common, you need 2 boosted targets, but the rare effect, you can just steal the boost. So it's kind of like a hooked card where you're
Yep.
often either blocking or stealing a lane, and you're drawing a card from it. Underrated.
No, I think Aganman did a fantastic job with the way they played it. Now, I am not traditionally a Fen player. I always am worried though when I play against Fen. One thing I've seen drop off though in the style of Fen play is the festival decks. And I always thought that they had the flexibility, but we saw with Aganman's deck that there was not even a hint of having festival in their deck, unless they chose to just always mana those cards.
Yeah, you get some flexibility, though I think that you're usually flexing between the ability to push for lanes and the ability to win with festival. I think you're kind of choosing between things: that festival, those lanes pushes, and the kind of control and defense of what your opponent is doing. And when you're going with that festival line, you're less able to play these cards like Sapped Duende or Requiem and Answers, which makes you not as reactive, but sometimes that's not as great in the meta.
That's true. Now, what did you think of that Tanuki unique? I've seen it in play a few times over the last few weeks, and boy, it is, for me, it is one of the best cards in the way that Aganman was playing that deck. Double
You cut out
sabotage.
which card did you say?
The Tanuki unique was fantastic in the
Oof.
way that it was played. Like, I love that card, and you get so much. The Anansi effect with it on top of the double sabotage after rest when it leaves the expedition zone, it's amazing.
Absolutely. I think that, as a Fen player, you really love any of those Anansi uniques and having some utility on top of that, which this has a couple of things there. One, it has the ability to sabotage, which we all know is great, gives you a lot of flexibility, especially at the end of turn sabotage, lets you hit those trace players. But again, we see Agaman take full advantage of every line of text on that card by repeatedly putting cards from his hand into reserve that he immediately took advantage of.
Yeah. All right, excellent. We'll just make our way to a second table to see what is going on in the other tables. I will follow your lead, ElGio.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to follow Dandy versus, I don't know how to say their name, Kirkadar. Right now, they're currently trying to set up a table, I believe, that has the right player starting the round. I don't know yet the record that we're facing here, but it is a Sismar versus a Fen that we'll be jumping into.
All right.
And this will be game 3. Final game, deciding which of these players will be going into the top 4. The
Nice.
winner
So,
of this will be playing versus Aganman. So we're either going to be talking about a Fen versus Fen mirror in the semis, or Dandy will be facing off against their second Fen in a row.
yeah, Sigismar against Fen. Now, Sigismar is my favorite deck. I know I get a lot of hate for being an Audist player, but at the same time, I think Audis is not as strong as it once was. I think people know how to play against it. But this is it's going to be a very tough matchup for both players. And I always put this big if the Sigismar player can get some draw. If they do not get any draw, it may be an easy win for Fen.
Yeah, I think that nowadays the fear that people have in their hearts of Sigismar is much greater than necessarily the power and oppressiveness of it.
Yeah, the oppressiveness
as
is
a
going to be
Sig-
there, but there's not much power in most of their cards.
as a Sigismar player, what are you afraid of when you're facing off versus Fen? What do you not want to see?
Do you know what? It's the things that you try to do as a Sigismar player is really stop their progressions through. Sorry, not stop their progressions. Is basically exhaust their cards if you've got. I'm losing my mind. I'm forgetting the name of the card.
Frost.
Thank you, Jack Frost. Also, being able to draw extra cards, being able to sabotage after rest or sabotage. But sabotage doesn't affect Fen too much. I think that's first of all. And second, because they have so many cards available to them that have a 0 stat, you may never get the trigger that says if you do not progress. So therefore, if you don't have the ability of drawing, you're going to be faced against a Fen that will be drawing a lot more cards, despite their, I guess, disadvantage from just having the one card to choose from, or no choice at all in what they have in their hand. So that looping ability makes it very difficult for a Sigismar player. But on the other side, if you have uniques that boost your characters, or you have uniques that give you draw, or you have uniques that give you additional tokens, then you do have a very strong chance of getting the win. But it is more unique dependent than I would say Fen is. Fen is not unique dependent to continue to play to their strengths.
Yeah, or I think that at the very least, there's a lot of different uniques that you can get in Fen that have a variety of ways of showing its strength, whether or not it's Anansi effects or those kinds of flamels that we saw where you're turning a spell to hand. I used to, as the Fen player, be very afraid of Jack Frost and those kinds of things. But after watching Agenmar, maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe I'm playing Fen wrong.
No, I don't know if you're playing Fen wrong. I think you're just playing Fen differently. And as you said, there are so many different ways to play Fen, all of which are fun. That's one thing I'll say. Any player that is playing on any of the heroes in Lyra, they are always fun to play against and play with. They do give everybody headaches, both for the player and the opponent.
Absolutely. One of the reasons I'm excited to jump into this game and see what happens, they're still trying to get the correct start here. One of the things that they're adjusting to playing on BGA is that you have alternating start in a best of 3, but we can't force that to happen in BGA. So we're doing a little bit of classic Lyra play and flipping a coin to see who's going first and hoping that it lands on the one that we need. And I think that we maybe got it.
Okay, perfect. And I don't know why it didn't work for me when I was going there. Now I do have it there. Now I am not going. Either player is deserved the win, and we're starting straight away with a Cernunos or Chernunos, 3/3 for 4/4. So overstatted. Fantastic first play.
Yeah, and we're from the first card, we're already seeing a different configuration from the last one we just saw.
Absolutely. Yeah, but both
a
these
great
players.
card that I feel like we saw a lot in season 1, and we're starting to see pick up a little bit more in popularity again, where it's just a beat stick. It's got a lot of power.
Yes, it's such good stats, to be able to use. But you are using a rare, and as we're going through here, I have not seen Kirkadar's deck before, so I'm actually really excited to see how he's done or how they have done. I'm assuming he's a gentleman, but I'm not sure. Against Dandy, Dandy from France as well. So we got the Italian-French element here. No American players left. No North American or South American players left in the top 8. So the Europeans are really taking over and choosing to stay up ridiculously late to get this ticket to Paris.
Yeah. You talked about the different uniques that you can play in Fen and how you're not reliant on one, but I do think one of the things that we've seen in Fen is that they really care about having the ability to put power on board so that they don't find themselves in an unwinnable position. So I think that if you're not running those Anansi uniques, playing rares like this Chernunos, you pronounce it better than I do, is important to give you things besides Anansi that are going to not just attack but defend.
That is actually true. That's a really good call from in terms of one of the downfalls in Fen is you don't have many power cards. But the way Kirkadar has actually built this, you're already seeing that they do have some power by having Kernanos available to them at a very cheap 3/3 for what it can give you. Interesting here, we're getting the Monolith Legate to be played out, potentially not able to use its ability, but and what we're going to be able to see is Fen will say, fine, I won't have anything in my reserve, but you're not going to eliminate a card.
Yeah, very aggressive play. They
Mm.
see that in the reserve and know that that's going to be an option to block in advance for them. But I guess the Siggy player here, Dandy, is saying, I want you to go ahead and play that. Let's get rid of your power cards, and we'll trade 1-for-1 lanes, and hopefully maybe I can run you out of the power cards.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, even in terms of what cards are available, though, we do have Sigismar having a slight card advantage right now by having the Monolith Legate in reserve. Really great card to actually come out from the chance for Kirkadar and Fen with Will o' the Wisp. It's a question of where will they put it. Actually, there's only one choice for them to put it. They are choosing, though, to play a unique Sandman that
Yes,
actually. Oh, wow. Sabotage on a Sandman?
a sabotage on enters with the Sandman, and then if you have 3 or more base statistics of 0, it also has the rare sleep effect.
Oh, geez, Louise.
Wow.
And we are seeing
It's
Sigismund.
actually the second Sandman that we've seen early on in this game. Do you often play your Sandmans early on in your Sigma?
In Sigismund. So if I don't have a good card draw and I have a Sandman and I keep it in hand, I end up playing it first. I don't like playing it though if you're first player. And we saw a Sigma play it as second player, and that's okay because if they choose to go in one side, then you can basically sleep your recruit. And as we saw, that became beneficial. But it's not usually optimal to play a Sandman as your first card. Not at all.
Yeah,
Oh,
it can put you in an awkward spot, but I think that they utilize it just as you should in those early turns to get extra power out of the token and still trade a lane.
Mhm.
But the Fen player putting power in both lanes, the Sandman lining up really great against that Mountain Water, but at least the Anansi is coming out just as a 2/2/2, which is the size that you love
yeah.
to see as a Siggy player.
Yeah, not bad. And it's a tough card for them to actually play with that Ozma because you're not getting the draw card benefit at all, and you don't have
Wow.
enough resources to pay the additional. Now, maybe they just want it in reserve so they can play it next turn and get 2 cards through a draw.
We see
Um,
we see Dandy slamming their keyboard in the chat. So this Ozma is a unique that is if you control a token, which is a condition as a City player, you think is just automatic. And based on the text there, I wonder if they thought it was a little too automatic.
Yeah, they must have pressed it in error or something because there is no way you'd want to play that without getting the card draw. No way. But the
They
good
were
thing
able
is
to
now,
block the dance though, which is good.
yes, and the good thing is they're going to get the double draw. I'm assuming they're paying the extra. Are they going to pay the one more? Oh no, they're just choosing to have the single
not to.
draw. Okay. That's rough for Unique to
Yeah.
only get a third of its potential value with one draw out of 3 chances actually to get it. So and we are seeing on the other side, though, Contortion has come out. Really great for any further announcers if they've got that beyond today, if they choose to keep the Contortionist in play. And I would keep it in reserve as many times as you want, and you can see that Anansi already taking benefit from that.
Yeah, I feel like as the Siggy in this matchup, you want to be ahead early before they're able to push all of their kind of 2 and 3 cost cards. You have all your 1 and 2s, and you want to push that advantage. So seeing them up on the expeditions, you probably can't afford too much mana to draw cards, which is why we don't see paid for by Dandy. How are you feeling right now as
I think it's going to be an uphill battle for Sigismar to get the win. Purely, I could potentially even see today becoming a 2-0 for
Rambo?
Fen. Wow, this is a different Sigismar deck. You don't see this very often. This may change the way that the game is played purely if they don't have removal. If Fen does not have the appropriate removal for it, that Grand Bois is going to give them a ton of value over the next 2 days.
I love it.
Do
Well,
you play it? Do
yeah,
you
you
play
definitely
it?
don't see a lot of it. I'm not brave enough. No.
No, neither am I. I'm like giving someone a card. Oof. I definitely don't want to do that, especially with Fen, because your goal is to starve them of cards in the late game.
Mhm.
Wow.
So
What do
now
we
you're
have
hoping
here?
they don't have a Martingale or something to follow up to take the lane, which they don't, luckily. But you do lose one more lane here, but you're starting with power on board, which is what you want to do with Grambois. You've gotten rid of another Anansi, though there's still one in the reserve that you're going to have to work through that's going to be able to put a lot of power
Yeah,
onto the board as the Fen player is 3 points away from
that's
taking
right.
the game.
And the great part with Grambois against Fen, it gets the double boost, right? It gets the boost
Ah,
from the draw, it gets the boost from the resupply. Now, if there is no removal, this card is definitely going to get them the win. Now, the question is, has this Sigismar got a deck that will allow anchoring? Does it have anything that can anchor? And I don't know if they do, unless they sleep a card and then anchor it, kind of thing, right?
right. Now, the Fen player does flip a acapella train, which is interesting because it sets up a couple of plays in Fen where you can acapella training in Requiem or acapella training in Cloth Cocoon. A lot of your removal in Fen being dependent on having one of those conditions. So if they have one of those, they may be happy to flip that acapella training.
Yeah, let's see if there's any kind of sabotage available for Sigismar. And this may turn the tables. If they can get this right, we have a potential chance for Sigismar to basically be even on the expedition if they can get the 2-0. Really changing the narrative substantially just by a card that you don't see very often. This Grambois might become their saving grace.
Yeah, in a top 8 with so many Fen players, it must feel great to be the Siggy that's playing Grandpa.
Absolutely. Man. Now, even if it ends up getting fleeting, it may serve its purpose. The only thing you don't want is it to be removed. And if they do, like if we do see Ben end up having the what's the card with the little Tanuki on it as the removal card, they've spent
Certainly
4
not Tanuki.
resources. Yeah, sorry.
I
No,
said, yeah,
thank you. The cloth cocoon that has a Tanuki on it, right? The cloth cocoon. Then
oh, it does.
they've spent 3 resources, or potentially three resources that they didn't want to spend on removing. So
Yeah.
now,
Now I'll note that this Sandman currently in the reserve, we talked about it earlier. It's a sabotage Sandman on enters, but it only sleeps from hand. So unless they have a Twinkle Twinkle or a normal Sandman in hand,
oh
they're not going to
man,
be able to answer this with that Sandman.
that's true.
The
But I'm
City
like,
player,
okay, that's good. I thought they were going to Sandman the Aegis Templar, but choosing to use the a cappella training first. That actually fell into the hands of our Sigismar player. I think that was useful for them, and I think they're maybe waiting to use the Sandman when it's more appropriate. Get the right thing in reserve. Um,
yeah,
rough.
from my time playing Sigismar, I find that often the Templar is a pretty expensive card from reserve, and so if they're answering it, I don't feel as hurt by it. And so now when I'm playing Fen, I'm not targeting that Templar in reserve as much.
That's true.
We do see a huge sleep here though, which could very much be the 2-0 that they're hoping for.
Yeah, absolutely. But a 5-5-5 for the next day, a Nancy may be very, very rough for them to be able to handle. But it is, this is a way of getting as close to board state evenness as possible.
Absolutely.
This is good.
I think the
Like,
question for me now is does the Fen player have a Requiem or a Cloth Cocoon to wipe the power off the board on the companion side?
and you
And
are
there it is.
absolutely right. This is the card they end up using, getting rid of it. Wow. The
Yeah,
one
right
and
on
O's.
the top of that mana. 4 mana target's the juiciest thing you can eat.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like only spending 2 resources for that. And now you're going to keep your Anansi in play. Now, yes, of course, you have to discard down 1. But once again, we're seeing Sigismar be in trouble. Why not as bad as last day? Still very difficult for them to progress. Given anything that's played, that Requiem is at the ready.
Yes, I think this is a turn where the fight over the companion is going to be critical. As the City player, you either want to win the companion side or you want to find one of those pieces of removal that can hit a Nazi. That's either a teamwork training with 3 characters or a license withdrawal for 1 more mana. But
Absolutely.
what are you
But
hoping to see here?
you know
Yeah.
what? If I'm Sigismar, yes, you absolutely want to do that. But if I'm playing as Fen, I'd be making sure the Requiem gets played out so that you don't get the chance to get rid of the Anansi. So will you get rid of use your Requiem first as a potential? But it does cost you 3. It does cost you 3. They're choosing though to continue to draw cards, build up their reserve for a potential Anansi effect of some kind. Nice work getting a Baba Yaga with the draw. And this is draw. Baba Yaga has become the unique card because it's no longer valid in the rare.
Yeah. The draw and enters. So it gets a
Uh-huh.
card here and it'll get a card on the flip side.
Mm.
The Fen player taking it slow, 1 mana to draw a card, playing out this Contortionist, which puts a decent amount of power on for just 2 mana. Already tying in green.
Yeah. Interesting. There's nothing there for the Sapduende to go for. There is definitely some options with the Requiem if you really want to get rid of a card. And it does completely discard it as well, so it does not go to reserve, which is awesome when you use it against the card that's just been played from hand.
Well, you have to use the Requiem on something that is fleeting or sleeping. So the only
Thank you
target
very
that you
much.
can hit, yeah. So the only target that you can hit here right now is the Sandman, which would feel a little bad, as anytime you're trading down on mana, they play 2 for 3. But Siggy, a hero known for playing lots of cheap things and people being overwhelmed with Ordis Troopers and Aegis Templars, is really behind on the initiative here. Down to 1 mana with the Defender having 5 mana to play with.
Yeah.
Kind of the opposite position that you often see.
But at the same time, this is a question for Fen. Are they happy with just progressing on the companion on the hero side? Because if they are going to double progress, then we're going to get another draw from Sigismar. Now, you may be okay with that because then you're just one lane away. But I see a lot of people when they play against Sigismar to basically say, I want to stop them from getting the benefit, whatever that benefit is. The card draw being the greatest one. The second one is the sabotage after rest. But if I'm Fen, I would go for it if I could. I would absolutely go for it and get the double progression.
Right?
Really make Sigismar think, because they're going to have to split their resources to cover whatever you bring out to play.
Trooper comes in, putting it at 5 grass. So the Fen player needs to get 2 more grass to advance. It'll be potentially tough for them to get the full amount to block them. But maybe you don't want to block them. Maybe you deny them that card draw from the Ordis Attorney and you just advance yourself.
Absolutely. And the question is, what do you want to play? I would, if I'm Fen, I would go for the magical training, get an extra card in hand, and just go for the 1/1.
Yeah. I think that especially you've gone through 2 of your Nazis. You've gone through a Cernunos. I think one of the ways that the Sigismar player comes back into this game is by running you out of that power. Yes, you have a lot of cards in play, but Requiem's not a great trade versus my Ordis Trooper. Stop Duende and stealing any of my boosts. What does stop me is really big Anazis. And I love this play. He twinkles and is going to use the discount to stop Duende, trade the power from his Anansi to take both lanes. That way, the thing that he's sleeping here is only 1 power, and he takes a 2-0 lead, leaves only a little bit of power on the board for his opponent, and is threatening lethal next turn.
That is
Amazing play.
brilliant. Brilliant. I never even thought that line would even come. Fantastic work by Kirkadar. Beautiful. Beautiful. That is
Wow.
brilliant. Brilliant. And
And
we
with
are down
this,
to the last few minutes, 8 minutes left in this round. I think we're going to have a winner, though.
Yeah. And the beautiful thing about that lined up so well is you also actually let the Sigismar player advance, which normally maybe you don't want to do, but it denies them the draw from the Ordis Attorney.
Yes, and now Sigismar is in a world of pain. Although they do start off with two, I guess 2/2/2 in the hero side with the Ordis recruits. They are in a world of pain. My word.
Yes.
Um,
This Sandman will also come into play this round, as the Fen player will be going first and will be able to sabotage one of these targets if they choose to do so.
Absolutely. And now the good thing for them, they will have to play the Sandman on the companion side to be able to block out the basically 3 in water. Let's see if that is the first play or not. Magpeng Hoarder is also pretty good right now as well, but I prefer getting rid of the potential card draw coming in from the Baba Yaga.
I agree. There's things from hand that can potentially refill that reserve to get the full value out of the Magpeng. And we actually see them discount the Sandman. They're saying, hey, if you have Jack Frost, I want to give the minimum value to that, Jack Frost or to Spy. I want to play all these wonderful cards in my hand, and I'm going to use that discount immediately so that I always have 7 mana available for the rest of the round. Really just forward-thinking play from the Fen. Awesome stuff.
Absolutely. And then no Jack Frost in hand at all. And this is going to be rough to see what is potentially there. The Magpeng Hoarder is going to get the boost when he gets play decks. No, a Jack Frost coming out now. Definitely getting that Magpeng Hoarder blocked out. Good work on that side. It feels weird. I'm rooting for Sigismar, but at the same time, love seeing Fen be able to be strong because we need Fen in the top 10.
Brilliant play. Yeah. Reading the Sigismar player so well and playing against the options available to them so well. It's really awesome to see.
Oh, and we're seeing a Kokova come out. Now, this has got a dual effect. The first one is if you control 4 or more characters, up to 1 target character gains a sleep. And then the second effect is you may put a card in reserve, and if you do, all your cards basically get a 1 boost. That's fantastic. Kokovas are the best uniques to come out. I've got a fantastic one that Trickster was using actually all throughout today. He did not make it past the round of 16, but I'm still proud of my mate for what he was able to show as one of the last remaining US players.
What an amazing card to be playing in this position. This is potentially going to be exactly what is needed to threaten a double advance here. The Fen player needs to find a way to become 6, at least 7 power with a rallying call in reserve. It's an even game, and they still have that unique available to the next turn.
And it costs less from reserve. But the thing that the Sigismar player is going to do is they want to hold that until you've got things in play. You're going to have to wait till things are in play. And we are down to the last 5 minutes of play as well here. And we are going to see no anchor for the aloe vera.
No anchor.
No anchor.
What could they? Oh, do they must have a Twinkle Twinkle in hand. If it's Twinkle Twinkle, I think they found the line.
If they do have it, that would be it. That would be it. And a Twinkle Twinkle is coming out. Very well played. Wow, good job. We are going to have a Fen in the final because of the double Fen matchup in the semis. Wow.
Amazing stuff. Really, really great game to into this game 3.
Absolutely.
Great play from both players.
And this is a completely different feel for a Fen deck than we just saw in the last game, the other semi-final. Man, there's a lot of archetypes that are going to come out from here. There is going to be a lot of copycat decks. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to use these as templates on how to actually make Fen viable. And I'm excited to be able to see what goes on in the next 2 rounds. And hopefully, and not being biased here, but hopefully we have a Fen winner, leaving Muna the only character not to have won. Now, we did have a Lyra player make it into France, but they did not win.
Now, I also know that at least the Fen player in the other side of the bracket also won. So there's 3 Fen players in this semifinals.
No way. That's awesome.
75% Fen.
And who's the 4th? Who do we have left?
Well, the other match was the Basira mirror match.
Oh, so Basira.
So it's Basira. Wow.
Jeez Louise. Well, congratulations to Kirkadar for getting the win, showing up for the Italians. Can the Italians win 2 weeks in a row?
The Italians have been putting up incredible efforts.
Yeah, I'm actually
really showing Great play. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm actually really happy that the Italians get the 2 potential slots for their game. I think that is the second biggest country to play Altered. Well done on that for them. I thought Spain should have actually had 2 based on, and they were playing today as well. So they had their local in Barcelona for the World Championship spot.
Yeah. So do we know the country breakdowns from these 4 players?
So at least Dandy's French. So the 4 remaining. So we've got 1 Italian. I don't actually know the other ones yet. So I'm sure by the time the next stream starts and we get into the semifinals, we'll be able to know where they're from. Either way, there's some fantastic gameplay. But I believe we're going to go on break. ElGio, is there anything that you want to say before the break? Because I will be bidding adieu, as I'm assuming you may as well, as we move into the semis.
One quick correction. It does look like I'm wrong, and that is a Siggy that advanced, not a Fen. So a little
Okay. Hey,
dampener on my assignment. So
Siggismar still got a
my mistakes
chance
before I depart. Your team still got a chance. We may see a rematch of that in the finals. I'm excited for this top 4. Had a great time casting, and excited to watch the rest of it.
Me too, and thank you, Blue, for taking over for me as I was a little late. I assumed we were going to start later, and when you've got young kids, I had to do my duty as a father and put one of them for their nap time. Well done. Look at ElGio's stuff, though. His videos are fantastic. His intros are legendary on every one of your videos. So looking forward to seeing there, and maybe we're going to see something fun come from you in the coming days as reveal season is starting. I know nobody knows what's happening, but I'm hoping that you do have one because I'm expecting something legendary on that. And from my end, if there's anyone that wants to have a look at our podcast, A Hero's Guide to Asgartha, you'll be able to see us there. And we are aiming to do the non-visual side of promoting Altered as a fantastic game and an alternative for many people. So find myself and Nick on that. It has been a pleasure once again to be on cast with you, ElGio.
You too, Chile.
All right. Hello, welcome everybody. I came here from the top cut into the loser bracket into the commentator booth, and I'm here with Rinku. How you doing, Rinku?
I'm doing well. Yeah, it was definitely tough to see you go, but very fortunate that I got to commentate with you. You were the first person I got to commentate with in the altered community, so it's fun to be at it again. And yeah, we have a pretty cool matchup here.
Yeah, absolutely. They've already gotten into the game, so we did miss day one, but it did end up being a trade of expeditions, and now we are getting into it in a Siggy versus Basira matchup. Now, I know you to be the best Kojo player in the world. I also know you've been playing a little bit of Basira. So do you have any insights or any thoughts on this matchup as we are getting into it?
Yeah, I think so. It's kind of difficult in altered, like between how the uniques work and just like the way you build your deck differently depending on what you have access to. But I think historically, I would usually give a small edge to the Bravos decks against Sigismar, specifically Kojo and Basira, since I've played those a little bit more than at Sadi. Um, I just find that the relative statting ends up being a bit better, whereas the Sigismar player has slightly more efficient removal, has that constant pressure of that token over time. So if you have like token and then you like play a threat and a removal spell, now you always threaten in advance no matter what side is played to. And their stats tend to be slightly more symmetric. That's true, I guess, a little bit more against Kojo than Basira because you have a little bit more of that boost theme sort of going
Mhm.
on. But I guess some combination of like Haven Saringer and Tiny Jin are, I guess, what give the edge, where Sigismar has to spend some amount of unique spots to get that card advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And card advantage is, I think, a great point in this because I am not 100% sure about BG though I expect them to be on those draw card uniques as well. But Idhan is playing an absolute metric ton of card draw effects between the uniques and the physical trainings and the Sarangars. So they have the ability to build up these huge, huge hands and then pick and choose later in the game what they need to actually close it out. And it's really, really tough to play against.
Yeah, I think one thing that's really difficult to quantify in this game, especially because we're a little bit younger in the game, like there's not as much like formal theory that has been developed, but it's not simple enough to just have more cards than your opponent if their costs don't line up appropriately. So people have figured out that these cheaper cards are pretty good at after Ewing a few times, kind of biding your time. We see the Aegis Templar here being scouted, kind of doing the
Mhm.
same sort of thing, where then you can play your Haymaker last, or you can kind of accrue card advantage by invalidating your opponent's plays by playing on the correct terrain or the correct side. So it's kind of ironic that what you want to do at first is play a bunch of low costed cards. The way you supplement that is by drawing more cards, though you have more cards that we can after
Mhm.
you. And I think we've even seen that in some more recent Etsadi lists that will play slightly lower to the ground, but they'll just be like, yeah, I have 12 mana and you have 7. So if I just play pretty naturally, I'm also just after Ewing a bunch. So it's interesting how like even the sheer amount of cards you have access to is lending to like this whole game plan of wanting to play more draw cards.
Yeah, and that is honestly exactly the battle we're seeing unfold here. It's a one cost play in the Ordis Trooper from Sigismar, met by the one cost play of Tinydin, again met by a one cost play in scouting that Aegis Templar. So both of these players are just waiting for the other to commit to see if they have a potential angle in this turn to maybe steal a double advance, which is an ever so crucial edge in these racing type matchups. Because, yeah, very classic for the non Atsadi Kojo decks. When you're playing into a Sigismar, you are not only trying to prevent them from advancing, but you're also trying to advance as fast as possible. And it is a true race.
Yeah, I think so. We've actually talked a little bit about this on the AQZ side, just like internally, about like the occlute versus license withdrawal sort of situation. So we see it just coming a little bit clutch here. We'll see if there's the final play. Okay, so we do see at least a block there. So it's kind of like the occlute gambit. So if you never play occlute and only mana it, and Sigismar just holds license withdrawal waiting, can they actually do that? And some amount depends on if they have these card draw uniques and the ability to not mana it and just have like a dead card while you're not playing occlutes. But of course, they can still play it on another pivotal turn. But then, if they then mana their license withdrawal too often, then you always play a clue and it's just a blowout. So it's like this weird leveling sort of thing that I think happens in the game overall, but I think it's kind of like a script in this sort of matchup that we've seen a lot.
Yeah. And I mean, big for BG Tuck there to take the expedition lead in that very favorable interaction, right? Really getting the upside of it. But they are down 2 mana here. They also just got sabotaged with an incredible unique. It is a 2 cost 001 2 fairy that has an arrow sabotage and an arrow. The next card you play this afternoon costs 1 less. So it's functionally just a 1 cost 001 sabotage, which is absolutely incredible. Tuck does have a pretty good answer in the Jack Frost, which will in turn limit Idhan, who, in the games I was playing against Idhan, they were having a lot more cards in hand. So BG Tech doing a great job at managing the resources here and making it difficult.
Yeah, I think part of it comes down to that sort of pressure, but I think a quantity that is not reflected in cards in hand is that mana advantage that you've talked about. So when you think about it, like if you mana a card earlier through, say, like the Tiny Gen ramping you, and then you don't play a card later, it like delayed drew you a card, but also allowed you to just play more cards earlier. So in some ways, Tiny Gen is like better than draw a card because it's like doing what you want in the appropriate times, except in the late game. Like, of course, like, on day like 10, if you, it's not literally drawing a card, but
Yeah. Once
um,
you have your 11 mana out already, the 12th does not make the biggest difference anymore.
yeah. So I think it is interesting to think about like the train run out here though. So what happens is the Jack Frost is good at pushing your advantage, but wasn't that good at blocking the mountain. But because they're up in expedition, they might just be able to say, how about you have to play your last card in your hand and you're going to overflow your reserve this turn. And that is like, we'll get to board parity, but I'm taking all your, like half of your resources for it.
I mean, yeah, this is a really surprising play to me. The Aegis Templar played companion side instead of for a block play on the hero side, since yeah, Itan is going to play this final card as well out of hand. And it's a good one. It's a skater. He's going to scout it. Maybe that's what BG Tech was even specifically playing around, since that would have actually gotten over the Templar.
Oh,
But I think
wow.
it
So
still does on the companion side.
yeah, so we're gonna see it evened up here because of that mountain being able to poke through. So kind of that Jack Frost weakness that was being alluded to a little bit earlier. So yeah, just being able to poke through, and now we're gonna be at board parity. And sure, it wasn't the 4 cards to reserve that I originally thought it was gonna be, but the Player Skater being scouted and replayed still ends up in a resource advantage to Bijutak here. So sure, there's the 2 mana advantage, but at some point it might just be actual material. And for all the great things that that Tooth Fairy does, when this Jack Frost comes from the reserve as the first player to exhaust that Haven Saringer, it looks like our Basira player is only going to be able to play from hand this turn, and I think this is the turn that might show how the game's going to develop from here.
Yeah, I have a feeling as well this unique might just be needed to be played as a 1 cost after you effect, which is absolutely brutal. In fact, I think Idhan is currently thinking about binning it and just keeping both of the other cards. There you go. That's actually exactly what's going to happen. Commons are better than uniques. NUC represent, I guess. And Idhan's going to keep a free cost 1/1/1 in reserve over the 2 fairy unique just because there is guaranteed to be almost no value coming out of that 2 fairy, and he really needs the cards.
The other consideration is your hero power kind of wants to be at some semblance of board parity with the token that's being created by Sigismar. So at least having a token maker. Like what if the 2 cards you draw or are still characters, but they don't create boosts? Then you could try to use your Blade Dancer as like a pseudo Chiron to try to like threaten both sides. But we see it being let off here, and the Basira ability not being used, which I feel like implies another boost card from hand. So maybe a skater.
hmm And this is also a really interesting move by BG. Instead, kind of with the gift of self showing I'm not going to be contesting this companion side expedition on this turn. You can have the 1-for-1 that very well might have been a struggle for Idhan this turn, and instead will build up their own card advantage even more. I think this is especially nice because Idhan was forced to keep both cards in hand that they drew, so no additional mana. So that mana advantage is closing which is really
Yeah.
nice. And wow, BG Tuck makes use of the sabotage here from Monolith Legate as well. Very clean.
Oh man, I was really hoping that this last card would be a legate to kind of like, or sorry, not a legate, an occlude to kind of punish the sort of play. But with the lack of card selection, you just drew 2 random cards, and what's the probability that you happen to draw one of your last occludes that might have been mana'd also? So yeah, but man, that could have been a huge turning point.
Hmm. Yeah, and now I mean, Idhan, they are even on expeditions, but it just feels like they are behind. And I know Idhan is running the physical trainings. I don't know how many they are on exactly. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Mhm.
But they very well might be forced to play a line here that just loses to teamwork training, since they just do not have the cards to play around removal. That might be the devastating factor here.
Well, let's see. So yeah, I definitely understand what you're saying. I think a saving grace might actually be the terrain run out here. So you minimally, if you play on companion side 2 turns in a row, you can just keep on fighting over mountain. Not great when they can legate you back, but you can kind of just feel like you can get to the arena if all you do is play on the like it's not necessarily true. I think we're in Sandman territory too, which like makes it a little bit tricky.
Hmm.
Like you might just see a double advance through a Sandman, but I think I think it's kind of interesting. I feel like that card draw is announcing almost a Sandman of sorts, where you can be like, oh, I can like get ready for the turn afterwards through a Sandman. But that's kind of why I'm looking towards this turn. So it seems natural for the Basir to push companion side, and it also seems natural for Sigismar to either set up a Sandman to win or to make it so that way the win happens next turn. So for instance, play Sandman on companion side, sleep itself, and then if Basir's companion side moves forward, it's still in Sandman territory, so that ends up lining up pretty well.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And I think honestly, this position just really showcases the strength of the Sigismar deck, where it's so flexible. You can play for win this turn. You have multiple ways you can set up for more of an advantage next turn. And you have all these factors going in. The one quite nice thing actually into the legate is that the rare Bravos Blade Dancer, which not all the Basirs are playing, a lot of them are sticking to commons or neither actually. But the
Mhm.
existence of this will mean that there is that one extra card in reserve, and that is functionally the same as nullifying the sabotage from the legate. So that's going to be a huge deal here as well, especially in combination with this Ozma that draws a card. So Idhan might have a chance yet, just barely holding on. No Sandman either from BG Tuck, so that's quite nice.
Yeah, so the lack of a Sandman means that this looks like it's kind of shaping up to be an arena game. So the Aegis Templar is not that great to play from reserve, just in terms of stats, especially going up against a Basir that can make very large stats. Oh, I didn't do this math though. Okay, okay. I wasn't sure if the Blade Dancer, like, I was like pretty sure that they
Yeah,
still won it. But yeah, okay, cool.
I had to
Um,
recount it in my head as well quickly, but no, they're safe.
well, it helps. So like, I don't know if you do this, but I like summarize stats as other cards I'm more familiar with. So like, I call that Asma like Legate stats or like Scotty stats, like
Mm-hmm.
stats of cards. So it's like it's really easy when it's like, oh wait, it's a Legate against a Legate. Then there's a token with a boot versus a boost. So they were functionally the same card and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Wow, even sabotages the Ozma instead of the Blade Dancer. So BG Tech might be drawing this out even later and try to play for the arena.
I think it actually might also just imply either having another removal or sabotage or a Jack Frost sort of effect in your hand, because it is a very large mana commitment. So I actually think it's very mature of the or cognizant of the Basira to actually not mana there. Even if it would have allowed them to play all their cards, you might think that this Blade Dancer is just not long for this world. Slash, it might just run into a removal spell and not be the most efficient.
Hmm. And there we go. We're back at the one cost spells in a unique Rata Tosker from BG Tech. It is a one cost 1/0/0. It has a token spam effect when another non-token character joins your expedition. Create an Ortus Soldier token in your companion expedition. It also has from reserve if you control a token, draw a card. Absolutely phenomenal unique. That is incredible, actually.
Yeah, so BG Talk's a player I've followed a lot and lost to on many occasions. So yeah, their uniques are pretty much just two arrow draw card uniques, and then this Ratatasker. That's like kind of a combo of the token spammer. But we see the Yeti being played out and not giving it sleep. So once again, being aware that they need to contest this turn, but you've got to think that this is minimally getting into the arena. So it's kind of tough that you don't really want to play that Yeti from the reserve, but it just like really stinks that the Ratatasker was putting so much pressure on that you like weren't allowed to sleep. But it seems like it might bode well in terms of just trying to get it to that arena. And if you can kind of stress BG Talk in a certain way such that this Blade Dancer is going to get one more use out of it. So you can play it, it'll go to the reserve because you're going to have it check first. So if there's you're going to be first player. So if there's no sleep, no removal, you can get to the to the arena, it's the world we might live in, and that might be good enough one.
Yeah, it is a world, absolutely. I mean, there's a teamwork training. I
Okay.
wonder if that indicates a Sandman maybe in hand as well. Either
Yeah.
way, I don't think Idhan can really play around anything. They just gotta go for it. No real decision there. I
Yeah.
imagine Blade Dancer's the only play. I can't think of anything in Bravos that you could play in from hand here to pseudo after you. And there it is on the hero side.
Yeah.
It's big. So
Yeah, so the hero side's actually better. Yeah, exactly, because the boost can go where you want it to. So it comes down to the last card for Bija Talk, but you gotta imagine playing teamwork training there probably implies once again another interaction spell, and we see it here. So being able to push over the top and win this first game.
yeah, it was exactly that. Sandman, as called, will lead to the double advance. What a phenomenal game one. I think this one really came down to Bijitak just policing, honestly, Idhan's resources during all of the mid game, forcing little overcommitments here and there, and just maintaining their own engine with card draw very well. They made it happen.
Yeah. So another thing that we saw in chat that just kind of bring up. So not not everyone has the most experience in these 2 out of 3 sort of games. Like so these matches. Um, so what happens is after each game, whoever lost the previous game gets to choose if they go first or second in the next one. And that's the dynamic that most people haven't actually tested for because I feel like most tournaments that people have played in or just most situations end up being best of one. So not only learning more about the deck list, learning more about the uniques, depending on if it's open or closed deck list, but also just who wants to go first. So the Basira player losing that game, choosing to go second in the next game. And I feel like if there's no inherent advantage, for instance, like say Kojo's Buddha or something of the sort, or how Lindaway's Maw is made, you'll typically see people want to go second from the standpoint of being able to be like, okay, you make the first move. Now I get to line up my stuff appropriately to block you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really interesting, I think, that dynamic, and it is true that there's very little testing for it as well. But a lot of specific matchups have really interesting opening turn sequences that you could prep for, but it is hard because you really need to look at very specific lines. You need to look at a lot of them to figure out the answer to the puzzle.
Yeah. So I guess the other consideration, the the other, so we're working on loading the game right now. At least for me, it seems like still trying to refresh it. Um, but yeah. So another dynamic you can consider, so a clute happens to cost 4 mana, but if it costs a different amount, you might consider a different dynamic there. So what can happen is if BG Talk starts with 2 characters, and then say if the Basira player wants to take the gambit of being able to try to clute down both things and hope you don't have license withdrawal, they have some amount of ability to do that. So then, in order to keep that honest, BG Talk's opening hand, if it has in the 6 cards, license withdrawal might be able to keep it. So now you don't even have to have the occlude, and you might stick them with the license withdrawal and actually like gum up their hand.
Yeah, Yeah, it is an interesting dynamic. I think it's the A.W.O.L one particularly is just so interesting with the license withdrawal because it is such a powerful card in the matchup. I think in set 2 especially it was your main way of winning against Sigismar. But yeah, now there's the answer you got to watch out for. Justin Trading in chat does point out A.W.O.L is a good reason to maybe play as first player if you're a Basira player. But interestingly here, Idhan did actually decide for BGTuck to go first. And I do think a lot of that is just the risk prevention, because if you get double advanced on turn 2 because you went for that very aggressive line, it is a hard punish. And notably as well, Idhan is only on 2 Occlutes.
Hmm. Yeah, I do think the chat message is saying in the second day you want to be first player, therefore you want BGTalk to go first in the first day.
Yeah. True. I misaligned that in my head.
You're good. Yeah. So this is actually a pretty interesting start. So the Yeti is not something that's mainstream per se. Like definitely has existed in a lot of deck lists. I think sometimes depends on your uniques. But you can kind of allow a double advance on the first day, and then you could try to double advance the second day. Is kind of the line that you would expect here.
Yeah, you would definitely hope to trade back on both expeditions here, so to get back to equity. It's gonna be a little bit easier said than done. I'm thinking like because you would love to also have cards like Tinygen in this situation, so you don't overflow your reserve. But no mountain expedition means that if BG Tuck is going second has the right cards in the hand, they can easily stall out and actually still get at least one advance in this situation.
Hmm. Yeah, we also see this exit strategy of just being like, "Hey, I'm gonna after you. Like, I probably can't commit enough to get through, but if you actually do nothing, if I recall correctly, I think BG Talk plays some amount of Frog Prince, so you can actually like set up this weird pincer play of like, okay, I gift of self, see if you do anything, and if not, and if I happen to then have my Frog Prince, now I would be able to advance. So we see commitment still needing to happen here.
Yeah. Yeah, two Frog Prints we're hearing from BG Tuck's side. And here, Idhan does go for kind of a in-between play, gets that Tiny Gen out there as well as mentioned, and will ramp with that and try
Mhm.
to deny and will successfully deny any advancement from BG Tuck's side, even a Frog Prince. But BG Tuck has the other side of the coin in hand, the trap of not an attorney, a Monolith Legate. So they will still generate value on that turn out of the double advance from Idhan. And now only 2 cards in hand, 1 card in reserve remaining. And honestly, Yeti from reserve is the reason you don't love to play that card. It's just a bit clunky.
Yeah, it's tough, but they also kind of don't necessarily want to answer it. So you can probably get the advance with it. And given your resource lightness, the fact that you had a tiny gen go into mana, you can actually get value out of it. Whereas if you didn't have the tiny gen on the previous turn, it might just not have ended up very well in terms of like how you would try to proceed. But yeah, so one thing that's interesting about Sigismar overall is nothing is too flashy in how Sigismar works, but it can just apply pressure in the way, Kojo Light, and some people would say the other way around, but you and me here. But yeah, so in a Kojo Light sort of way, apply pressure, but it can also just grind you out like these more controlling like late game style decks. And we see Bijitak pretty much due to the way the game's developing kind of being allowed to do both, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. No, he has the balance that you need when playing Sigismar down to a T in this one. Just doing a beautiful, exerting a beautiful amount of pressure, but it will actually go down an expedition here. Going up a lot in resources. He gets to start his next turn with a huge anchored body in his hero expedition.
Mhm.
And he also gets to sabotage this Karen. So there's nearly nothing left for Idhan except a measly mana advantage and an expedition advantage of 1, which is very important. But
Mhm.
BG is he's loaded on cards.
Yeah, so I think the game's obviously not only about uniques, but one easy way to get back into it is the Basira player has a subset of like draw uniques. So trying to use that to start to claw it back in. But part of the problem is a lot of them are at dusk draw uniques. So stuff like teamwork training, or if you choose to boost it, which you have to for that Ozma, it might run into license withdrawal. So kind of a tough spot here, just like in terms of the options or how luck might play a component here, right? So in the way the Sigismar has seen this many cards, it's like variance reducing. And like if things stay the same, even though it looks like the Basir is ahead, BG is going to have that advantage because they can, like a surgeon, almost like choose the right tool for the job.
Hmm. Yeah, they absolutely can. It is what they're doing. They're showcasing it here very well. The unique comes out again. We did see this one last game as well. The Monolith Rune Scribe. If you control a token, draw a card. It has okay stats. In this situation, it's very good for advancing, less so for blocking.
Mhm.
I don't think BG Tuck is really expecting to double advance on this turn, but they're just going to keep forcing cards out of Idhan. And there's that
Yeah.
Eclute with 0 cards to target.
Yeah, so you have to imagine with just how the card advantage game worked that there's a license withdrawal here. You're just allowed to keep it in hand because your deck is effectively like Sigismar's is effectively just a bunch of characters and then a bunch of removal spells. So they being up on cards, I imagine would still have one here. But even if not, in the worst case, you could probably try to just like plan your next turn out. Like you don't even have to do anything here, and that's still a form of card advantage. So your floor is like pretty high. You could try to Sandman to sleep, say the Bumblebeat or something else that you want to use to get ready for next turn. But you're kind of going to factor in that, say if for whatever reason there isn't what license withdrawal. Of course, we've only gone through a little bit less, less than half of the deck. It could be possible that you're actually just planning for what is going to happen when you occlude next turn and stuff like that. And that might be the turnaround that Idhan needs to like get back in this one.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I'm thinking about the decks as well a little bit, and I think Idhan's deck is just very geared towards beating the Kojos and the Traced in the metagame,
Mm,
and it seems to be struggling into Sigismar. I'm guessing Idhan is manning all of the physical trainings, for example,
mhm.
and instead keeping some of the just more stats line cards. But against these slow plays coming in, and the lack of cards that say draw a card, it's really affecting their game a lot. BG Tuck here again won't find the double advance to make up the difference. No license withdrawal, as that would have, I have to imagine, been immediately
Yeah.
slammed in that situation. But we'll just again draw an extra card from a Monolith Legate. But
Or
now
if
they're on a timer. So
Mhm.
that is one big thing going for Idhan in this game. They are up on expeditions.
Right. So between the draw from the turn and the draw from the attorney, not moving forward, so that's 3 new draws, and you like know roughly 100% that there wasn't a license withdrawal in the previous set of cards. So if the Jack Frost didn't come down, you could actually probably feel a little bit better about occluding this turn. But yeah, the Jack Frost being a proactive play and the Basira player choosing to mana, still kind of that sort of pincer play attacking on both sides. Like Vegeta can now play this unique and like still threaten the Blade Dancer. No usage of the Basira ability kind of implies a Tolerant Skater, I feel like. Physical training might be great though.
Yeah, it is going to be physical training, in fact. So, really desperate for the card draw effect now. Now, this becomes a question of is there a teamwork training? I
Mhm.
guess Snowman, not Snowman, Sandman, they're brothers, kind of.
Yeah.
Not really, but
They're both men.
they're both men. They have something in common. Won't be a snowman. Why am I on snowman so much? Won't be a sandman. It will be the teamwork training. And now BG Tuck turns the corner finally to find a 2-for-1, a 2-for-0 advance.
Oh, Vegeta might have to use the support ability from their unique, which is cool. I've actually seen them use all the supports abilities from their draw unique. So their Ozma has make a bureaucrat cost 1 less, and then this one makes a token. I've seen them use both to like very powerful effect.
Yeah, I mean, it looks really costly to use a discard ability on a unique, but in this situation, that Aklut from Idahan is staring at BG Tax Reserve anyway, so going down that one card really isn't making a big difference, given that Idahan will be going first next turn. So this lines up really well for BG Tak again. And now Idhan's final advantage, I would say. Well, I guess they still technically have a mana lead, but the expedition lead they were having has been broken by BG Tak, and now Idhan will have a huge uphill battle to try and make the comeback happen.
Yeah, so let's think what has to go well. So it's true that your Tiny Gen actually lines up very well with the companion side in terms of
Mhm.
on the Mammoth stat. So I think there's a large consideration there. I actually wouldn't be surprised if we got rid of the both the occlude and the physical training and just tried to be a little bit slimmer in your play. The
Yeah.
problem is you have the Jack Frost, so it's like conditioned on them choosing to not Jack Frost you. What would you want? You know you're leading this turn, but like what's gonna happen the turn afterwards? It's true that the hero side is very good for Jack Frost though. So it's yeah, there's like I think the tumult's like one of the coolest things about this game. Like I feel like I could just talk about this for hours and I'll save everyone the trouble. But yeah, so you know, you got to think from here like, okay, my physical training's not long for this world, or if I'm allowed to play it, it's probably not good for me.
Yeah, so Idan wisely not putting any cards into mana, consequentially. Oh, they find their sabotage unique, the Tinkerbell that we also saw last game.
Yeah,
That is a great find here.
yeah, yeah. So tooth fairies are ones that are have just
Fairy.
like a lot of really cool different types of abilities. But we see the Jack Frost from hand, so you can't tooth fairy the hand.
Yeah, you definitely cannot. So, interestingly enough, physical training will be hit with the exhaust effect still, despite having the option. Free cost 7/7 does seem fairly strong, but maybe there's also an answer for it in BG Tuxand, and they just don't want to deal with this two fairy getting 3 or 4 boosts from physical training. Did I say the wrong one again?
Yeah, so yeah, the Tooth Fairy doesn't have like the best stats or anything like that. But so one thing that's kind of interesting is that the Blade Dancer is kind of a one-time use thing. So in the worst case, like so because of Basira being the first player here, you kind of can still pseudo after you a few times. Really, you're still developing your board. But in the best case, the Blade Dancer's only winning one side. So um yeah, we see the skater end up being played here. Let's see, is it being scouted? Probably not. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's not being scouted, which is what I would kind of expect here. So this is kind of hoping for the best but expecting the worst sort of thing, where maybe you can try to threaten both sides, but it's going to be very difficult to. But really trying to set up for the play that makes the best next day, because this day, just on average, is going to be either I lose or we trade 1 for 1. It just really can't go better than that.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, BG Tech setting up another one cost play, not revealing what he has going for himself. Forced play for Idan here. I'm gonna say this is going hero side, as it does. And now it's just a question of does BG Tuck have enough to win this turn, or are we going to a next day as well? I cannot imagine that BG Tuck cannot trade 1 for 1.
Unrelated, but I've been thinking about it a little bit. I think it's pretty interesting that Tooth Fairy and Tinkerbell have no overlaps in terms of factions, and if that was intended on purpose.
Yeah, I thought about that one as well, actually. Either way, though, there is that Sandman, not a snowman, and it will secure BG Tuck the game. I don't know if you can tell, but I am a little tired.
Yeah, unfortunately, that one has the Lyra overlap, so not great for us. But yeah, yeah. So despite when originally starting to watch these games, giving the small edge to Basira, um, just the way the games ran out kind of showcase kind of the two plans that Sigismar can have. It can have this aggressive plan or this
Mhm.
late game plan. Kind of when we've seen the dominance of Trace, it also kind of does the same thing too in recent times of just like, yeah, I'm like this aggro deck that also does this thing in the late game. But Sigismar has to kind of accrue the advantage in a different way through these attorneys legates and yeah, the choosing of the unique spot.
Yeah, I mean, it was really well played for BG Tuck there. Super adaptive game plan really just came to fruition phenomenally there. Now, I'm going to ask the man in the sky if we are going to move to the other game, if that is still ongoing, or if we just talk at the camera for a while, or how that works.
All
All right,
right.
we are going to swap over, it seems like. I think. But who do you? I think the other side of the semis is a Fen mirror match. So we know we're gonna have a Fen versus Sigismar in the finals. I do believe we saw a match of that in the top 16 towards the end as well on stream.
Mhm.
Do you have any thoughts going into that matchup already, Rinku?
I'm excited to be watching and commentating it. That's my first thought. But yeah, it's tough. I feel like when people talk about matchups and matchup percentages, it makes some sort of subset of assumptions of like who's playing, what uniques you're using, like how the terrains even run out and stuff like that. Or the different regions. So it's tough. Like we're no longer in the world of like normal percentages. Like if I queue up on ladder and you told me it was Fen against Sigismar, I would tell you that it's Sigismar favored. If you told me it's the finals of this event that has some of the best players in the game, I'm going to tell you I have no idea who's going to win.
Yeah. All right. We are going to be swapping into the game. I'm not sure what number game this is. I'm guessing it's going to be game 2. It is indeed game 2. And Agamon has won the first one. And now back to your answer, Rinku. Unfortunately, the answer is really based. I can't harp on it at all. I was gonna troll you a bit, but you, as always, are making it very hard, as we do see a very rarely played card in Fen, and maybe this is exactly the type of stuff you were talking about. The Duel of Grit comes out to punish that aloe vera play from reserve.
Yeah, so it's something we're actually used to on the Kojo side of, it looks kind of weird, but sometimes you get turn one or spy rare in Kojo, and then you can set up a turn two Duel of Grit. We see the same thing happening with this Will o' the Wisp, and kind of getting that quick lead. And one thing that Fen could be very good at is like turning the lead into card advantage, back into the lead, and vice versa, which is really cool.
Yeah, it's probably the most dynamic hero in the game, and they just have so many options, so many tools. A lot of their commons have great discard abilities, which allows for a lot of interesting play as well, a lot of choices. And now Kierkegaard does have a one expedition lead, and they are looking kind of similar on cards, but Agamon did resupply one of their uniques in this
Mhm.
Flamel. It's a
Yeah,
free cost 4/4 with at dusk you may return a spell from your reserve to your hand.
Yeah, you're a lot braver than I am in terms of saying people's names. But so in terms of the bottom fence, so not even looking at the deck list, which you can kind of start to surmise from just looking at the board states and the cards people choose to play. So rare Magpie Hoarder, something we saw a decent amount in set two, not as much in set three. But by choosing the rare one, you're saying I believe that extra stat point matters a lot.
Mhm.
So maybe a slightly more aggressive Fen list. We also see the common sleight of hand, whereas we've normally seen a lot more of the rare version. So it's kind of cool to think like what is being accomplished by this sleight of hand choosing to only bring back characters.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because it seems we're kind of on opposing styles of Fen, a little bit at least,
Mhm.
right? There is a bit of a character return focus by playing this common sleight of hand. Meanwhile, the unique Flamel that only brings back spells does indicate that Agamon, as we see with the Sap Duende, is playing for a bit of a different deck configuration, a lot more spell heavy, I'd imagine. But at the moment, Kierkegaard is just going up expeditions slowly. At least for Agumon, they finally get a aloe vera anchored, which I'm sure is somewhat critical to their game plan, the way they have been slamming those for the last couple turns.
Yeah, so if I recall correctly, I think bottom fence the one that's playing the rare Ceranos, like the 3 cost 4/4. Um, so let's see, I'm gonna fact check myself. Okay, yes. The voice from above has told me that I am right. Cool. So yeah, so it's like when you have all these cheap 4/4s, one thing that's really interesting here is winning that 50/50 in the middle in terms of the companion marker for the bottom fen now being in the not water region is actually really good for them in terms of being able to still threaten both sides. Like, it's true that when we think about fen from a higher level, minus aloe vera, it's either symmetric or tends to be more focused on force and mountain with a slight weakness in water. So aloe still helps like shore that up, but not knowing how the middle card was gonna which way it was gonna be flipped actually impacted a lot of potential plays from here.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff that happens with that math as well, of flipping expeditions both on turn one usually, as well as when the center expedition gets flipped up, where ideally, if you can avoid it, you don't want to take the risk of needing to flip a certain expedition. But
Mhm.
sometimes you're forced to take the 50/50 on it. In this case, Agumon did lose the 50/50, but it also isn't the most important dynamic in the world. It's more important to have any kind of body in play there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So unique coming out for Kierkegaard as well. It is the Magpeng Hoarder. A lot of text on this one. It has an arrow sabotage if there are two or more if there's two or more cards in reserve. Sorry, it is a Magpeng Hoarder. Then it's a sabotage. Otherwise, it is just an exhaust. And also, when the expedition moves forward, it gets to anchor another character.
Yeah, so kind of threatening a lot in that grass sort of stat or force. So one thing that's interesting is Fen in general is going to have kind of a core base that you're going to expect. So say like these Anansis, Hathor, what have you. But in terms of the spells, we're seeing, for instance, this acapella training saying, hey, I want to after you and have this more controlling plan versus cards like we've seen on the second day, like the Duel of Grit, which is just saying like, no, actually, I want you to commit your mana this turn and I'm going to advance here. So even if like the overall texture might feel the same in terms of say how many spells versus characters they're playing or how they're all interlaced together, the higher level plan could be different. And another thing that's really cool is by having similar components, you can almost be like a bad version of the other deck in the matchups that you need to, which is kind of funny.
Oh, and there's that Safter, and they paying dividends right now. Denies the or gets the block in addition to the advance, as well as replacing itself with the card draw. Half her discard ability also gets used. So all of a sudden, Agumon went from slightly behind to just sitting super comfortably here. They got to deny the Magpeng trigger as well on the expedition moving forward. So that was a huge swing of a turn.
Yeah. So it's tough. Like now we're in a spot where we're even in terms of, distance between or Kaibara counter, but the card advantage has been in favor of the top fan. So yeah, I'm kind of interested in how like the deck construction is going to allow for different options here. If you're slightly more aggressive in terms of building your fan, then the sleep kind of has a slightly different sort of purpose in terms of trying to maybe abruptly end the game, which can still happen in the more controlling versions. But um, yeah, it's just interesting to think about how all the interplay is going to work here.
Yeah. I also got to wonder, in this situation, with that sleep ability, aren't you a lot of the time incentivized to use it as a discard ability? It is pretty card inefficient, but
Hmm.
you don't really want to deal with the leftover bodies either in these mid stages of the game, especially if your opponent does have a lot of tools themselves to potentially contest expeditions, as it does set you up to get 2-0'd quite often.
Hmm.
It's a bit of a tricky spot in that regard. The Magpeng order does also come out from Agumon quite early, which does indicate they're going to be gunning for double advance this turn, and it's up to Kierkegaard to stop that.
Yeah, I think the biggest tell in how this turn developed, like if it was open deck list, or you can read, from like previous stuff, but like the decision to play the Magpen Hoarder instead of playing Acapella Training, of course, there could be something like an Ouroboros Incaster in the bottom fence hand that you're trying to sort of line up that Acapella Training with. But if you want to after you one more time, you definitely could have through using that Acapella Training. So I wonder if that means that there's 4 mana total of plays that you're considering through using the Incaster, or maybe even just running out the Incaster as another body. So I think the top Fen is really trying to do that sort of thing we talked about of converting this card advantage into now a board advantage. So before they were behind on the tumult, up on cards. Now let's switch that back.
Yeah, it's the timing of that choice when you go for it is always really interesting as well, because the longer you wait, the bigger the risk, right? If you fail and you're behind that one expedition, or two in this case it was, then you just lose the game all of a sudden when you fail to stop your opponent from advancing. But if you go too early and you give up all of your card advantage to get back even on expeditions, all of a sudden the situation might flip where you are actually the person down on cards and you're making the game very awkward to play for yourself.
Mhm.
So I'm very curious how this is going to develop. We do see kind of a mix between a slow play and a contest, I'd say, in the Twinkle Twinkle, not revealing any information from hand and just saying, how much more are you willing to commit to this companion side, Agenman? Or are you just going to let me have it?
Yeah, and the extra incaster, so setting up an incaster loop of sorts, there's kind of two versions. One is where they're alternating spots every turn. The other incaster sort of thing is where you play both together and they return both. So we have the kind of the former version of pressure being applied, which once again creates a lot of card advantage, but the aloe there trying to kind of help a little bit.
Ooh, big counter coming in here. Twinkle on an anchored character. It is a very favorable interaction for the sleep effect. It's nice, going to be good for Aloe to stick around still. You can't stop that with a Twinkle Twinkle. But
Mhm,
it's going to be another double advance for Agenman. 2 days in a row. And
mhm,
now they are kind of exactly in this flip position that I was talking about earlier, where they are
mhm.
slightly down on bodies in play now and maybe even access to cards, since there will be an at noon resupply from Aloe Vera. But they are now in the expedition lead. And if they can manage to trade expeditions, they're going to be able to close out this game.
Yeah, and one thing that kind of is on the mind sometimes for me is just could you end the game with a double advance? And the fact that the distance for the bottom fen is so far away means that you can't just plan for the now, you have to plan for the future. And of course, if you get double advance, it's over, but like it's not simple enough as, throw everything. It's like I feel like it's from a movie or a book or something where like you're in some sort of race, say like on a train or a hot air balloon, and you're like burning your shirts and stuff because like there's just not enough fuel left. It's like I feel like the end of some games of Altered feel that way. It's like, yeah, like here's another thing, like we don't need this anymore, and but you can't do that yet. Like the top fan can choose whether or not they're ready to burn their shirts or not, but the bottom one has to like still have enough resources to then try to double advance 2 days in a row, which is
Mm.
pretty hard, especially in a mirror match. Like it can't go understated that in this sort of game, you have all the same tools, and we have a game where it's the numbers being lined up a certain way, so you can literally just play a bunch of carbon copies of the same card. So it's actually really hard to find kind of that physical difference. Whereas if you're playing two factions against each other, you can be like, oh, actually, you're weak in this terrain, I'm strong in that one, and you can try to like set it up. So it
Mm.
definitely has some work cut out for them, but definitely hats off for to the Bomb Fen if they're able to figure this one out.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Agma's set on making this as painful as possible. They start their turn with a one cost after you in that acapella training, not revealing their game plan if they are just looking for a trade or maybe that surprise double advance. And yeah, it's going to make it tough for Kierkegaard to play. They did get a Cernunos resupply, which does represent a lot of stats, kind of exactly what they need in this spot,
Mhm.
especially critical that it has those water stats as well, since that halfer we are seeing in reserve does not play favorably on the hero expedition at all when you're in a situation like Kierkegaard and down on expeditions.
Right, but if I recall correctly, I think the Incaster picked up the Twinkle Twinkle. If yeah,
Um, I do
something
believe,
like
yeah.
yeah. So it's going to be pretty hard to be able to contest that side, but it might be bait your removal spell into I'm going to sleep your Incaster might be the line.
Yeah, There's a
really fun.
couple lines I could see here. I mean, the other thing is, if we know there's a Twinkle Twinkle in hand, this is also extremely threatening,
Mhm.
since you can sleep that aloe vera and potentially advance. Even here, you can sleep Halfer, and if you do have a 1 or 2 cost card left, you just plop it down, companion side, get the advance, get the dub. And is that what we are going to see here? Drum roll. There it is. Discard ability into their own Halfer for Agamon. They will pick up a double advance, and with that, the game and set, bringing them to the finals
Yeah,
of
so
the America WCQ.
yeah, so GG to Fen, would have been nice to make the top 4, and GG to Fen, congrats or to the finals, and GG to Fen for making it to the finals. So
Yep. Absolutely. That's sweet. Agamon absolutely deserves it. You've been crushing this tournament. And we have a really sweet finals ahead of us. Do we know who's casting that already, or?
yeah, I think it's been chosen already, but we'll let everyone else figure it out or something like that just to make it. But
Keep it
I'm
as
pretty
surprise.
that's fine. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be blue in May for the finals.
All right, awesome. I'm gonna be loving tuning into that.
Yeah, it'll be good. Would you like to, plug yourself or say anything before we cut over to a break? I'm guessing.
Yeah, I guess that's the idea. Yeah, you can check out my YouTube at Freeloader. I very occasionally post something of
Yeah,
various kinds.
he tries to do it at least like 3 or 4 weeks late, just so that way you remember what life used to be like.
Exactly. I'm a very nostalgic content creator. Other than that, play tournaments. They're super fun. We have the NUC on Wednesday. If you don't like uniques, if you're disgusted by the yellow plague or whatever, I don't know. You can play that. Or even if you do like uniques, it is a fun tournament to play. And I think that's it from my side.
All right, cool. Yeah, so we'll cut to yeah, so we'll cut to a relatively small break, and yeah, we'll see you for the finals.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, and good luck casting the finals then.
Thanks. It's probably, it's probably just like Disney programming. 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 It's probab It's probably just like Disney programming.
Surprise, everyone. The timer was wrong. We're here already. Blue here for the finals, joined by the actual best Kojo player in AQZ because he's the only one that's currently qualified. Freeloader, I'm sorry, you just didn't quite make it. That's why you were casting recently. Rinko, how are we
Hi.
feeling about these finals matches? We got a really good Sigismar player versus a really good Finn player.
Yeah, so it sounds like we're gonna have a really good match that is gonna, be really just interesting, and I think something that's gonna be a spectacle, and whoever wins is definitely deserving of it. And yeah, I'm just really excited. Are we gonna check out the deck list first?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take a look at it real quick. We'll have like a minute here before they get going, so we'll do this as fast as we can. And I'll pull them up here. First, we'll take a look at Agenmon because they are the 2 seed, and it's the first one that pops up for me. Let's see here. For some reason, it does not want to show up. Oh, that's why. There we go. Agenmon. Slightly off screen, but we can take a look at it. And I can, if you don't have it, you can take a look at it too.
Yeah, I got it from the links in the
Perfect.
that we have.
So, Agenmon, a lot of cards on there. We talking a little about it earlier, but they have a balance of 26 characters, 13 spells, and we mentioned this in the I think quarterfinals, where a lot of these Fin decks have quite a big variety of cards that they can play and mess with. I have to imagine that is somewhat to do with the fact that they don't really get to choose their own mana.
hmm Yeah, there's also some balance where you kind of want Fenn's hero power to ideally like be one extra mana orb like every turn until you then want it to be a card. So we actually see things like Will-O-the-Wisp. We see the full 3 Twinkle Twinkles, just things that you can actually convert into mana early on. We also see a really large emphasis on Anansi style uniques. So we have the 3 Anansis proper, but also the Studious Disciple and Tanuki both have that sort of effect. So we've seen that a lot in the Trace sort of decks where there's kind of 2 avenues. There's the bug fix and then there's Anansi. Here there's like very much an Anansi focus, which is cool because it allows you to kind of go over top of other decks and really take advantage of this after you. By the way, here's like a 3 cost 7/7/7.
Indeed, and we are going to take a quick look also here at BGA Talk's deck because they do have their list, their link ready to go. So we'll pull that up here shortly. Take off Agenmon and pull BGA Talk up, where we have the good old fashioned Sigismar deck list that hasn't always won, but has gotten some victories here or there. We even see a one of Tiny Jail, as well as some use of Gift of Self, the license withdrawal card that has been quite popular when it comes to Whispers from the Maze. And as we've seen in previous games, I guess, for the top 4 and top 8, a lot of card draw uniques coming from Beach Talk.
Yeah, I think BG Talk's kind of approach here is going to be to really try to convert that token into a board advantage. So if the game goes to day 10, I feel like it's going to be Fen favored. Probably has accrued a lot of cards, can after you a few times, and then just kind of make the removal spells not that good for BG Talk if BG Talk's not able to after you enough times to kind of keep up, which could be really difficult. So here, I think one metric I would look at is that one rallying call that could actually be really clutch in a late game sort of scenario where you can kind of just pass a few times and then play a character removal spell. But in the early games, we're going to see them try to push for a lot of double advances and really try to take advantage of some of the 0 stats in the Lyra cards.
Indeed. And so we are going to switch right on over to the game where they have started into day 1 and take a look at what we have going on so far between these 2 players at the moment. We do have an early unique out here for the Sigismar player at Bijatok in that Ratatasker that we've seen once or twice.
Yeah, so that one's a token spammer that also is able to draw a card on the way back, just to oversimplify a little. And we see a unique on the other side, which is Studious Disciple that also has the non-C tax. But this one allows you to get a boost for a card in each player's reserve, so slightly better in some ways.
Indeed. So as we're going through this particular matchup, we talked a little bit about this prior to talking and getting this thing live. when you're playing when you have a Sigmar, when you have a Finn, we've seen some of these matchups for different heroes go differently. But who do you typically want to give the advantage to in a best of 3 in particular?
Hmm. I feel like it's it's just really difficult. I feel like it could go either way. But if you're forcing me to choose one, I would give a small advantage to the Sigismar. I feel like the Fen can just have a subset of cards that are not the ones they want to, or like not resupply into the right spot. So I don't want to say that it's higher variance innately, but just that the consistency that the token provides, allowing the potency of the removal spells in the early game, just really make me feel like the edge would go to beat the talk here.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's one of those things where I feel like Finn as a hero has been kind of the standout one for this particular tournament in my mind, comparatively to what one would potentially expect. Sigismar always gets a lot of fan favoritism, and who can blame him? It's a great hero. But
Mhm.
also, Basira had a high boost up this particular tournament, going pretty equal to Kojo as far as hero representation between at least groups 1 and 3. Um, Not officially for group 4, but at least for those 3. And Kojo obviously been really popular. You're a big fan of that hero. And past that, we've even seen it Sadi or Goal Rings do quite well as of late. So Finn wasn't always on people's list, but really showing that in this tournament that it may be a hero to watch out for in the future as far as this meta is concerned.
Yeah, I feel like when I play against Sigismar, I'm always like afraid, but more of the deck. When I see a Fen doing very well, I'm like afraid of the player, if that makes sense. Just like there's so many decisions, and there's like a way that you almost have to think about the game that is not as common for other heroes.
Yeah, I think I even heard you at one point mention that you really liked Finn, but you also didn't want to have to think too much as far as your lines are concerned and rather just go with your style of play. And
Mhm,
I'm right there along with you with that. Is like there's just too many options, even in set one for
mhm.
Finn, right? There's just so many different things that you can do where you can have opportunities to mess up. And so when you can see players like this, like your El like your all of the marbles, being able
Mhm.
to play Finn really well, it's really a treat to watch. And hopefully, we'll be in for a good finals here against Talk on the Sigismar.
Yeah, I remember pretty early on when I was like trying to watch a lot of replays and starting to play myself and trying to figure out like which hero I wanted to start putting skill points into. And I remember like I was like, oh, but I really love how Fen plays out. And one of my best friends who was playing some alter with me was just like, you look like you're having the best time when you play Fen. And I was just like, oh, but like it's so cool. And then I'm just playing on Board Game Arena, and I played against Kojo and Sigismar like alternating for 4 games. And the first 3, all of them, I got double advance. And I like my 4th game, I remember it, I get paired against Sigismar, I get double advance, and I just said, like, I cannot stand this. Like, I cannot stand getting I want to be the one turn one double advancing them, not the other way around. And that was like when it was the end of like my Fen career.
Yeah, I've actually made one Finn deck early
Mhm.
on, and past that, I retired it for more Navenka days because I enjoy the dice rolls and getting the uniques that can pick up cards or anchor things and all of that good stuff. But in the meantime, we do have the gameplay on screen. We are into a point of the tumult is dead even between the two players. Finn is doing Finn things and being able to slow play, get those magical trainings out, get a bunch of cards into the reserve. We do still see that Ratatasker hanging out from the Sigismar from the early day one play. It does have that reserve ability of if you control a token, draw a card, and then it is a token generator for the companion expedition. A solid card in any way that you look at it. And I believe both you and Freeloader mentioned the idea of having similar cards that draw for Bijou Talk on the Sigismar. But speaking of draw, we get an Amale showing up here for the Finn.
Yeah, I think Amale is actually just an awesome card. So it's really good if you think a lot of people are playing a Klutz, because you can kind of turn like they're like, oh, I'm gonna tap down your reserve or exhaust your reserve, and it's like, oh, actually now I just draw a bunch of cards, and depending on like where things are lining up. Like we're just trading one for one, which is pretty cool. Um, but we also saw that the Jack Frost was able to exhaust the Haven Saringer, which actually would have lined up super well this turn on that like mono 4 stat on the hero side.
Indeed. So we do end up getting to see another one for one, but Bijatok able to take advantage of playing that Ortis Attorney and getting another piece of card draw. Anytime you're coming up against a Finn hero, you're going to want to try to keep up on resources as they will get their resources no matter what every single turn. And I feel like every single time I've watched Bijatok, at least in this top cut, they definitely have had a good time at the very least of not running out of resources from as a Sigismar player, which sometimes you can run into. You just have so many low cost cards that it's easy to use them all, I feel like. And
Mhm.
you need to on some occasions to do so. But Bijou Talk finding a really good balance, I think, with that. And speaking of that, we will finally see that Ratatosker played from reserve. Only one stat in Forest, but still 4 mana to mess with and potentially throw out some more tokens here as far as the Ortis recruits also on that companion side.
Yeah, so more to the point that you were making, one thing card advantage does in this game, of course, you have to turn a certain amount of your cards into mana orbs at the start of the turn, and then you kind of, as Sigismar, need to have like a blend of like removal spells and threats. You can't just have a hand off full of removal spells because then you won't advance. You can't have just a bunch of characters because then you're not able to beat the bigger things that might happen. So by having a larger quantity of cards, you can actually like get that proper mix that you need in your hand.
Right, and so we will see, probably a I mean, I feel like a card that's been quite useful for Finn these days, especially when you're going up against a Basira type player, or even when it comes to Sigismar and dealing with Jack Frost, we do see this sleight of hand come out here for the Finn that is currently on cooldown. We could also I mean, I'll be curious to see when they decide to actually activate the use of that Amale potentially later on in the game. Obviously, can't use it now. They're in prime Anansi territory, though, to potentially take any expedition, and just why we're probably seeing Bijatok take a second here to do their final play and figure if they can play around the Anansi or even the Haven Sarengar. Because as you mentioned earlier, it would have been a good spot to be on that hero side, but currently Bijatok is over into the individual mountain terrain. So we will just see the one Fortis recruit, so they may even have one other card to play at the moment. So I'll be interested to see if that's what we end up seeing from Bijou Talk and forcing the Finn to play that Anansi. But I guess still a lot of options, especially with Sigismar.
Yeah, another reason to kind of tank a little bit there and think about it is that you actually did have a nice line where the Ortis Attorney is lined up very well in terms of being able to block and try to draw a card. But you know that if this game goes to infinite time or whatever, that the Fen is going to end up like with the edge being able to really leverage that mana advantage and that overall card advantage that's been able to have. So the reason why, like, pretty much in essence, Vegetox kind of trying to say like, "Hey, I actually need you to commit this Anansi this turn. Like, I know you have 5 Anansi effects in your deck, and I need to like start whittling them down. And that's this trooper's job pretty much. It's not that the attorney needs to draw a card and that's how I'm gonna win. It's that this is still a battle of the tumult, and I know that if I play this card, I'm threatening both sides. I know it's going to be a 1-for-1 at the worst. Maybe better if that is allowed to happen. But really, I think it's just trying to trade Trooper for Nazi.
Makes sense. And you did mention kind of like a timeline here for the Sigismar player not wanting to go too late against the Finn in particular. If you're Bijatok, you've been going one for one here for the last couple of days, same thing this current day. At what point do you try to make that move of getting the advantage on the tumult so you're not going even with the Finn? Is it as soon as you possibly can? Is it now closer to the mid game? Or is it something where you can just try to hit it as early as possible once the cards are presented?
I think it depends on the texture of the game. I think that Male changed a lot of things just in terms of like the pace and like what was mattering in the game. But I think one thing that we might look towards is some sort of like rallying call into Sandman finisher. I think that's like the ideal final turn that Bijutak wants to set up.
Especially when I'm assuming you're thinking at the point of where they get to only having that individual Kaibara counter and maybe getting a 2-0 or a 2-1. to finish things off. So we do get to see an Ortis Spy coming out here, hitting one of the cards in reserve in the form of the Sleight of Hand for the Finn. Not a bad one to hit, especially when you see that Magical Training hit the board. And avoid any type of recycling. There still is plenty of cards though in hand for the Finn, so I have to imagine they do have some options here, but we'll have to see how that one plays out. As the Sigismar does play the Ortis Trooper from reserve. Ortis Spy is a card that we see pretty regularly in Sigismar decks just to get some sabotage in there, but a lot of the times it does feel like the 3 cost can be a detriment for the hero on occasion.
Yeah, but the 2 from reserve helps out a little, but yeah, it's kind of not the most efficient on the front side. An interesting texture of this game has actually been this Haven Saringer, pretty much there since the beginning. And it's like you could try pushing a little bit on your companion side with it, and maybe you do want to convert it into a card. But the fact that BG Talk was able to get past that solo forest stat on a previous turn kind of makes you wonder when it's going to come out, and the choice ends up being here.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you've always been a big proponent as far as, terrain, as far what is on the board and when you can play it and what's you have seen, and especially once you see that middle tumult card and you
Mhm.
see the unknown and you can see the entire board and how you can play 1 turn to or 2 days or 3 days ahead of time, just so that way you can plan to win the game, especially when you have so many resources in hand
Mhm.
to where you can see what you could potentially play or know your deck enough to find out what you can draw, to find that out, to even hit that, for example, the Sandman to Rallying Call play to maybe win the game at the very end, right? So, should be interesting to see how this one finally turns out.
Wow. So I really like how the stats ended up lining up there for the Fen player. So it's actually pretty hard against all the sleep and removal spells that Sigismar is capable of having to actually land an aloe vera with the anchor. So I think that might have been a turning point for our game.
Yeah, with the aloe vera out on the board, of course, that means we will get an additional resupply for the Finn. The cards in hand are not quite equal. Finn does actually have one more than the Sigismar player
Mhm.
at the moment, and the reserves obviously are a little bit imbalanced. So coming up here on this 8 mana turn, we'll have to see if either player can take advantage of being only 2 advances away from taking this game. We definitely seems like it could be leaning towards the Finn after being able to get that additional resupply from the aloe vera, as well as having those stats out. But we'll have to see how the Sigismar player in Beach Talk can respond. They do still have that unique Monolith Rune Scribe that does let them draw in case they want to go digging, but I also have to think that for 3 costs that it isn't the most ideal, but we will see that Ortis Spy come out right away for only 2 costs from reserve.
Yeah, I think even just the starting texture of this turn was very interesting. So we could have saw a world where instead it was just playing the sleight of hand first and then using like some resources later. So for instance, if there was an Anansi style card, I think we would have maybe seen the Fen just like slow play a little. So it's really interesting to actually lead with the Mad Hatter plus something else. But it's true that it's kind of hard for something to go too wrong with the aloe when you have a whole turn's worth of plays available to you. The other thing is, while after use can be very powerful, typically they don't affect the board that much. They give you more cards, they give you more of something else, but they're not always stats on the board. And this is a turn that might be more focused on stats on the board. And our bottom Fen might just be trying to set up a line where it's an Anansi next turn type of thing.
Yeah, we do get to see that Jack Frost interact with the reserve, preventing the Finn from potentially returning that sleight of hand after doing some more slow play work with the magical training that we do know is in hand. And at this point, Talk on the Sigismar is just pushing what it seems like to be a 1-for-1, happy to stack up onto that hero expedition to put them both adjacent, unless they have some ability here to throw out a 1 cost and then maybe a removal for the aloe vera so that they don't have it for a following turn. Definitely could still happen with 3 mana. I know we've seen at least one Ortis Trooper. I wasn't sure if we saw a second or not coming out of Beach Talk or not, but
Yeah.
we'll have to see how Finn can respond from this. Still 3 mana themselves, I mean, they could still slow play. We do know they have the magical training, but it doesn't seem like that's where they want to go with it, especially if I mean, if they do that, they have any unique Anansis at 2 costs? I don't remember if they were
It
3
was just
costs
the
from hand.
Studious Disciple that's in the discard, but the
Yeah,
Tanuki doesn't
yeah,
work. The
yeah,
last one's Buffalo. But
right.
yeah, I also imagine that Agumon is kind of thinking about first, can I play around Sandman? If the answer is no, then it's like, okay, let's imagine you don't have Sandman. And then you kind of have this checklist of what you're even allowed to play against. Because if you can't contest, like the companion side is perfect for Sandman to both like block and attack, and then you just sleep the aloe vera. So if you already can't beat that, it's like, okay, do I then have to just commit more onto this hero side and try to like just make it just about that, which is kind of a tough way to go. So yeah, I think that's why we're pausing so long here. This is kind of by elimination, like what can I beat and how do I do that? And even the monolith rune scribe supportability can be something that puts the hero over the top. Or is it like, okay, well, even if I were to fight more for like the companion side, like what do I do when they pass? Like is that even good for me? So just you need to be thinking about like what is the next day even going to look like?
We do end up seeing an aloe vera coming out from the hand here for that 3 cost, and it will not be anchored because they don't have the mana to do so. And speaking of the support ability coming from the Monolith Rune Scribe, I know we saw it come into effect in the semifinals in particular to be able to block the Basira player and not allow them to advance. A lot of the times with these uniques, people focus a lot on the initial ability and think they'll never use the support ability for one reason or another. But I know you've said from playing Talk and seeing them play that they've been able to utilize all of these uniques and not just the way that the card shows for whether it be arrow, hand, or reserve, but
Mhm.
also from the support abilities, which I think is probably instrumental to their success on a variety of things and why so many people know them as a really good Sigismar player.
Yeah. We have seen something similar from the Fen player as well. Just understanding with this full mail, like when is it to at dusk like get spells versus like another anchor card that you could just hit off of your aloe veras, just keep it in play every turn, keeping that value going. So it's yeah, there's definitely a lot going on, and you know, like in general, like the game is a little bit more scripted in the beginning, and around day maybe 3, the game gets really messy, and especially here with so much on the line, definitely caused a pause. Like, okay, this game's literally just going to be 1 or 2 more days. All of this has led up to this. We're seeing that supportability, so I'm very excited to see how this ends up.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, where yes, there is a timer, but you are in the finals. This is where all of this comes down to. Winner of this best of 3 will get a spot to the World Championship and will win this North or not North American, but the Americas version of this BGA online qualifier and put themselves in a spot to at least take the World Championship. We will get another 1-for-1 on this day as far as resources expended a good amount there for the Finn player. They did have the resource advantage there going into the day. I'm sure they would have liked to close it out, but for the time being, I'm sure they'll accept just the 1-for-1. And we'll have to see how Talk on the Sigismar can respond with equal setup. And they could have a big turn, especially with the idea of that Jack Frost being in play for a turn 1 play on the following day.
Mhm. And some people in chat kind of observed, like, okay, well, the aloe could have been played on the companion side and made it so that way Sandman wouldn't cause a victory there. But it's also worth noting that if you tap out for an aloe there, Digital can actually just pass back and still have access to that rune scribe the next turn, or even convert it into a card if they wanted to, because they were already winning the hero side. So it's likely the Fen just came to the conclusion that this turn or next turn, I'm not beating Sandman. So therefore, let's just assume you don't have it. It's actually better for me to run out this sort of line.
Yeah, and it goes into the idea that you were talking about in the other way of how Talk on the Sigismar needs to get rid of as many of those Anansi effects as possible that they know are in the Finn deck. In this case, Finn Agumon able to get rid of at least one effect as it pertains to the unique of Bijutok's Sigismar. But we will see a little bit of slow play here as far as an Orders Trooper. Not many better one cost plays, but Finn also has a pretty decent one when it comes to the magical training and drawing a card. Not quite as good as the Ysmir days of rare magical trainings. We'll all miss Aphanis, RIP. Not really. Either way, we will get to see that Jack Frost not being played first and hitting that Hathor this time around. What's the importance you think as far as like timing on the interaction between the Jack Frost? Although it doesn't seem to matter too much there with the use of the sleight of hand, if they want to kind of thing for the Finn, but instead of always immediately responding with a Jack Frost or an Ortis Spy when your opponent has such a large reserve.
Yeah, I also thought that was pretty interesting, but maybe Bijatak just felt like making sure that you're lining up the stats and actually getting the commitment of the mana to after you, like by playing that sort of magical training. And like now the sleight of hand, it's like, okay, like it sounds like now you're going all in for an Anansi effect, and it's like, okay, like where do I need my stats to line up? And it's not as simple as just one Anansi is going to win the game. That would just get us to the arena. So there's kind of like it's really interesting how Fen is able to almost turn some amount of like after use into like cards that you're burning, like I said earlier, into like the Anansi sort of effect. But yeah, maybe just valuing the stats. But this gift of self is also very interesting. So I wonder if the goal I wonder if this is like an arena setup. It's kind of interesting for me. Like Gift of Self is not something I would have expected on this turn.
Yeah, that as you're talking, I was thinking what would be the goal there if they were potentially digging for something that they think that would help them now or for the arena. Um, Especially or if it was just something that was the lowest cost that they had and they were trying to somewhat compete here with the Finn player and after use, even though they probably don't think they can, especially with the Hathor out and all the one cost cards available to them as far as the sleight of hand and the magical training. We are on a 9 mana turn, so maybe not so much. I'll be curious to see what comes out here, and it's another Jack Frost. I'll be curious. I'm not sure if that's something they just drew or if they were planning it all along, but either way, that does prevent the loop there, at least with the Hathor for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the discard pile, and of course you don't know what goes into the mana, but between the mana, the deck, and what's left in the hand, there's two more Anansis and the Tanuki that has an Anansi ability. So that's got to be at the forefront of your mind here if you are Bijatak in terms of like what like maybe the plan the whole time what by exhausting these Hathors is like, okay, you can't after you me that many times. But even so, we could just see a run out of Inkcaster into Anansi. And that's like, it's not even asking for that much, and it's kind of difficult, but maybe there's some amount of just hoping that there are no Anansi effects or something like that. Or like, oh, you're like digging for the Anansi, so I am gonna like, all right, you're a use sleight of hand. I'm exhausting all these Hathors. You're not going to see any more cards this turn. Hopefully that worked out for me.
Right. And Bijatak on the Sigismar does have 2 mana left, so maybe leaving themselves some removal options here for an Anansi effect that we may be seeing right now from the Finn. They do only have 6 mana left available to them, and no Anansis in reserve, so we likely, even if they could pull out 2 Anansi effects, with 2/3 costs or something similar. They would still have to deal with a potential removal here on 2 costs, but instead we will see just another 1 cost after you with a Martingale. And so if the plan was to wait on removal for the Sigismar player, doesn't seem like it's going to work now, and they just may need to throw out what they can and hope that the Finn can't go over the top or at least block on one end and just get a 1 for 0 opposed to another 1 for 1.
Yeah, I'm guessing you just commit again. Okay, well, if it's a Frog Prince, it has to be that side. But if it wasn't exactly Frog Prince, I would have guessed that we would have kind of divided the efforts, one on each side. But here, if it's any Anansi effect plus that Inkcaster in reserve, that's on board victory.
Right. So we are completely without mana here for the Sigismar player, 5 mana left to work with. For the Finn, essentially 7 with the support abilities available to them as far as the Inkcaster and the Twinkle Twinkle. So a lot that they could do here. I have to imagine this lends to the possibility of Finn just taking this game now. They do have to get over the top of those 7 stats that we see in the Hero Expedition, courtesy of 2 Jack Frosts and a Frog Prince. For anyone watching, if you weren't aware, you are currently watching the game 1 of the finals for the Americas BGA online qualifier for the World Championship of Altered that will be played next month in October. One of the players that will be there is the one directly below me right now, who is going to be there and plans to run nothing but hostage decks, right?
I won't lie, my teammates are actually trying to convince me to do that. But wow. So we actually did not see an Anansi, despite you know I don't want to say it's calling it too soon. It's really just dealing with probabilities. But yeah, so the unlikely event that we actually do go to the arena, which is great. But yeah, I literally just booked my flight today, which is great, and starting to
Nice.
look at hotel options. So yeah, it feels like it's starting to be more real, which is awesome.
Yeah. I booked mine, I think, before I went on vacation last week to
Mhm.
make sure I got it. I'll uh I'll be there Monday actually before the event, so
Okay.
making a full France vacation out of it rather than just Altered. I
Yeah,
know Altered's fun, but it's France too, so
yeah, I think I'm only staying in the Paris area, but I think I'm gonna be arriving Wednesday and going back like Friday the week after.
oh, nice. Yeah. I think I'm gonna try to go down to, Nice, at
Oh,
one point
okay,
while
cool.
I'm there, which would be cool. I hear there is a train down there that only takes, like, 5 or 6 hours
Oh,
opposed to
cool.
having to
Yeah,
fly, but
yeah. I heard Nice is nice.
Anyway, we are in an arena. One of the first that I've seen in quite a little bit, at least as far as casting. I haven't seen a lot of arenas comparatively to what I felt like I saw in the EU BGA online qualifier. But we're starting off strong here in this finals event. Game 1, we're going into the arena tiebreaker. Sure enough, we do see one of those Anansis that you've been speaking of pretty consistently hit the board on the flip for the Finn, so not a bad one to hit on a resupply. And they're going to start gearing themselves up to potentially use that and get a lot of stats on this arena.
Yeah, so you might be asking why lead with a magical training when the opponent has Jack Frost in their reserve, but given the deck list, so Beach Talk for Sabotage just has the second Orta Spy, so they already played one and they only played two. So it's just whether or not that Orta Spy is going to come out. We're probably going to see this Jack Frost on the Hathor because
Yeah.
whatever you would exhaust, they can then pick up with a Hathor. So, and we do end up seeing that there.
Yeah, and then sure enough, we do get to see one of those Tanukis that you were the Anansi effect from a Tanuki going onto the board, and when it leaves, when it goes to the reserve for the expedition zone, it'll sabotage. But you can also put a card from hand to reserve. If you do, I gain a boost for each card in each player's reserve. Make it a pretty big, healthy little spirit there as far as the Tanuki is concerned.
I do think it's interesting that it was played there. It kind of implies that there's no more after you effects that would just exist in the reserve. So like another, say, magical training, even though yeah, we went through all of them, but just something that would have done that. But okay, so interesting. So it was choosing to play the Tanuki and then playing this Requiem, whereas we could have played the Requiem on the Jack Frost and then done this later. Yeah, very interesting. I feel like Bijatak, given that they don't have the Fend ability, more likely just has a Sandman in hand that they could have just seen over the course of the game. You end up with some cool, conditional probability or Monty Hall style sort of things. But yeah, so it's cool that well, maybe it's just realizing that as long as one of these Anansis is my last play, that's probably good enough. Is probably what the Fen is thinking.
Yeah, and we will see the return from the Hathor by the Hathor of the magical training, being able to do a little bit more of an after you. It looks like BGA on the Sigismar responding with an after you themselves by scouting that Aegis Templar, throwing another stat on the board. Seems like we'll have to see a commitment here from the Finn player. They could also use the cost reduction of the Twinkle Twinkle for something else, maybe even another Twinkle Twinkle from hand. They are also at 0 cards in their deck, so they have managed to get all the way through at this moment with only 13 cards left for BGA on the Sigismar. Uh, they do still have 4 mana left. We could still be waiting on a Sandman. I feel like Sandman has definitely been one of the cards that has been pretty pivotal for not only Sigismar, but for Finn players on occasion as well. I mean, realistically, the status of Sleep has been one that has been, I feel like, kind of dominating the top cut in certain aspects. So interesting to see how that's been panning out, at least for this meta.
Yeah. I'm just trying to parse this board state. I feel like BG best course of action here is just double teamwork trading, and there's just nothing that the Fen could do. But the Fen more than likely can play 2 costs and then a Nancy, and the Nancy, if you play the 2 costs, would then be a 5/5/5, which is exactly enough to be double teamwork trading. So, well, I guess you would just play, yeah. Yeah, I think the Fen's just trying to figure out if they could beat exactly double teamwork training. If it's not that, I think they win regardless. Oh, interesting.
So they're going to sap Duende here for the draw then. And then,
Well, also to load up the Nunci
yeah,
as the final play, which is kind of risky if Bijatak has teamwork training at another small card. But it might just be the gambit that they had to take.
yeah, we will see the cost reduction here from the Twinkle Twinkle to be able to play out that Anansi as a final play. If we do see that teamwork training out, that just could be all she wrote here for the Finn player, and it
Oh,
does not look
wow.
that is they got the draw of the 2 like guts, and wow, it did really come down to the end there. If they had it, it would have been a win for Bijatak on the Sigismar when I honestly thought they were a little bit cooked the entire time, but Agamon able to take game 1 here of the finals for the BGA World Championship qualifier finals of the Americas. What a start, right?
Yeah, my caster picks haven't been very good this weekend, but yeah, it just goes to show once again it's not as simple as what is Sigismar versus Fen. There's so much about the texture, the quality of the players that we're seeing, and these are 2 very good players playing against each other. This isn't just Fen against Sigismar, and that's the if there's any big takeaway to this, it's that you can't just simplify things in terms of things like humans are great at boxing things, like just making ideas into like things that are just very generic and whatnot. But yeah, it is very important to realize that we are individuals with different strategies, even access to different uniques. So yeah, just really love seeing the sort of gameplay.
Indeed, and I'm assuming you have the link. It looks like we are good. Oh, nope, never mind. They are abandoning this one, so we'll have to wait on that. As Rinku mentioned previously, the way BGA is set up is that we have to occasionally swap out the games here or there so that the player that won and or lost, or the one that did lose, can choose what they want to go first or second. And BGA at the moment does not allow you to pick that. So a little bit of a coin flip once you make a game, but at least it's not the same situation as it used to be of one was always going first or second. And people kind of took advantage of that back in the day when they were the first person to play the game, or at least hosting the game.
Seems
But
like it could have worked out if like the tournament or I didn't play back then, but if the
yeah,
tournament organizer like did pairings with who goes first, and
yeah,
then you can make it always happen. Yeah, I've played in different softwares where yeah, it's the person that like hosted the game that always goes first, and it was just like, okay, it's my turn to host type of
yeah,
thing. But yeah,
yeah. I remember the good old days of certain video games too, of being the host and having a better ping too. So that was always a fun time. So we're waiting for that to happen. We'll be getting into game 2 here shortly for this matchup of Bijou Talk on the Sigismar and Agumon on the Finn and Crowbar. Heck of a game 1 we've seen thus far. And so I only expect the best here on games 2 and I mean, I'm gonna say it, game 3 too. We're gonna
Alright.
go to a best of 3. We have to have this in this finals, and, we'll see who can take it. I won't decide who's gonna be the winner yet, though. I'll reserve that so I can be right.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's good. Probably just wait until literally the last play, then you can call who you think is gonna win.
Yeah, especially since the stream is slightly delayed for everyone. I'll just edit it back if I need to. So
Ooh, smart, yeah. But yeah, so it looks like the match is good from what they said. So they're choosing their mana decisions right now.
perfect. I am on the loading game art, so as soon as they're done with mana, we'll be able to get in there. Starting things out here, Rinku. Obviously, it was a tight one. We did see what it seemed like Finn, as far as Agumon taking a slight advantage as we got later into the game. If you're Talk, is there something in particular that you want to do so it doesn't even get to that length of the game or it goes to a tiebreaker? Because I think we mentioned that the longer the game goes, the chances are Finn can probably take it one way or the other. Um, do they
Mhm.
just go straight aggro and hit some better cards on their card draw, or what are we looking at?
I think a pivotal turn from my perspective was actually the aloe vera,
Mhm.
being able to get the aloe vera anchor down. Uh, not that not that there was explicitly something Bijutaka could have done about that, but that felt like I felt like, oh, this could be anyone's game, and that was the first play where I was just like, oh, like this might be going the way of Fen. So yeah, kind of looking to that. But while Fen is kind of doing some magical training loops and just trying to get the texture of their hands set up, really just looking for a double advance. And we didn't see that at all that game. There's very much just board parity for a while. Maybe one advance ahead on one side or another, but um, yeah, I would imagine that the Sigismar really does want to just kind of go forward, maybe lead on like the Ozma would probably be their best opening play. So their unique Ozma's 2 cost arrow draw card and has a sport ability that discounts bureaucrats. So I mean the double advance can still happen here, or it'll just be 2-1. So if we see an Ordis Trooper plus a 2 drop.
And we are starting off straight away with a unique for Agumon on the Finn. This time it is that Flamel, that at dusk you can return a spell from your reserve to your hand. It does seem like it is just a situation of utilizing it here for its quite good stats for 3 costs at 4/2/4. And we will get a response here from Bishatok with a Legat to want to take it out immediately. Gotta love that sabotage ability on there.
Yeah, no, it's definitely cool. Well, one thing that didn't occur to me until now is that that Flamel also implies like, of course, if you anchor it, it's very good, but also you can like sleep it if like someone's trying to contest it. So, yeah, definitely really cool. Like we've seen a lot of different styles of cards. We've seen some at dusk cards. We've seen some leaves the expedition zone sort of cards. So I always think it's interesting, like why, like, yeah, of course, if you opened it, that's just the one you have. But let's assume that they actually seeked out a card that said at dusk, like spell return. Like, oh, why did they want that?
Indeed, it kind of reminds me of the good old days of Afanis, where you had your at dusk spindle harvesters that were able to get you some card return. Maybe that's what Finn is now. They're just I mean they're looping magical trainings.
Mhm.
They're doing at dusk cards to return things. It's potentially just Afanis. I think what we probably need is Finn to also have a buff so that they get a boost every single
Hmm.
time that they're able to, I don't know, resupply, I guess.
Maybe use a support ability.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we'll put that down for Equinox to consider. We haven't seen a lot of buffs when it comes to heroes, and maybe that's just what we need. Definitely not any other hero. Definitely, let's focus on Finn instead. But we do get a quick second day there as well. Another 1-for-1 equal parity, as you mentioned, for these players, going pretty even at the moment. We do get to see a nice resupply here for the Finn player in the form of a Hathor if they want to start doing some card return. But no real indication quite yet, I don't think, as far as who could potentially take this one. But I think we're kind of nearing that point where if BG Talk doesn't move fast, they may fall into that same rut that we saw in game one, where they just keep on going 1-for-1 and then have to deal with a bunch of Anansis in an arena tiebreaker, or even at the very end of the game where it's just one advance or two advances away.
Yeah, the thing I really liked here from BG Talk though was being able to convert that Templar into an advance. So the problem with Templar is that its cost isn't very good. So you kind of brought up how the 3 costs on the Order Spy can not be desirable at times. So we kind of are seeing that here in terms of the Aegis Templar as well. But being able to convert it, which is cool.
Yeah. Good idea, Simon. Every time a card leaves the reserve, give a character a buff, as far as Finn. Just amazing ideas here in the AOL chat. Want to thank you all for joining us here in this game 2 of the America's BGA online qualifier for the World Championship. We are potentially just one game away here for Agumon from taking this. Was the second seed going into the top cut. And just needs one more here to take it home for Finn. Will be the first Finn player to get a qualification spot potentially.
Yeah, so all right, finally able to draw some cards, but the weak Manton stat means that this might be the spot where it might be 2-1 in terms of how it goes for Fen. Like, this might be a turnaround point, so I would definitely look towards this turn for trying to predict who might win this game.
Yeah, it's interesting. We do finally get to see some card draw here from the Sigismar. It does come at the cost of 3 mana in order to do so, and we do have Finn at plenty of options to make things work here. Another thing to point out as well would be the fact that if Bijatok is able to pull out this come from behind victory, they would be the first Greek player to be able to make the qualification. So that would be quite interesting, and it would also mean that another time that the French player wouldn't get a qualification spot online. So maybe Bijatok can take it away from Agumon. But either way, we are getting a lot of cards played out here, and sure enough, we do see that 2-cost Studious Disciple that we saw in the previous game, and just is a lot of good stats here for not a lot from hand, and is putting themselves in a pretty good spot unless Bijatok has something here for 1 cost, and that's about as good as it gets here for 1 cost on Sigismar.
Yeah, but now it's just Aloe and Companion side, we both advance 1, so that's oof. It's gonna and that's like the onboard thing. Like the fact that they're even thinking means that it could be better, which is honestly kind of scary.
Yeah. Otherwise, you would just see the immediate slam down, right? And they already had it planned. So who knows what else they have available to them in order to do that, including those cards in hand and setting themselves up for future turns, which is what we've seen Agumon do quite well, at least this entire tournament, but also for this finals, as we saw in game 1, them able to be fine the entire game, going 1 for 1 the entire time with the Sigismar, and sending themselves to a arena tiebreaker that was an easy victory for them. And when I say easy, they just had to hope that there wasn't a teamwork training in the hand of Vijatok, which they were lucky enough to not see. But we will see that Oliveira come out and do that play that you mentioned as far as just getting it anchored from what we saw and get rid of this magical training here for the following day.
Yeah, I think choosing which side you want to put the aloe on just depended on which one you want to advance. So you could have instead been in Solo Mountain, Solo Forest, or these two. But these two just have way more options of how you're moving forward. So definitely like the decision to play it on the hero side ultimately.
And some decent resupplies as well coming out here from the Finn player. Being able to get that Hatter available for maybe another anchoring ability. Amale, also not a bad card. I believe they're actually only running a one of the Amale and not multiples for that. So an interesting little tech card there to get even some potential card draw in the future. But we will see a Jack Frost coming out, not wanting to give the Finn the possibility of anchoring anything on the board at the moment. But with the cards in hand, you have to feel like there may be some options for Finn to even mess around regardless of what we see exhausted in the reserve. Jack Frost been used a lot by Bijatok, but it's just always seemed like Finn players, not just in this matchup, but against Basiras or anything else, that they can work around those exhausting plays quite well and still find a way to put themselves in a really good position moving forward.
hmm I think part of the problem is that the exhaust cards, like in sabotage in general, it's not necessarily dealing with the board. It's dealing with some possibilities, but between the hand and other cards in the reserve, if there are a certain critical mass of cards, it's actually just incidental. Like, okay, fine. Like here, it's a little bit more impactful because it's a Hatter that was going to cost 0, so just the support action to be able to anchor something. But in general, it's like sabotage and exhaust works if it's trying to stop a very specific thing from happening. But Fen is just kind of trying to outcard you and take advantage of, say, this disciple that's very aggressively statted for even for a unique. So I think from yeah, so I was wondering if we would see the Somali play, just kind of saying like, okay, like I will just have a lot of cards in my hand. Uh, okay, cool. So just getting rid of the Requiem though, which is pretty interesting, but it's not the most cost efficient, and maybe just digging for another magical training to kind of get the loop started on a future turn.
Yeah, definitely. I think what you're mentioning is something that I feel like we've discussed before on an interview or something that could be on a YouTube channel that people could check out on Blue Oak TV, where you like sabotage, you like exhaust, but you don't like the idea that you're interacting with something not on the board that they haven't used the mana for yet,
Mhm.
right? And
Right.
that's why you prefer the uniques that you did end up winning Dallas for, because they have to use the mana to play the card, and then guess what? I'm gonna go ahead and discard them anyway, and you've wasted your mana, and you also have nothing on board. Whereas with Sabotage and Exhaust, they do have their place, but they're not necessarily as effective, right? And
Mhm.
this is why we see discard abilities can be doing quite well when it comes to a Bravos deck or any type of deck that has something that is able to fit them in.
Yeah, the other problem you run into can also be the fact that you kind of have to lead on your sabotage or exhaust cards, and a lot of them don't have the best stats. Of course, Occlude is very aggressively statted, but for the most part, they're not always the body that you wanted to look at in terms of like the recost 2/2/2. It's like that costs one too many. So yeah, just the way that lines up. But okay, so looks like still able to get trade 1 for 1, which it's got to start somewhere. BG Talk is gonna have the option to be able to lead with this Jack Frost on the hero side, which is good for blocking there and still advancing in the 4 stat. So definitely still not out of it, but we're getting close though. Just by sheer quantity of cards, another magical training is found. Just looking at the non-C effects that have been played out once again is so far just that Studious Disciple. So that's really the metric I'm looking at this game through. It's just how many Anansi effects have we gone through, and are you able to beat at that turn?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at a hero that is able to recycle low cost cards, is able to utilize a lot of good cards from reserve, has a very large hand, and I'm wondering why Finn is not in Ysmir at this point, because that's essentially what we've seen from the meta this recently before Afanis got completely obliterated and is dead and is never going to be used again apparently. But yeah, a lot of resources used here from Bijou Talk on the Sigismar to the point of where it doesn't seem likely to see any type of return here to take this game to, but it is not over yet. We are still even, and we do still have possibilities of seeing a game 3, because mostly I said there would be one and I don't want to be wrong. But if I was wrong, then I changed my mind. I wasn't wrong, and it definitely was Finn on the Agamemnon taking the whole time.
You said you would just edit it, right?
Yeah, it's easy, right? Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
yeah,
You
yeah.
can edit that out too.
Yeah, I can edit everything is the good point, right? We did that yesterday too, so it works out.
Yeah. Well, we should just watch the whole tournament backwards, like to
Yeah.
see what happens. But
Makes
sometimes they say knowing the ending actually helps you want to watch the show more.
exactly. That's what I do all the time. Like, why do I want to be held in suspense when I could just know what happens, right?
For me, I actually, admittedly, don't have the best short-term memory. Really good long-term memory though. So what I'll do is I'll watch like top 10, plot twists or spoilers or whatever, and then I have a note, like a notepad that I save, just like recommendations from like previous me, and I just write it down really quickly. Then I go do something else. Then I'll just look at that every 6 months to a year, and I'm like, I don't even know what that show is, and I just trust the previous version of myself. It's only after then seeing the plot twist I remember why I put it there. So I use it to my advantage. It's not purely bad.
Yeah, they We will get some plays here of the Magping Hoarder. That's a card that have wanted to. I started using a little bit in Trial by Frost for a Navenka deck to kind of just use 2 costs to potentially a lot of stats and out aggro people, but we have been seeing it a lot here from Finn players as well. What do you think is the benefit there as far as a common card that is able to get a decent amount of stats for 2 costs, or is there something else there that you're seeing special about the Magping?
Yeah, so it's the same sort of thing where you need to like convert card advantage into board advantage. So the easiest comparison is to Bravos Tracer. So we've seen some subset of Seikojo players play uniques that put a card from hand into reserve and then like draw a card or get some sort of advantage. And then you could put Tracer in reserve and then like, okay, I was fleeting, that's like not a drawback. So it's just another card that you can hold on in sleight of hand. But sometimes in the early days, you also just need to fight over the board and you could just play it as a 2, like as in without the reserve bonus, and then on the way back have Bravos Tracer, and that could just be like oodles of card advantage. Like one thing to kind of remember is that if you want to view it as like small step counters or however you want to view it, but if you play a 2-cost 2/2/2, and I play a fleeting mag pen hoarder that's a 3/3/3, I advance, you don't. I'm down a whole card, you're down half a card. But we already know that small step giant leap was a full card that cost 6. That kind of hoarder could just be a 2-costed one.
Yeah. And as we're talking there, we do get another 1-for-1, and we get to see the setup of another Anansi hitting the board. This time it will be anchored immediately by the use of the Hatter and putting Finn yet again in another really good spot when it comes to this mid to late game. And Talk going 1-for-1 the entire time, not able to get an advantage on the tumult in order to take this game 2 quite yet. So things are looking quite dire for the Sigismar player, but I guess it's not over yet. They decide not to mana here on this day, and they'll have to deal with a really big Anansi, as well as having a lot of cards in their hand in reserve from the Finn player.
Yeah, I'm still kind of surprised that the Jack Frost on the previous day didn't hit the Hatter to prevent this sort of line from happening. But my original guess for BG Talk's hand was 2/2/2/2/2, like 4 2s, including the Ortis Attorney. But Token Spammer makes some amount of sense too. So I think the ideal would be, I guess, teamwork training Sandman with the Ortis Attorney. So this, like, both of them have Kaibara counter 0, so they're both adjacent. This is the spot where sleep shines the most, where it's like, wait, that Anansi's holding down the fort? Like, okay, I'm sleeping that one, or I'm just going to remove that. So there's still maybe some consideration for how the next 2 days playing. Bumblebeat's not explicitly what we were looking for there, but because you could still advance in water and the Saringer doesn't block the water, really just advances force, you can still try to set up some sort of Sandman victory. So it's worth knowing the companion side on both of them are in Sandman territory. So you block and then you can also attack in terms of how the stats are lining up. So I feel like that's what we're moving towards. And we might even, a big tell would be if we see the Templar played next, because then you can get a head start on the next turn, like in the arena if you go that far.
Yeah. And if anyone is unaware as far as terminology that Rinku's using, Kaibara counters are just what they indicate as far as the separation between your hero and your companion expedition, the same way you would get tough on your Kaibara. Shout
Yeah.
out to all the Saudi players that still play Kaibara, especially the rare version, Chef's Kiss. But
Yeah. I also never beat the card, so it's just very like prominent in my mind. Like I feel like every time it's been played, I've lost. So please don't bring it to Worlds. Thank you.
Indeed. We will get some more activations here happening, and we do get to see that Aegis Templar that you mentioned as far as being an indicator of how this game could be going here after it was played here on that previous version for the Sigismar. And we will see where what you mentioned, that sleep effect being pivotal, as we see a Twinkle Twinkle hit the board and a card that can also be used for another 2-cost play from the Finn, which we may even see another Twinkle Twinkle coming from hand or something similar, but there is
What's
that 3
Sandman?
cost. Yeah,
Sandman.
Sandman.
Sandman. Please.
We're waiting for it. There's only one card in hand that it could be. Kaibara Counter Zero is your band's name. It's a solid band name, Elio. You should go with it.
Please. Please.
Drum roll, please.
I want to see more. Like, I'm not biased for who wants to win. I just want to see so much more high stakes, altered action.
Yeah, for everyone watching, this is the finals. This is game 2. If Agumon takes this game, they will get the victory and will be the representative here for the America's BGA online qualifier in France, and will be there regardless of if they want to be there or not. We will drag them there and make sure that they are a good representative and be a pseudo America's player for the time being, even though they are in fact French.
That's why Blue's going. Now I understand.
Yeah, I have to be an enforcer.
All right,
But
well,
yeah, time taken for Bijou talk here. So, I mean, does this mean that they don't have it, or what's the thought process here?
so I'm trying to think about it from the stance that we played the Templar before playing the Attorney, which it still could be something you would think about with Sandman, even though that's likely the best card. It seems like because mm, yeah, I guess like if you really wanted to risk it with your Sandman, no, that still doesn't work. Yeah. Because I was thinking about the fact that the Ratatasker like makes the token, so maybe if you just count on them literally just having like nothing, like no characters and no like twinkle twinkle. Okay, it is the Sandman. So yeah, I think it's just calculating whether or not you sleep the Nunci and can win in the next day. Or if you could like sleep on the other side, try to push through on this side and then see how that lines up.
So they do decide to go with the Anansi sleep play, uh, leaving us the possibility here for another day at the very least. Sigismar did have to utilize quite a lot here to make this happen, and based off that, Finn's just fine passing, and we will see yet again another arena tiebreaker here in game 2 for this finals of the Americas BGA World Championship qualifier. We'll see what Bijoutalk can do with what they have left. They will have to get rid of 2 cards in reserve, and we'll have to deal with a lot of resources when it comes to the Finn player. And despite how dire things were looking before, it's probably not looking any better now, but we'll have to see what they can draw.
Yeah, it's definitely a tall order, but at least you'll have this token spammer, and you have 2 cards that you're probably not gonna mana. So yeah, I mean, there is some solace when you play with Sigismar that at some point you're just like, well, I'm just gonna play my cards. So at least from that sort of stress standpoint of like trying to optimize it, doesn't always feel as bad. But yeah, so the problem is you if you teamwork training the Anansi, you also need them to not have 2 mana. It's gonna be pretty hard since the opponent picked up a magical training to be able to interact with that. And then I heard you like Anansi, so we put Anansi on the unique, and now you got a unique Anansi that's not called Anansi.
Yeah. Tanuki being the good old trickster that they can be here. And why not throw some more cards in the reserve in the meantime, as far as a magical training? And just wait for your opponent to make the mistake and throw all that they can. Like you said, Sigismar is Sigismar. You're going to play what you have and then see how it turns out at the end here. 6 mana left here for Bijoutalk to try to utilize the best way that they possibly can. Maybe they hit something amazing here with that Ratatasker draw, and things are about to flip on its head. Who knows? We will in a second.
I did think it was a little bit interesting to not mana. Okay, well that's not great, but I did think it was a little bit interesting to not mana from the standpoint of like if you enumerate all the cards in hand and you know you're first player, so you're gonna play the Ratatasker first, so then you're able to definitely draw like another card, and then you could just enumerate all the cards in your deck and think like, okay, if I need to exactly draw my one rallying call to then play it twice and all the stuff. So the fact that we have 4 cards in hand and didn't mana, I don't think that bodes particularly well.
Yeah, we're gonna come out with the special double charge here. That's gonna give everything 2 boosts and give them a lot of stats here. But instead, we will get the Saptowinde from the Finn player. Gonna throw it all on that Inkcaster. Big play Inkcaster coming in here shortly. Doesn't want him on the Anansi anymore.
All right, well, GGs are coming through in the chat.
GG's indeed. Congrats to Agamon. Give you a little clap there. Little golf clap. We don't want to do too much in the mic and hurt Rinku's ears. They are currently still the only American that is going to France. Hopefully
Yeah.
that'll change here this upcoming weekend for Baltimore, and see who can take that one. Maybe another French player will show up though and just beat everyone. Who knows? Either way, we'll have to see how that one turns out. Congrats to the Finn player though of Agaman, who will be the representative at the World Championship for this online BGA qualifier of the Americas. Double congrats for staying up so late and making things happen. It would be great to still get an interview with them, but I understand if you need to go to bed, we'll have Simon ask that, and we can get back into that there shortly. But back to the caster screen. Rinku, overall thoughts for the event. I know you were here the entire time. You blocked off this entire weekend in case you didn't even qualify. So, what were your thoughts?
I think it is wonderful to see how the game has developed and evolved, like just in terms of metagame, but also, of course, like people have various opinions on the system of like uniques and how things work there, but it's just so cool to see specifically the Fen mirror that we saw in Top Cut. It's just like so many things are like seasoned to taste and just like, oh, like, well, like when I play, I like thinking about what happens when I don't draw my uniques. Other people are like, oh, I have these two uniques that do this really cool thing together. And it's like, there's still so much theory and so much like deck building things that we have not yet discovered about this game. And I think it really shined through how some of the games ended up playing out throughout this weekend. So I'm even more excited to just go back to the drawing board and trying to work on my decks for the Conquest format. But also, it's so awesome that a new set's coming out and we're gonna have new heroes. And I feel like even if you feel familiar in this specific format, it doesn't mean that a month from now that it's going to be directly translatable. So I'm really excited.
Indeed. It's always cool to see a new hero take it, regardless of where they're from or anything like that. Getting a Finn taking the whole thing the same way when we saw uh, players that that didn't end up winning, but ended up qualifying, like we saw Nevenka qualify in Lille. We saw Basiras do quite well earlier there. Of course, we started off with the Sigismar victory over in the Netherlands World Championship qualifier. So seeing that variety all the way through, we even got an Afanis in before they got nerfed
Mhm.
on occasion. So that may be the only one that we get to see these only ones we get to see these days. I think there is two at this point, but no requirement to stick with the same heroes moving
Yeah.
forward. Can do some adjustments for that conquest format that you were talking about. And speaking of that, as we wait to see if we can get an interview, let me check real quick. They said they have high nerves and bad English, but they're willing. Uh, there we go. Okay, so they said that they will do it. There, but yeah, Rinku, um, what of the cards that you've seen thus far then, as far as spoilers for the new set, what's been your favorite?
I only saw the Sakurabaru's Fury, I think it's called,
Okay.
mostly because unnamed people on my team are obsessed with that type of effect. So I've heard way too much about that card. I actually think my card that I'm going to be spoiling next week is pretty cool. So I'm working on something that I'll post to Twitter and Instagram or like some sort of pages. But I'm still trying to think about how to conceptualize like my thoughts about it. But yeah, I admittedly haven't seen as many spoilers. Just kind of focusing on this weekend from a casting perspective. But yeah, I do have a spoiler coming that I am pretty excited about it. I think it's something that I could see myself playing at Worlds too, which is cool. So I'll sign anyone's if common or rare.
Indeed. Yes, Choco, the Asian Online World Championship qualifier is next weekend. So if you want to sign up for that, the link is already up. It is in the A.W.O.L Discord, so be sure to sign up if you haven't already. If you want a chance to qualify online, that is when the Asian Online World Championship qualifier is happening. And it does look like we should be able to get an interview with the winner. I am going to message them currently and allow Rinku to promote all the shenanigans that they want in the meantime. Let's see.
Do you want me to hop out for that interview when it happens?
No,
Just
no, we have a 3 set up,
Oh,
so
cool.
you can hang out and ask them questions as well if you'd like.
Okay, cool. So random promotion stuff. So yeah, I'm Jonathan on Twitter. I'm WatchWolf92. In this game, I am Rinku or it's Rinku. I don't care which one you use. Um, and on Instagram, which I really don't post to, but because of this, I'm gonna make a post. It is underscore Rinku because it's Rinku and Rinku were both taken somehow. Yes, so it goes. But yeah, I'm just really excited about Altered in general. I'm really excited to be going to Worlds, but even it's hard because I live in the world I do right now. But even if I wasn't qualified for Worlds, just the state of the game, how excited people get over it, just the attendance, the support. This game has been really awesome, and I'm very about it. And yeah, I really hope we can continue to grow the game. I hope, maybe a year from now when we're talking about the World Championships then and we look at the Americas qualifier, we have half the people in Top Cut be from the Americas. So we'll see. I mean, there's still work to do, but for the game to be in this spot this early on in its life is actually fantastic. So I am very happy to just be here along the journey.
Indeed, and yeah, I guess we're getting some more spoils happening here shortly, so that'll be exciting for the Discord and everyone involved. I still need to do the video for any potential spoil that I would be doing, kind of thing.
Mm.
So should be exciting, should be a good time, all that good stuff. Spoiling cards is in fact fun. I believe we are going to get Agumon in here. We're just kind of coordinating on getting them set up and getting them over here. But as soon as they are ready, we'll go ahead and talk to them. Um, and we're making sure that they can jump into. Yeah, we'll have to get them sorted here. Yeah, just there. We got them in the link. They just need to decide if they're setting up a camera, if we're only going to be able to hear audio once we get that in there. But either way, we should be able to get an interview with our champion. Everyone in chat, I do want to thank y'all for hanging out this entire time. This has been the second BGA qualifier for everyone that has been watching. It's been quite a fun time. So yeah, will be no camera here, it looks like. So we'll wait to see when they get in. I guess I can check the video ninja. It'll pop up when they're in. And do. If anyone has any questions for our Victor, feel free to type them out in chat as well. We'll see if we can get some questions in past the ones that are burning for both Rinku and myself to ask Agamon. And we'll see what they got. Oh, he says he's in here. Can you hear us? It does say there's 3 people in here, but I do not see them. Boop, 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 boop. he's doing a screen share. So there. Let me see if I can adjust it. Yeah, we should be able to hear you if your audio is working. I don't believe you're muted. Let me see here. We'll switch over to the screen here and see if there is an issue with audio. Yeah, we're not getting any audio coming in from you. If you can hear us. And we'll ask him if he can hear us. Okay, so he can hear us. So our audio seems to be working. We just got to make sure that the audio is working for themselves. You may need to jump out of the link and jump back in and just make sure you're using the right microphone. Sometimes it defaults to a different microphone. And you have to fight to win Sigmar. You can play like you're hung. That's a saying there. You play like you're hungover with 102-degree fever. I'd love to hear how you said a lot. Okay, got it. Let's see. Don't think I can hear you quite yet. Okay, you can hear us. So you're in the chat, you can hear us. We cannot hear you though.
Hello, guys.
Perfect.
Oh, let's go. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. Glad we were able to finally get you on.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining. We got the bracket being shown here of your amazing victory.
Yeah, thank you.
For the setup here. Got joining with me here is Rinku, and I am Blue. And with us now here, sitting in the big screen with the big bracket of their win, we have. Do you want to say it for us, just in case I've been mispronouncing it the entire time?
It's Agenman.
Agenman.
Agenman, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Well, you are the champion of this America's BGA World Championship qualifier for the World Championship here for the Altered TCG.
Yeah.
First question I have for you
Yes.
is, how's it feeling?
Yeah, I can believe it right now. Just finishing the games. The last one was very, very hard. Even more because it's after like 7 hours of playing. So my head's like burning. Even more when you play Fen, when you have to make a lot of decision. So yeah, just my head is like stop right now, please. But yes, I just can't believe it for the moment.
Yeah, no, it's been a pleasure getting to watch you here this entire weekend, realistically, and seeing someone play Finn so well, like you mentioned, having so many decisions to have to make for the entire game. You did end up playing Bijatak there against the Sigismar that you said it was obviously a little bit harder because you've been playing a lot, but was there any other hero in particular that you were worried about going into the tournament or even the top cut?
Sincerely, for me, the worst matchup is Fen. It's because it's a bit dice roll, in my opinion. When someone open good, he has a nice advantage. But for other decks, not really sure. I was a bit worried about the bot fix combo because I don't have a lot of out. And before the tournament, I changed my deck a little bit because of the bot fix combo. So yeah, I added some Tanuki for the sabotage in case it goes to the reserve. But yeah, no. Except this, I was confident. I played against a lot of Bazira, and the matchup is really good in my opinion for Fen because of Duende. I don't know how to say in English.
Yeah,
Duende.
it is Duende.
Duende, yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I felt like the cards was very good in this meta. So I start playing one. Then I was like, the card is very good in a lot of matchups. So I started to play two, and I was like, okay, I gotta play two. I almost considered playing three, but was a bit too much.
I got
Yeah. So you also have played a lot of Trace in the past, right? So what made you choose Fen for this event? Besides the
Yes.
fact that it's good against everything except for the mirror.
Yeah. I played in the beginning of the game. I played a lot of Trace, and when the oven gets errated, I tried Fen, and I fell in love with the deck. But sometimes I play the A.W.O.L with Trace, just like a reminder of the deck and how good it is. But I try to play Fen in the end because I felt more comfortable. I felt like Fen hasn't bad matchups, and hasn't like, and I don't know. I feel like Trace against sometimes against Atsadi or Gulrong, it's a bit harsh when there's a big. I don't know. I prefer to have the control than push really hard with Trace. I don't know. It's still a very good deck, but I felt more comfortable having the control of can sleep or can put a lot of pressure or draw a lot. I don't know. Felt better with Fen overall.
Definitely. Yeah, I also noticed. I mean, you were also one of the top cut players for the EU BGA Online qualifier. One of the few people that did both, and you also did Finn on that. So I was also kind of curious to see that decision, and it seems like you were a little bit more confident when it comes to these bigger tournaments as far as throwing Finn down opposed to a Trace. And it makes sense as far as the matchups that you mentioned, because I kept on seeing a lot of games where Finn players were playing up against Basira that also got really popular this time around, that because they like to play against Trace, right? So it kind of makes sense that you would play something that beats the thing that beats the thing that everyone wants to play a little bit, right?
Yes,
But
yes, you're right. Exactly right. And yeah, Basira was it's a very good deck. A lot of people is considering more and more Basira. So Duende is better every time better. But Duende is, I feel like the card is good in a lot of matchups, even against Sigismar. Maybe it didn't seem like in the final because he didn't play any monster with the counters in the reserve.
Right.
But I promise you that the card is very good even against Sigismar.
Yeah.
So yeah, and against the Hunger too.
Definitely.
Hunger is, I mean, a lot of cards in this meta. For me, it's the best card. It's the best meta call and the best card in the game right now.
Interesting. Yeah, you did mention that your worst matchup was the another Finn,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah.
Is that as a result of just how much variety we can see in Finn deck lists? That was something we mentioned before, where it doesn't seem like there is a standard
Exactly.
Finn deck list,
Right.
and you just don't know what could happen.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. You even without the units and the decks, if sometimes the deck just wants you to have good cards. Sometimes the deck don't want you to have good cards. So when you play a mirror match, it's a bit the dice roll, and the beginning is very important. So if I open very bad and my opponent is starting like I don't know how to say in English, but the best starter, I'm like, okay, the game will be very difficult, and I can do nothing about it. I don't say it's game over, but it's pretty bad.
Right. So the deck always has like the tools or the cards that you might need. It's just sometimes the deck gives it to you, sometimes it doesn't, and you might get double advance on turn one, and it might be an uphill battle. But there's other times where you get all the tools you want, and you're just able to do your game plan. And you feel like a lot of the times when you can do your game plan, it is just the best deck.
Yeah, exactly. You said all. You said all. I don't have nothing to add to this. Yeah.
So both Blue and I are from the US.
Yes.
There's still a few qualifiers left, and we don't know all the people that you might think might be able to get a spot in the World Championship. So there's the last chance qualifier the day before the Worlds. Who do you think are other people that we should be keeping our eyes out on who might be joining you and me at Worlds?
Okay. Nice question. A very nice question. The first one that comes in my mind is Clytus. I think it's unfortunate for him to haven't qualified yet, because for me he's obviously one of the best player in the game. I have a lot of friends in my region and even in my city that are really, really good. I think about Tagfire. I think about Octan. He topped in the last Disneco too.
Yeah.
These are all my friends that we play in my city every weekend. So
wow.
the level is really high every weekend. We play hard, but yeah, a lot of people. I don't know. They don't come in my mind, but yeah, there's all these people.
Yeah,
definitely.
we'll have to keep an eye out for them. That's great.
Tag 2 is a very well-known player since a lot of times, and he deserved as well to have a place. For me, I was very lucky in the final. My draws and my I don't know, my deck was very how to say. He played very good, but I was a bit lucky, and yeah, sometimes it's like this.
Yeah.
Even for the second game, I felt like the game was finished even at the almost the beginning. He didn't open good, and I have a lot of good ends and good ravitaillement. So yeah, it could have been him, could have been me. Tonight it's me. But,
Yeah, I mean, other than the first round here in the top cut, you didn't end up dropping a single game throughout the entire time, being able to 2-0 all of your games. Was there anything in particularly difficult as far as like the matchups you ran into along the way? Was it that first round just kind of surprised you a little bit? Or did you just kind of get into the groove of feeling really good about your deck and feeling confident every single time in order to get those 2-0s?
For me, the 2-0s doesn't mean a lot, sincerely. There's a lot of games I could have lost. The 2-0 doesn't mean that I was, no, I don't know, say, erasing my opponent or
Yeah.
destroying him. Doesn't. All the games, almost all the games, was very, very, very difficult, and each victory was very hard. So yeah, it could have been 2-1. I mean, the 2-0 doesn't mean a lot. The first round, round 32, I really thought I lost the BO3. because because you can't win every time. No?
Right.
So yes, it was very. I think it's one of the games I thought I was lost. I was a bit sad even. Yeah, I ended up winning. But no, all my opponents were very good, and I expected that. I think the matchup, as I said, I was hoping not to seeing Fen because for me it was the worst. So I
Yeah.
ended up seeing two in the top cut. So it's like okay, it's dice roll was for me. But yeah,
Nice.
overall, nice tournament. Yeah, I felt good about the decks a long times ago, and I felt like in BO3, if my hands is pretty okay, normal, I should be able to win in BO3. And I have this mentality for I don't know past month, but yeah, I feel like the fan is a very good. The worst part is to qualify for the top cut. It's very difficult, but when you are in BO3, I feel like the deck is very consistent, and you can lose one, but you have more possibility to win two. And that was the thing I considered too when I wanted to play Traced. Is that yeah, there's some matchups like Tasia. Even if the deck is played less, in BO3 against Tasia, I wouldn't be comfortable playing Traced, you know. Furthermore, because there is a Unix very, very good, and the Trace just with one card that can how to say avalanche.
Yeah.
Okay, with one avalanche in the deck, it's very hard to counter Tasia. Yeah, that was that's the I was thinking about that Traced. So yeah, overall, I felt like Fen was the best choice.
Sure. Rinku, did you have anything else?
No, I think I'm good.
Definitely. Well, last question I have for you then is you made it to the World Championship. Anything that you're looking forward to the most now that you've made it and you'll be one of the 32 to compete for that finals?
I mean, I'll be looking for Unix because you know we have to play 3 decks.
Yeah.
So I have 2 already, but I need to find my third one, and I will. I'm very happy to qualify tonight because now I can think about the third deck. And yeah, I will be at the WSEQ in Italy in 2 weeks, I believe.
Yeah.
Great.
I don't know if I will do the WSEQ in Asia time because you know
It's only 2 a.m. your time, right?
Yeah, 2 a.m. I was like I have to do it because I have to qualify, but now that I'm qualified, I don't know if I prefer to sleep rather than. And I don't know. In my opinion, you shouldn't be able to compete when you are qualified. And I don't even know how it works. If maybe if I top again, how does it work? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I do know people have been playing in WCQs, and while there hasn't been an official message said about it, I think the most likely thing is that they would just pass it to the second place person. It kind of makes the most sense, but we don't have an official answer yet as to how it works. So I've just been trying to do commentary instead. But yeah, no, I mean, of course, having people compete is ideal, but yeah, there's no official word yet.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure about that. But yeah, you will see me in Italy, and yeah, I think that's it. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Take a little bit of a break before October and get
yeah,
back to
I
in the
will
meantime.
for sure.
But yeah, that's all I had. I want to thank you again for joining us and answering a few questions. It was great to get some insight. And I mean, first and foremost, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Congrats. Yeah.
Definitely. And head on out and we'll wrap things up. All right. Rinku,
Yep.
I saw a yawn there. You okay?
No, it was a cough. My allergies have been bad for the last few
Okay,
weeks.
that's fine. All right. Well, once again, everyone, this has been the America's BGA World Championship qualifier here online, hosted by A.W.O.L and a bevy of talented casters, including Rinku, minus Cole, obviously. Any last thoughts before we wrap things up?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just very important if you're planning on playing in WCQ to or like any of these tournaments of high stakes to try practicing other tournaments. So there's various tournament series such as the A.W.O.L along with other ones, but you might do very well in ranked ladder, but not everyone has played with the pressure of having people watch them and people critique their play and such. So definitely get some reps in terms of just playing with some pressure and something on the line. That way you can perform a little bit better. But yeah, so that's kind of the last thing I would want to say.
Definitely appreciate your input as always, and great analytical mindset as we got into those semifinals and finals as the best Kojo player on AQZ and in America at this point, right? Because there's no one else that's been able to qualify yet. Maybe we'll see a change in that here in Baltimore, which you also will be getting to cast for, correct?
Yeah. So yeah, I definitely don't think I'm the best Kojo player on AQZ, nor necessarily in the US. But yes, I will be casting Baltimore. I will probably be lending my Kojo deck to a friend, so we'll see if we can get to. But yeah, it'll be really good. So it'll be a 2-day event for Baltimore. I might I don't know. I kind of want to play the WCQ in the Asia time also, which is like 10 p.m. for us. But I should probably just sleep and cast. But yeah, I'm really excited to do that. In-person commentary is a little bit different than doing on Board Game Arena, so I'm just really excited to be in the atmosphere of just people competing at this high level. So yeah, I'll be there, and I'm very excited.
Yeah, ElGio quarterfinals was pretty good. I wonder who those guys were that were on that cast. But either way, I want to thank everyone that has joined us thus far. You have been watching this America's Finals and Top Cut today. Be sure to go back and check out the VOD for the Swiss, or feel free to go back and check out this one. We had a perfect event. Nothing bad happened whatsoever the entire time. Want to thank everyone, including the commentary team. Simon, as always, for doing all the fun stuff behind the scenes and smashing his head against the wall when everything goes perfectly. Uh, Past that, I've been Blue Oak TV on YouTube. Feel free to subscribe to me, as well as Rinku stuff is on Watch Wolf or whatever you got going. You're gonna post on Instagram, right? So watch
Yeah,
out for the
so
Instagram.
yeah, I'll make sure I use the hashtag altered stuff that they told us to use. So.
Exactly. Want to thank everyone that has joined us thus far, and we'll catch you later.
Bye.
Cough by Rinku.
Yeah.